everyone, welcome to this exciting course on blockchain fundamentals by Simplilearn. Let's kick things off with a little secret. You have probably heard people saying blockchain is just a trend, but the truth is blockchain is changing the world. From cryptocurrencies to supply chain management, blockchain technology is in high demand and it's not going anywhere. By the end of this course, you will have a solid understanding of how blockchain works and how it's used in various industries. So whether you want to develop blockchain apps or just understand cryptocurrencies, this course has got you covered. So here's what we'll cover in today's video. First, we'll understand what is blockchain. We'll cover what blockchain is and how it works. Next, we'll have a look at applications of blockchain, where we will discover real-world applications like cryptocurrencies and supply chains. Next, we'll understand the difference between public versus private blockchains. We'll also learn about mining and how proof of work validates transactions. Next, we'll explore the more energy-efficient proof-of-stake method. We'll also understand gas fee and how they affect Ethereum transactions. We'll get practical tips on building wallets, smart contracts, and tokens. Also, if you're looking to dive into blockchain technology and want to start with the basics, I have got something exciting for you. Check out this free blockchain course that comes with certification. This course is designed to give you hands-on experience with blockchain fundamentals like Bitcoin, Ethereum, smart contracts, and much more. So whether you're just a beginner or looking to expand your knowledge, this course is perfect for you. You will get 6 hours of self-paced lessons plus 90 days of free access to all the content. And yes, once you complete it, you will get a completion certificate to showcase your new skills. So if you are ready to explore how blockchain is changing the world of cryptocurrency and beyond, why not get started today? It's all completely free and it's a perfect first step to the world of blockchain development. So guys, before we dive in, here's a quick quiz question for you. The question is, which of the following best describes blockchain technology? Your options are a system for managing digital identities, a decentralized and transparent ledger for recording transaction, a traditional banking method, a type of cloud storage for data. Take a moment to think about your answer, and once you're ready, we will get started.
As of now, you see in the Bitcoin, what we know. In the Bitcoin, we already know about proof of work, one case. We know about the halving concept. What is halving? So now in this case, you see halving is also one of the concern. And then we have limited supply of Bitcoins. This is also we understand. Also, we understand what is Bitcoin minting. Okay. Now, all these concepts we know, and also I should write here the difficulty adjustment as well. Difficulty adjustment. And also we know about the case of nonce as well. So nonce is number that is usually once a random number. Now, one more thing that we are using, this is UTXO. And believe me, this is, I have seen many interviews where this question has been asked by the interviewer or the recruiter. So you should know this concept very well. And I promise you, we'll be covering it in very easy language so that all of you have a very good understanding of this. So now you see, I'm saying unspent transaction output. So what is the full form or what is the abbreviation for this? Unspent transaction output. You see here UTXO. Okay. And now when I say UTXO, what exactly is this? Now to understand this, let's understand I can say a imaginable scenario or a real life scenario. Now let's say I do have a note of 500. All of you listen to this carefully. I do have a note of 500. In fact, I do have a note of 503 notes. So how much is my total amount? How much is total amount? So we are talking about fiat currency, Indian rupees. So this is my physical currency. And once we understand that, then we'll come back to the physical currency. So total amount is what? 1500. Okay, so I do have a 1500. So I entered into a grocery market. So my total bill is 1200. And I do not have any other amount apart from this. And plus, I am not paying anything online as well for certain reasons. No GPay, no UPI, no card payment, nothing is there. So how I will make the payment? How I will make that payment? I do not, I have 500 notes, total 1500. So how many notes I should be giving to the shopkeeper? Sorry. How many notes I should give to the shopkeeper? All three notes, because we know 500 multiplied 3 is 1500. So I cannot go with 2 also. I cannot go with the 1 also. So I will be giving total all 500 into 3. So with respect to this shopkeeper will be giving me a change. Okay. Change. Now how much will be the change? So this will be 300 rupees. Correct? Okay. So this 300 rupees, the combination could be a note of 200 or note of 100, or maybe the combination could be a note of 100, a note of one more 100, or a note of 100. Okay. So this could be possibility, or even n number of combinations could be there. We can just consider anything. So basically now you see these things, I give a name. What name I'm giving? Input is, or I can say input is 1500, or in this case I'll take 500 into 3 only. So input what I have given to the shopkeeper, 3 notes of 500. What I am receiving as output, what I'm receiving as output, one my item, or when I say what is whatever I have shopped for, plus I am getting 300 rupee change. Okay, what I'm getting 300 rupee change. Now note this term. This is what 300. This is my change that I received after my shopping. Okay. Now in this case, you see when I say 300 as a change, so I'm associating this 300 with unspent transaction output. Correct? But now you will be thinking Bitcoin is not about any physical money. Bitcoin is all digital. So why do we are talking about change in something? But you see, this is the beauty of the concepts. Now, Bitcoin, how do they follow the things? Let's consider this. So they follow the UTXO model. As of now, they follow the UTXO model. And when you understand this, you will also find that why they are following up this complicated method. But for certain reasons, Bitcoin is following up. So when I say UTXO model, let's say I am Alice. Alice account balance is 10 Bitcoin. Okay, Alice 10, let me take it like this. Alice and Bob. Alice account balance is 10 Bitcoin. Bob's balance is 5 Bitcoin. Okay, Alice and Bob, we have taken here. Now, what is the target? Alice is willing to transfer some amount to Bob. Okay, that is well taken. Now, when I say 10 Bitcoin, this 10 Bitcoin is not like a digital money. 10 Bitcoin is not like a digital money. It is more like a physical money. How? This is being arranged into components. What is that component? So might be you see one component is 5 Bitcoin. One component is 2 Bitcoin. One component is 1 Bitcoin. One component is 5 plus 2 is 7, 8, and 2 Bitcoin. Is it making total 10? Is it making total 10? 5 plus 2 is 7. 7 plus 1 is 8. 8 plus 2 is 10. So total is 10 Bitcoin. Okay. So now what I have said as of now, I have just given you a situation that we have two users. One is Alice, one is Bob. Alice account balance is 10 Bitcoin. Bob's account balance is 5 Bitcoin. And then I mentioned Bitcoin is also maintaining some components to form a total account balance. So this is, we have taken a shape of component. Okay. Now similarly, the same thing should be applied to the Bob as well. So let's say component for Bob is 3 Bitcoin plus 2 Bitcoin. Okay. Now, the case is Alice is willing to transfer Bob money of, I say here, 2 Bitcoin, or in fact 4 Bitcoin. Correct. Now you see from this component which component should be passed to the Bob. In fact, rather than making it 4, I make it something called as 6, or I make it 6.5. That will be better. Okay, now you see. So Alice wants to transfer Bob 6.5 Bitcoin. Choose the component and let me know how would you proceed. Just thinking about your physical money. Which component you will choose? Ultimately, this program has to be done by the this conversion or this selection has to be done programmatically. But as of now, we are considering it, so we are solving it. So which component or which combination should be chosen? 5 plus 2. Others also see 5 plus 2, or anything else I should try. Which component we should choose? 5 plus 2. 5 plus 2. Correct. Now you see, if we go with this 5 plus 2, so what we are transferring to this 5 Bitcoin plus 2 Bitcoin. And once this transaction has been made, now you see these two components are reserved. These two components are reserved. Once the transaction is verified, how much change will be coming to the Alice? Once the transaction is verified, how much change will be coming to the Alice? How much change will be coming to the Alice? 0.5. 0.5. So we can say that this is my UTXO, unspent transaction output. This will be 0.5 Bitcoin. So what will be the updated balance of Alice and Bob? Calculate the balance. What will be the updated balance of Alice and Bob? So you see, Alice was having what? 10. So we transferred 6.5. So balance should be 3.5 Bitcoin. What about Bob? How much will be the balance? What about Bob? So 5 plus 6.5 is 11. This was 11.5, 11.5 Bitcoin. And if I talk about the components now, if I talk about the components, earlier it was available. So can I say that this is being replaced by 0.5 Bitcoin? And what has been achieved from this? This is 5 Bitcoin plus 1.5 Bitcoin. Is it happened like this? Is it happened like this? Check my component theory. Is it correct? Or should we change something over there? See what happened into this case. This I was transferring what? I have taken one component from this. Okay, transferred. 2 Bitcoin transferred, but we have got a change also. That change is what? 0.5 Bitcoin. So 1 Bitcoin remaining same, 2 Bitcoin remaining same. There, this person has got what? 3 Bitcoin plus 2 Bitcoin, and then I have 5 Bitcoin plus 1.5 Bitcoin. So this way we are giving up here. Does Bob return 0.5? Sanjeev, in this case, so whenever we say the component is designing, so program is able to convert that 2 Bitcoin to 1.5 Bitcoin. So now you see, in actually, whatever we are talking, do we have any physical currency? Do we have any physical currency? No, we are not having any physical currency. Everything is according to a program. Now, but how this Bitcoin is making it sure? They have used Bitcoin scripts to manage the component over there. And what is the reason of this complication? It could have done like a normal subtraction also. It could have done with a normal subtraction also. So they wanted to make sure there is no double spending problem. Now, what is double spending problem? What is double spending problems? So we know that in Bitcoin, average time for block confirmation is what? How many minutes? How many minutes? 10 minutes. So in that 10 minutes, you see, let's say now when my account will be updated, this 10 Bitcoin, when my 10 Bitcoin will be updated, right now my balance is 10 Bitcoin. When this will be updated, can I say that after the block confirmation? Can I say that after block confirmation? Yes, after 10 minutes. So meanwhile, if I am using my all the balance, And I might use something like a double spending problem also. In actual, I have already spent 5 Bitcoin. Again, I'm trying to, change that. And that logic is just checking my balance over there by arranging into the component. So they are trying to solve the problem of double spending. And that is why they are using what? UTXO model. Let me explain again here. So why what we are doing? So basically UTX is the equivalent to digital form of change. Correct, Anshuman? Correct. Yes, this is the correct thing and very well spoken about this. So you see here what I am trying to say. We have taken example that we have two user. One is Alice, one is Bob. Alice initially having balance of 10 Bitcoin. Bob is having 5 Bitcoin. So this time we are not having the total account balance like this. The whatever is the balance, this is being arranged into some partitions, some components, and it could be anything. And how it is different from physical money. Like in physical money, we have certain type of notes like only 500, only 100, only 200. So in this is not like that. So there are programs where they are working into the same scenario to generate the components. Whatever is the component, it is coming to the users. Now we have taken that Alice is willing to transfer 6.5 Bitcoin. So what we have chosen from this, 5 Bitcoin and 2 Bitcoin. And this is being sent to Bob. Their program is working and this program is making sure that zero point 0.5 Bitcoin is returned as a new component for the Alice. So that is why the balance is being updated as 3.5 Bitcoin and 11.5 Bitcoin. And ultimately, we do have such arrangement over there. Okay. Where these components are stored? Vinay, this will be stored into my wallet only. So let's say I created my account on the Binance and this is my wallet. So it will be stored into the same place. How the initial components are decided, say for Alice, 10 Bitcoin, breaking it to various denominations. Rajesh, so whenever I got this denominations or whenever I received it, so it was through the same. Let's say somebody transferred me 10 Bitcoin as you are taking into the example. So this component is coming to me into some kind of form. So that form is directly coming to me. So whatever was the denomination that is coming to me. Another case you see when the minting is happening, the Bitcoin is minted. So that time the component is 3.125. That time the component is 3.125. Let's say I transfer to somebody else. So maybe I am transferring this. From this I am transferring 1 to 5. From this I am transferring 0.125 Bitcoin. So what is the next component for me? What is the next component for me? 3 Bitcoin. Can I say that? Can I say that the next component is 3 Bitcoin for me? Correct, correct. Now, let's see more examples there. More examples because we need to understand like this. Let's say Alice is new to the Bitcoin community. Okay. That time she purchased from somewhere. And when she is purchasing, that time again the component has to be come through whatever is the community giving. So let's say she just purchased 1 Bitcoin as of now. Next time her friend is transferring her 2.3 Bitcoin. So this way the component will be arranged. Now when she is transferring somebody, let's say she wants to transfer approximately 3 Bitcoin. She wants to transfer approximately 3 Bitcoin. So she will be left with what? She is using 1 Bitcoin component as well, 2.3 Bitcoin component as well. What she is transferring? 3 Bitcoin. What will be the balance for her? What will be the balance for her? 0.3. 0.3. So can I say that a new component is generated for her? Can I say that a new component is generated for her? Vinay, so all the components have UTXO label with them in wallet. Correct, Vinay. Correct. Correct. Do you understand the UTXO model now? All of you, very simple concept. Now give your thoughts on to this. So what is logic? because transactions also can be traded. So it is based on single transaction denomination. For example, if I bought 1 Bitcoin, 0.5 Bitcoin, 0.2 Bitcoin, so 3 denominations for me. Correct, Rajesh? Correct. So don't you think they are increasing the complexity into the system? Don't you think Bitcoin is increasing complexity into the system? And the reason behind is that because the time period that we are considering, that is very, very high. 10 minutes is very high time. So that is only, one thing we can say, that this is making them efficient for double spending problem. Okay. So what is logic? Because fractions also can be traded, or it is based on single transaction denomination. Rajesh, can you please unmute yourself? I think it is better we interact, then we can understand this.
So,
Oh, Rajesh.
hello.
Yes,
Yeah.
Rajesh.
So I'm just saying that this is for the example which you have taken 532, just an example, correct? But
Mm-hmm.
these transactions are happening. So denominations are not fixed. So
No.
idea is not about the replica of real money transactions of fixed
Yes.
denomination. So this is
Correct.
basically whatever you're transacting, because it's in fractions also, right? You can buy
Hmm.
0.25. So
Yes,
it's
yes.
just how many transactions are the denominations, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct, correct. So this
So
changes or UTXO, whatever we are considering, this only happens at the time of when, say, the change is coming. So that time they have not kept it okay, like physical money, we are fixing some kind of amount. This is not required into this case. And they're just trying to solve one problem, that is our what we can say double spending problem. And only the reason they are taking it because their block confirmation time is very high. So this is one of them. They have taken many steps. This is one step into a part of the same double spending problem. Ashwin, so when I have to get the total balance for a person, do we need to add? Okay. Ashwin, this is not our responsibility. So wallet will be automatically doing it. It is showing me the total balance only. But when I see that, I can see all that, fractions as well. So it will be automatically calculating for me. Rajesh, do you want me to unmute if you're left with something? Okay, okay, thank you. Ashwin, you got the clarity onto this? See, in case you have any question, anything you have some doubts, so it is better to discuss rather than sitting like that. Only then we can understand that what is the level of understanding of for each other. Yes, yes, Ashwin, we can take a one more example for this. See, what is double spending problem? Let's say this is I'm having 10 Bitcoin, or I take less amount here. Okay, so I take 5 Bitcoin. So this is Alice. So we know that block confirmation happens only after 10 minutes. Okay. So what I did, I transferred 5 Bitcoin once. I transferred 5 Bitcoin one more time. I transferred one more time. This is 5 Bitcoin. Okay. Now you see, I have only 5. But what I'm trying to do here, how much transfer I'm trying to do? Can I say that 15 Bitcoin? And you will be asking how it is possible. It is possible. My account is still not updated. I just created the transaction. I submitted it to the unconfirmed transaction pool. And now it is still with the waiting for the verification. This is with the miner, or this is, sitting, or this is into the unconfirmed pool. But what I tried here, obviously it will be stopped at the miner oversight, but you are increasing what? You're just increasing the complexity into the system. So Alice tried to transfer how many times? 3 times, with the what? Total amount causing a 15 Bitcoin. Now, if I say this component, that is entirely being freezed. This component is entirely being freezed. So this freezing is giving the power that this cannot be reused. Okay. Now I take one more example. Let's say Alice is having one more Bitcoin. Alice has having one more Bitcoin. Now she did what? She tried what she tried, what this particular Bitcoin to transfer at one side. Now, if we follow the UTXO model, this has been reserved. Reserved means I cannot use the component. But can I use this component according to the UTXO model? Can I use this component? Yes, I can use it. I can use it. So when I'm using this, this again become reserved over there. So now you see these two components are into the reserved side. So when it is into the reserved side, I cannot do the double spending. I cannot create the fake transactions here. I cannot create the wrong transaction here. So that is why the double spending problem is solved at a certain level. Another case you see, uh, let's take one more example. In this case, what is happening here? This is case of what? 1 Bitcoin, 5 Bitcoin, 1 Bitcoin, and 2 Bitcoin. Now, in this case, I just want to transfer what? One is 5 Bitcoin. Then I want to transfer 1 Bitcoin. And then I want to transfer 0.5 Bitcoin. See this very carefully. I want to show one more thing here. And then I want to do 1.5 Bitcoin. Okay. This I want to transfer. So this is my, let's say, this is my transaction 1. This is my transaction 2. This is my transaction 3. This is my transaction 4. Okay. The sequence I am also following up. Will it be okay? Can I do that? 5 Bitcoin according to the UTXO model. Can I do that? 5 Bitcoin. 5 Bitcoin. Can I do that? Yes, I can do that. 1 Bitcoin. I can do that. 2 Bitcoin. This is for what? 0.5 Bitcoin. So now tell me, can I make the transaction 4? Can I make the transaction 4? No. Can I make the transaction 4? No. I still have my account. I still have my amount. See, 5 Bitcoin reserved, 1 Bitcoin reserved. Now you see 2 Bitcoin is also reserved here. 2 Bitcoin is also reserved here. I need to wait for next 10 minutes. Once I get my change, then I can do the 1.5 Bitcoin. Right? Have you understood this, or I should explain this again? I'll come back to the questions, everyone. I'll come back to the questions. Have you understand this? See what we are trying to say here. I have some amount. Okay, it is solving my double spending problem also. But sometimes it may happen that I still have the amount. Just because my transaction is not verified, still I cannot use it. So that is also a possibility here. Yes. See, what we considered here, Manisha, that we have component like 5 Bitcoin, 1 Bitcoin, and 2 Bitcoin. That is making my total as 5 plus 1, 6 plus 2 is 8 Bitcoin. Okay. Now, what kind of transaction I want to do? So in transaction 1, I want to transfer to Ram. Transaction 2, I want to transfer to, let's say, Sham. Transaction 3, I want to transfer to Bob. This I want to transfer to uh, some XYZ guy. Okay. So now in this case, you see, this is my transaction 1, second one, transaction 2, transaction 3, transaction 4. Total amount which I am trying to transfer, this is 5 plus 1 is 6, 6.5, and total the same amount I want to transfer. I want to, nullify my balance. Now in this case, you see, I made transaction 1. This component reserved. I cannot reuse it. I transferred 1 Bitcoin. This component become reserved. I cannot reuse it. Again, I made a transaction. This is transaction 3. In this case, I was trying to transfer what? 0.5 Bitcoin. I'm only left with what? 2 Bitcoin. So now this is also reserved. I have next transaction. So this is transaction of 1.5. Logically, I have the balance. But if we follow the UTXO model, my all components has been become reserved. So when it is reserved, this 2 Bitcoin has been reserved. I cannot reuse it unless the block confirmation happen. When the block confirmation happen, for this transaction 3, what I will receive? I will receive a UTXO. That UTXO will be of 0 point, or in fact 1.5 Bitcoin. Once I receive this component, then I can make this transaction. Correct? Manisha, do you understand this now? Manisha, do you understand this now? Okay, now let me come back to the questions. How is it flagged as reserved when the block has not been updated till 10 minutes? Ashwin, see, whenever I use it, this is being flagged. Whenever I'm using it, it becomes flagged at that same time. Jagannath, what Alice has 20 Bitcoin, but she transferred 3 times 5 Bitcoin into 3 times. So in that case, Jagannath, this also depends on the component. If component is having the same thing, that is okay. If component is allowing the same thing, that is okay. So with this theory, say I have two component 5 and 5, total 10. I put a transaction of 7.5 Bitcoin, and then I want to transact 2.5. I can't do the second, or as both component is locked. Correct, Rajesh. So I was explaining this only, and you have rightly said this. And then, do we have any kind of Bitcoin denominations? Jagannath, nothing is fixed. So program can make any kind of denomination. So it's not having any fixed amount. If the double spending concept would not be there, then a person with 1 Bitcoin would be able to carry out infinite transaction. Correct, Anshuman? Correct. So once we start the transaction, then our wallet frees Bitcoin, which are used for transaction. Correct, Vinay? Okay, UTXO is received after confirmation of block. Why cannot it happen immediately at exchange? Sanjeev, see, in the transaction, we are just waiting for the same purpose only. And we are not making the block transaction wise, we are making the block as a collection of the transaction. So my block is not carrying one transaction, it is carrying multiple transaction. And we are talking about the distributed ledger. So whatever we do have, this is into we can say that this is into collectively with every node. Okay. Uh, like let's say if uh, let's say if she made a transaction of 1 Bitcoin, but as the double spending concept is not there, so he will be able to transact that 1 Bitcoin again because it is not deducted from his wallet. See, these scripts are what these are actually governing that all kind of UTXO and everything. So for every transaction, automatically programming is there, which is being managed or which is managing that how the transfer will happen, how the transaction will happen, how the UTXO will be converted. So automatically is embedded over there. So as a user, you do not need to do anything. For you, it is a normal graphical user interface. You just put your amount, click on send, put your sender's address and everything. But by default, this is attached to the transaction and this is taking care of everything. Witness is something here we divided. See, this is, we can say that public key script, witness is the balance of that script. So you can say that this is hash of all the transaction that has happened. So you can more consider it as a hash value for the script that is being executed over there. So there is one more concept, Rajesh, that is segregated witness, SegWit. So I'll explain that. That time you'll get more understanding of this. So to understand this, we'll cover SegWit. So SegWit is actually related to, we can say, data compression. So I'll explain this as well. Earlier it was not there, but now the Bitcoin has revised their scripts and they're including here witness, and this is part of SegWit, which is more related to the data compression technique. But I'll explain this because before understanding this SegWit, we need to understand one more concept. Who is considered to be sender of UTXO amount? So this, Ashwin, in this case, the sender will be the transaction. Sender will be the transaction. So actually, it recently happened, not recently, I'll say last year. Now we are into 2025. If I show you that, that amount was, very, very high at that time. See, so we are talking about 21st July, they have given the explanation and we can see how much of the asset. So this is news of Hindu, you see. WazirX crypto exchange hack, how much of the asset was lost and what happened next. So WazirX lost over 230 million in a security exploit. 230 million is a very, very big amount. After one of its wallet was targeted on 18 July and has decided to socialize its losses in what in unorthodox damage. So why I'm talking about this? So since beginning, we have seen that blockchain came into the picture because of the security and transparency. We say that we will not have any kind of hacking or anything, but this is also possible here. So now one of the attack, if I say, do you think there is a possibility of the 51% attack on the Bitcoin? Do you think there is a possibility of 51% attack? Logically, you tell me, is it possible or not? Logically, probability is always there. Correct. Probability is always there. So now what is 51% attack? So we say that when a miner propose a block, that has to be evaluated by the rest of the miners. But now I'm saying that my 51% nodes into the system are corrupted. So can I say that my entire blockchain is a failure in that case? Can I say that my entire blockchain is a failure in that case? Can I say that? So yes. But if we see theoretically it is possible, but when we see that if somebody is actually trying to do that, they need a lot more resources, especially with the Ethereum. Especially with the Ethereum, you see they need to buy all the ethers and everything. So in this case, this becomes very difficult. But this is also one of the attack, and it might be possible somebody is taking over that blockchain as well. So this is one of the type of attack. Another case I say here, mining pool. We all remember? Do we all remember what is mining pool? Mining pool. Can I say that group of miners working together? Can I say group of miners working together? So in that case, you see group of miners, they're working together. Now, let's say I speak about that. So there was a time when China was having the highest mining pool. There was a time, because now recently China has uh, made it illegal to do the mining into their country. So now this all mining pools has been shifted from China to the US. So now in this case, you see geographically, can I say that we know the location of miners? Can I say that geographically we know the location of miners? Obviously, I do not know the exact location, but anyhow, we have a certain idea that these miners are linked to one particular country. One particular country. So what I'm trying to say here, from majorly miners were running through China, but now this has been shifted to US. Okay. Now, is there any possibility? So one, we are just, probabilities we are considering. Is there any possibility that internet or the ISP working into the US that can be hacked? Probability, you tell me. Internet service provider, we understand. ISP of US, can that be hacked? Is there any possibility? Probability? Yes, probability is there. But if you see, US is having a very good security in terms of cyber security into the information security. So if we technically we talk about, it is very difficult. Theoretically, we say it is possible. Jagannath, ISP is internet service provider. Internet service provider. So like we have the Tata and Jio here, so which is providing us the internet services. So these are the ISP. So in this case, you see, we are talking about the throughout connection, which could be possible. So let me just give you more examples for this. One of the attack is phishing attack. So phishing attack is what? Phishing attack is what? Have you received some kind of lottery message? Have you received some kind of, let's say, uh, your loan has been processed. You click on this link to get the further information. So all of us, we receive this kind of, messages. Similarly, emails are also there. Emails are also there. And even you might have received today, what is going on? You receive a call from a courier kind of a guy, and he will mention that your courier is there, and if you need to return this or something, you need to press that and do this. So these kind of things we see very normally. So what is phishing? Phishing is basically sending unauthorized links to someone so that when they click on it, actually your amount or you will get the financial loss. So in this case, you see sometimes what happened, let's say I do have, I take example Exodus. Exodus comes in which category of wallet? Exodus comes in which category of wallet? Web, mobile, or software? Which category? Which category? Both. Correct. That is also right. So this I assume that this I do have with the web-based wallet, or I do have some kind of mobile application. Now, somebody sent me what? A link. A link on the same, or I can say that a unauthorized link. So this is onto my WhatsApp. And because of this unauthorized link, what happened over there? I actually clicked on that link, and now this is making an automatic payment. This is making a payment from my mobile wallet to that account. So this is, you see, this could be done with the phishing side. This could be done with the phishing side. So there is a possibility that I have all these kind of a wallets and somebody is trying to intercept me. They will be sending me unauthorized link. If I click on the same link, I will be thinking that there is nothing is happening, but on the background, my applications is being used and the amount is being transferred. So now another question. If from my account, I saw that some cryptocurrency is being transferred to a wrong address. Some cryptocurrency is being transferred to a wrong address. So can I get it back? Can I get it back? Can I complain it to someone? Is there any possibility like that? Something wrong happened. By my mistake or by phishing, there is an address where the transaction has been done. So can I get back that money? No, you cannot get back that money. So that is entirely not possible into the cryptocurrency system. And even we do not have any kind of compl so I was saying that we do not have any regulatory framework as well where we can complain or something. In our, I'll say, let's say in India, we have the RBI to complain over there. Even if you see when you have some ATM card or something, it has been lost, so you can complain and you can immediately, shut it down. These possibilities are there, but nothing exists with the case of what? The cryptocurrency. So that is why phishing is a very dangerous one into the case of Bitcoin. Okay, now you see, there is a Sybil attack also. This is very interesting one. This is very interesting one. So the Sybil attack, listen this very carefully. So we all know the 51% logic. Do we all know the 51% logic? Now I am giving two statements. Correct me or give me your understanding onto this. So I'm giving two logic. The one logic is that if my nodes are honest, 51% will be achieved soon. If my nodes are dishonest, 51% can be achieved with some delay. With some delay. Think about it and then let me know. Two logics I have given. One, if my nodes are honest. Honest means whatever is the right or wrong, they are taking the decision and accordingly giving the verification. Let's say these nodes are having a proposed block. So what do I mean by the honest and dishonest node? So this is, let's say this is a honest node. So this honest node will be giving the right decision. So if the proposed block is correct, so it will be taking as correct. Dishonest node will be giving a wrong decision. Wrong decision is what? So in this case, this node already computed that proposed block is correct, but still it is saying it incorrect. Okay. So in this case, now you read the statement. Now you read the statements. So now what is happening with this Sybil attack? Sybil attack is, we can say that, a smaller version of 51%, a very smaller version. So now let's say there is a Bitcoin community and they have a competitor. The competitor is, let's say, XYZ. Now they want to run their business and they want to disturb the Bitcoin's business. So what they did, they created a Sybil attack. So Sybil attack is having dishonest nodes into the system. So they are not becoming minor for their reason. What they are becoming minor, whenever they have come across the proposed block, they will be voting as wrong way. They will be voting into the wrong way only. So when they are doing it, so ultimately they are getting delay to achieve the 51% attack. So in that case, what will happen? This 51% attack, let's say it has to be achieved at 10:10. Now it might be go to the 10:30. So I'm just taking an example for this, or maybe 10:20. So they are causing delay into the transaction, or we can say the block confirmation. No, Anshuman, this is not to steal the Bitcoin. This is just to delay the, see, if the now you see, if we have the average time of block confirmation of 10 minutes, we are still okay with that. But if it increases to 1 hour, so can we say that trading market will hit, cryptocurrency trading market will hit? If that time becomes 1 hour, it will obviously it will be hit. So there is a possibility that the other competitors, they're not trying to steal anything. They're just having what? They're just having some malicious node into the system. These nodes just trying to disturb the working of other nodes. So that is the case of Sybil attack. So Sybil attack, if I just brief it, this is creation of dishonest node into the system, and these dishonest node will be doing the task into the wrong manner, but anyhow they cannot take the wrong decision, because to take the wrong decision, all the dishonest node should be 51%, and that is very high to achieve. So they cannot achieve it, and smaller, what they can do, they can do the Sybil attack. How they achieve it? To delay block confirmation. Correct. Uh, when you think of, I have a network. Let's say I try to draw it into Paint. See, so let's say this is miner. This miner has already won the game, and he is broadcasting the network with the proposed block. This is one, 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 this is, so these all are nodes here. So I'm not taking 100 nodes now, I'm taking just few nodes. Now you see, in this case, let's say how we are moving. Geographically, it is getting the proposed block. It is sent to this. So this is also dishonest. It is sent to this, dishonest. This is also dishonest. This is also dishonest. So in case it was not dishonest, in case it was not dishonest, so by this time, it might have achieved the 51% thing. By this time, it might have achieved the 51% type. But now it has to wait to go through this also, go through this also, go through this also. And only in the end, ultimately, it is having what? It is having the right answer. So as of now, you see, if we at this time, if we see, the quantity will remain same only. Quantity will remain same means the voting is 50% or whatever voting I'm talking about. So correct and incorrect voting, that is entirely similar. So that is why we had having to say that delay is introduced here. One more case you see, that broadcasting is happening, and it will take time to reach from peer A2 or peer 1 to peer 10. In between, whatever peer I am receiving that are dishonest. So as of now, I cannot make any decision by that time, because ultimately what we want 51%. So we are still waiting to get the confirmation from others, right? Vinay, I hope you understood this. Okay. So I just delete this. So now we have seen the Sybil attack as well. Phishing you already understood. See, in the phishing, how many things could be used? So chat phishing, message phishing, email phishing, social media phishing, Google advert phishing. So all those could be medium for this. What is message phishing? What is message phishing? Can I say my text message? The medium is my text message, the which we are receiving on the phone. Email we all understand. Social media, so now you see on the Instagram also we are getting these kind of messages. So Google adword is also one of the example. So yes, we do have multiple links sent through the message. Correct, Anshuman? Correct. So normal text message, when it is coming through the email, this is your the links are coming to from the email over. Okay, now I come to the routing attacks. So now what is the routing attack? So this is basically targeted to the, no, now you see this is not being targeted to a user or something. This is onto the network. Now in the network, you see, this is what BGP router. Now BGP stands for Border Gateway Protocol. This stands for Border Gateway Protocol. And now in this case, you see, we are actually having, Vinay, I'll just come to this Border Gateway Protocol. Now in this case, you see, this is based on what? This is trying to give the directions to the packet. So when it is trying to give the directions to the packet, let's say this is being hacked. Can I say that packet will be going to a wrong direction? Packet will be going to a wrong direction. Can I say that? If this particular router is being hacked, that router's responsibility was just to give the direction, like where it should transfer to the next. Now, this is doing a wrong task. So in this case, you see, this is also one of the type of attack where rather than targeting a particular scenario, the router or these kind of devices are being hacked by the hackers, and this can be maliciously send this packet to some other location. So this is not only with the blockchain, this could happen with any type of data. This is not only with the blockchain. Okay. Vinay, I'm coming to your question. Once validator validates block, then only he send it to peer node to validate it. Correct, Vinay. So maybe you wanted to say miner validates the block, then only he send it to the peer node to validate it. So it is just like a proposed block. So all other miners need to revalidate it to get the 51% voting. Okay. This also I believe we have already discussed. What is full node? To become miner, what you need to become? Full node or light node? To become miner, what you need to become? Full node or miner? Full node. Full node. Full node is downloading the entire blockchain. Rajesh, this PPT is available on your portal, but I'll show you where it is available. Okay. Full node. Full node. Okay. What is light node? Who is light node then? Who is light node? Viewers. So can I say that if I am on the blockchain explorer, I am working as light node? I'm on the blockchain explorer, and can I say that I am a light node? So yes, I'm on the light node. Now you see one more thing we see here. Let's say I want to join the network. I want to become the miner. What I want to become? Want to become full node. So full node. So we have seen a website. We'll visit the Bitcoin website. What we will do? We will download the Bitcoin software. Now, when we are downloading the Bitcoin software, the server will be connecting me to a node. The server will be connecting to me a node. Now you see, I requested a seed node. Seed node is providing me all the addresses. See, now what are the address? We talked about that this is peer-to-peer network. So I should have, if I am becoming a miner, I should have addresses of all other peers. I should have addresses of all other peers. Okay. So, but who will be providing me all those addresses? How I will be connected? I'm saying that I want to become a part of peer-to-peer network. So we will, when I am downloading the Bitcoin, I will be linked to a seed node. So seed node will be providing me address list of all the peers so that I can form a connection with those peers as well. So every time a new node or a new miner joins the network, the same process happens. So requesting the seed node, retrieving the address list, selecting the peer node, and updating the network. Now, why I'm saying updating the network? So let's say I have 101 peers. Now one more is added. So there is one more connection. So 101 plus 1, that is equal to 102 peers. Now, can I say that recent peer will be also added in the address list? Can I say that recent peer will be also added in the list? Can I say that? Yes, it has to be added because it is just what address list over there. Ashwin, I'll come to your question. Just give me a second. Now in this case, you see the same process we are following up here. So seed node connected with this node, give me the address list. By this address list, it is getting connected to all other lists as well. So this is making a updated copy into the network. Mining, we all understand now. Let me come to the Ashwin's question. When a block, when then a block is broadcasted to a node, does it forward to another node only after it has completed validating the node? No, Ashwin, it is into the process. So let's say I received a block, I'm working on that, and meanwhile it is being transferred to others as well. Because for my verification also it takes time. So it is not wasting into that. Broadcasting is sending to everyone. So whatever I have, I'll update with my answer, correct or incorrect. So that I'll update to the Bitcoin. Okay, now we'll come to the orphan block. This is also left. Do we have facility to select our peer nodes? When it is automatically selected, but if you need to select the immediate peer, that you can. You can select the immediate peer. So one term is immediate peer. Immediate peer is that is closest to your connection. So that you can choose. But see, you will not be knowing the exact thing over there. Everything is encrypted. So you're not knowing IP address or something. You're not knowing that, oh, okay, this person is belong to which city or which country, but it is showing you the nearby node. Every information is encrypted. Okay, next concept is orphan block. Can I move to this? Next concept is orphan block. Can I move to this? Okay. Now you see in this case, this is the concept which we left when we started with the proof of work. The question was, what if more than one miner solves the puzzle at same time? Okay, so one case we asked, is it possible? So the answer is yes, it is possible. So what will happen in that case? So initially, it is very difficult for Bitcoin to recognize this. So what happened into that case? Now you think of a case that I have miner A and miner B. So these miners solved the puzzle, let's say nonce. He also received the nonce, he also got the nonce. So both of them created their block. So they started, they are not aware about the things here. The broadcasting has been started. What is broadcasting? What is broadcasting now? Now you should understand this. What is broadcasting? Can I say that sending the proposed block to the multiple one? Can I say that sending the proposed block to the multiple peers, forwarding to another node? Yes. So broadcasting is what? Let me write it here as well. So for your later understanding. So I'm writing here, broadcasting is sending proposed block to all peers. Okay, block to all peers. All right. Now, this is also doing the broadcasting. This is also doing the broadcasting. Now, there is problem. Now, how many miners are doing it? 2 miners. Currently, if you see, you can work on only adding up one block only. So there is a function we can say, or a programmatically, with the help of program, there is a function call we say, function call. That is known as synchronization call. We call it sync call. So that happens in the blockchain with all the peers. And what it checks? It checks the all blockchain peers, or all peers are having the same state of the blockchain or not. Peers having the same state of blockchain or not. Okay. So when it is recognizing, so it got what? It got, let's say miner A is adding block X. Miner B is adding block Y. Now in this case, they find out the sync call that is a program that find out that block X, which is related to miner A, block X is having introduced into 50 peers. Block Y is there into 30 peers. Okay. So now you see two different blocks are being floated into the blockchain. One is block X, one is block Y. Block X is through miner A. Block Y is through miner B. Reason was there that they solved the nonce at the same time. But it has been recognized with the sync call only. So sync call is being done after a fixed amount of time. Okay. Now you see, they need to choose one. Which one is easy to delete or which one is easy to discard? What should I discard? 50 pair or 30 pair? What should I discard? 50 pair or 30 pair? Which is better to discard? Which is better to discard? 30 pair. 30 pair. So now which block is this one? Which block is this one? Block Y. Block Y is associated to which miner? Miner B. So I say here block Y will be discarded by the synchronization call, and this is known as orphan block now. Okay, so now you see this is being discarded. So these all 30 peers will be also updated by block X whenever the time comes. Meanwhile, all those transactions which were part of orphan block, listen this carefully. Let's say I have total 1000 transactions that were part of orphan block. Now they all will be transferred to the unconfirmed transaction pool. They all will be transferred to the unconfirmed transaction 2. So now you see in this case what is happening. In this case, this example you see. Can you see here block 3A and block 3B? Can you see here? Block 3A and 3B. So this is being discarded and it is known as orphan block. So this being sent to back to the unconfirmed transaction so that the same state remain with the blockchain. Okay. I hope now you understand this concept. What is the orphan block? So what will be your answer? If you want to give in 2 lines, what is orphan block? What is orphan block? But how you can define this? Discarded block? Yes. Discarded block? Correct. So in case you see if 3 miners are doing at the same time, so same thing happen will that only one will be chosen as the final block. Correct. Now proof of stake is having the orphan block or not? Proof of stake is having the orphan block or not? No, they are not having. It is not having. And also, let me tell you one thing. Earlier, Ethereum was Ethereum 1.2. 1.0, Ethereum 1.0 was using proof of work. That time, orphan block was known as uncle block in the Ethereum. See, in the Bitcoin, the name is always same. In the Bitcoin, this name is always orphan block. But in the block, Ethereum 1.0, it was known as uncle block. But now if you see Ethereum 2.0, that is following up proof of stake. So it is not having, I'll say no uncle block here. So I'll not say no orphan block. I'll say no uncle block here. Okay. Will time to get 51% approval will be higher in this case? Yes, Rajesh, this time it will be higher. This time it will be higher because two blocks were floating over there and then synchronization call was there. So the discussion has also happened. So it can take more time. So that is why you see the time that is 10 minutes given, that is only average time. It's not always fixed. You'll get 10 minutes only. It can be more than that also. It can be less than that as well. So it depends on to the runtime conditions. Okay. Do we all got the clarity of the orphan block and uncle block? Have we got the clarity of orphan block and uncle block? Any question as of now? What if when block Y also have 50 pairs at the same time? Shambhu, that time it will be choosing randomly. One of them will be chosen randomly. And it's good part you have asked this question. So that time it will be choosing randomly. Changing the complete consensus algo of a crypto is just like remaking the crypto itself, or it needs only some modification due to which the complete consensus algo is changed, talking about Ethereum. And Anshuman, in that case, they do the forking. Forking means that, let's say, what happens? Obviously, the previous things we cannot change it. So I assume that till Ethereum 1.0, they have 1000 blocks. And after this is 1001. So whatever they are doing, they are changing with this block, not with the previous block. Whatever they are doing, that they are changing with 1001 block. So whatever policies they have, they're implementing into the current, but the older version, they are not, I'll say, changing or something. So this is like shifting from one protocol or one consensus algorithm to other. Soft forking. Correct, Dharmesh? So I do have some questions with you. How is Bitcoin address generated? how is Bitcoin address is generated. You have four options: hash of public key, hash of private key, hash of the person's name, hash of any random value. So correct, hash of public key. So this is hash of public key. Bitcoin address is always generated with the hash of public key. Okay. What does a Bitcoin block header consist of? So you read it carefully. What does a Bitcoin block header consist of? So as of now, I am getting A as answer. C and 1. So let me show you the A is correct one. A is correct one. C, version, previous block hash, Merkle root, timestamp, difficulty, and nonce. See, this is carrying nonce as well. So it's like it is carrying majorly all the options. So that is why A is chosen here, not C or any another answer. Ashwin, difficulty is that is having some values, what will or how the nonce will be solved. So this is based on that when I say that difficulty. So difficulty doesn't mean that it will be decided on the basis, okay, make it complex or make it increase or decrease. So it is having a value on based of that nonce is calculated. So it will be, let's say I have a number, I say 0, 0, this, and one I say that difficulty, this is XXX, which is which one you think which is more complex to solve? Which one you think is more complex to solve if we talk about some puzzles or something? So this is all about the digits. This is all about the digits. So this is this kind of difficulty level we achieve into the case of Bitcoin. How frequently is the block mining reward is halved? I think this you will give me the correct answer. It should be having the correct answer with everyone. B. Yes. The last halving happened on this. I'm asking you. When was the last time the halving happened? April 24. April 24. Okay. Which of the following statements is true in the context of Bitcoin? Which of the following statement is true in the context of Bitcoin? Miners must solve a mathematical puzzle to generate a block with leading zeros. Correct. Correct. All of you are correct. Let me show you this thing, atomic wallet. Okay. So this is also, one of the wallet here. So this PDF I'll share with you all. First you read the statement and then I'll take you to the document. So whenever you get the time, you can try this. So you are a blockchain expert and have been asked to download and set up the atomic wallet to conduct a transaction of Bitcoins. Just a second. I think my screen is not visible. Okay. Yes. To download the and configure the atomic software or wallet, create a new atomic wallet, explore a transaction of bitcoins and other currency using the atomic wallet. I think same kind of task I have given to the Exodus as well. So you just can go through it. So this is the website, atomicwallet.io. You can download it, and you see this is available into multiple operating system: Windows, Mac OS, Ubuntu, Debian, Fedora. Similarly, onto the applications as well. So this screenshot is for the Ubuntu machine. So in our case, it will be very simple into the case of Windows. So you do not need to follow all those steps if you are onto the Windows machine. But in case you are onto the case of, I'll say, Ubuntu platform, so you'll be following the same path. And once you have it, so you can create a new wallet. You can provide the password. This is like a sign up process. Once you provide the password, you will open the wallet there, and you'll be able to see. You remember in the Exodus also we were seeing the same kind of thing. Bitcoin, all other cryptocurrencies and everything. So explore a transaction of Bitcoins and other currency using Atomic Wallet. So that you can do some conversion. So here you see in the screenshot, 200 USD has been converted to Bitcoin. Similarly, the Indian currency as well. Then click on swap from the left panel. Swap is what? Changing from one currency to another currency. So this we are trying with the 10 ether to the Bitcoin over there. So this price might be have increased this time. So after this, you need to go through the NFT gallery. NFT is your non-fungible token gallery. There you can see something related to the how to buy a NFT. So transaction can only occur if there are enough Bitcoin. So just a exploration. So one of the one of the another wallet you can try. So this entire PDF I'm sharing, and plus link as well. So in case you want to try it right now, that also you can do. Let me give this link. Ashwin, the swapping works with the current price of the market. So whatever is the current price, I will be getting the equality to that. And these exchanges are responsible to perform that task. Yeah, in case of blockchain. So these exchanges are working for me. So every cryptocurrency can be converted to other cryptocurrency. So market price is already set for the same. Anshuman, we do not need to download the Ubuntu or anything. We do have labs with us. So actually, when we are working with the Hyperledger Fabric, that is only workable into the Ubuntu. So we are having lab machines. Those lab machines can be used for the same purpose. We do not need to do any kind of installation or something. So we will be going to our portal, and then we will see the lab. Shruti, it is almost same only. It is almost same only. Just it is your choice, like which particular wallet you want to choose. And let me show you this thing as well, because might be some people are not aware of the PPTs and everything, and I'll show you the labs also. Just a second. So you have your all LMS there, and I'm logging into my portal. So as of now, what do we know about the Ethereum blockchain? So this Ethereum blockchain is also coming into the category of what we can say public blockchain. But how it is different from the Bitcoin? So we do have two, three differences we can easily see. The one is it is right now working on proof of stake. This is having only transaction fee as reward money. It is also giving us opportunity to what we can say this opportunity for the creation of programs. So that programs are known as smart contract. smart contract. Maybe you have heard this term multiple times into the blockchain world. So we can make the contracts over there, smart contracts there. As reward money. Okay. And also now you can see this is something combination of cryptocurrency plus smart contract. So I'm writing SC for the smart contract. Also, when we talk about that, the community is known. Community is known means, so this is not like an anonymous one. So we do have very renowned, I can say, stakeholders into the Ethereum community. So this community is known. So I can say that by default, trust is also there. Okay. And can I say that this is second highest cryptocurrency right now in the market? Ethereum. Can I say that it is second highest cryptocurrency into the market? So yes, this is also one of the fact, and they have achieved it very soon as in comparison to the other cryptocurrencies because of the concept of the smart contract. Then in the next case, you see one more thing we see, the Ethereum also give me the support for creation of NFT, or even I say FT. FT stands for fungible token and non-fungible token. So we are able to create these two as well by the help of the smart contracts as well. So these are some things that we already understand with this. And with the help of proof of stake, we know that there is nothing like no uncle block. And in this case, no parallel block creation will happen. So these all things we are already aware about. Okay. Now, in the same case, you see, is it payment cryptocurrency or only utility based token currency? Uh, if you're Rajesh, if you're talking about payment as in payment cryptocurrency, yes, we can make it both the way we can have it. So Ether can also be done. Non-fungible tokens can also be done. So both are possible here. All right. So now we know that what is the cryptocurrency for Ethereum? This is Ether. So have you heard about EEA? Have you heard about EEA? Maybe not. So this is actually Enterprise Ethereum Alliance. So this is a community. Now, what kind of community? What kind of community? See, we know that Bitcoin is having very high price, but on the back of our mind, it is also there that we still not aware who is the owner. uh what we are still afraid one day they will come and they'll close everything, but these kind of assumptions are always there. Now when I say Ethereum, so I go with this same thing. This is the term that we are using, enterprise Ethereum Alliance. Yes, this I'm looking for. Now you see what is this term. So I'm just sharing this link also, I'll share. In this case, you see how many members we have and what kind of member we are seeing. Okay. So now you see what names you can see: Microsoft, Santander, Razorfish, Arcai Capital, Block App, Consensus. This is also one of the company. Ethereum Foundation, obviously, and EY. I believe all of the name you have already heard of. So now you see these all are part of this alliance, Enterprise Ethereum Alliance. So when I say whenever they are taking a decision, in that decision, these all members are part of this. These all members are part of this. Can I say that because of these big names, I do have more trust now into the community? Because of these big names, can I say that I do have more trust into the community? Can I say that? So yes, now it's like that. If we compare it from the Bitcoin and if we compare it from the Ethereum, so we come up that okay, the now I have some kind of reluctant things onto the Bitcoin. I know the prices are very high, but what is the future? We are still unsure. But when I come to the Ethereum, because of the, you see all the ecosystem and everything takes us with the having more understanding and more trust factor over there. So this is the beauty of Enterprise Ethereum Alliance. So you should, read this. What is the membership FAQ? How to become a member? So these things we should go through. I'm sharing this link as well, and I am putting up in the chat plus in the document also. So whenever you get time, so you go through this. Okay. Do we have Anshuman, for this we do not have white paper. If you are asking the Bitcoin one or the Ethereum, no white paper. So they are they've given everything into the documentation. I'll share that documentation. Okay. So now this kind of collaboration, it gives us more trust with the same. Now similarly, you see, if we see the applications, multiple these domains, the people, you see JP Morgan, they are from the finance background, healthcare, energy, technology, banking sector. So we'll see multiple players into the same domain. So Intel is also part of this. Rajesh, yes, correct. But now they are also looking for a decentralized solution. Not for everything. See, once we come up with an understanding of all kind of blockchains, we will ultimately conclude that blockchain is not solution for every problem, but it is solution for few problems, and in that case blockchain is the perfect solution. So this is we can say a customized theory. Everywhere we cannot put blockchain, but there are some scenarios where blockchain is the ultimately a very good option or very good solution. So these companies in every, they have at least one project which is working into the blockchain domain. So you see Intel, Microsoft, JP Morgan, Accenture also we are seeing here. Similarly, you see BNY Mellon. This is also a good group. So these features we receive from the same second. Now I come to the smart contract. I come to the smart contract. So as of now, I just mentioned that smart contract is what? It's just a program. It's just a program. But if I compare this program with any another language program, it is entirely different. Not in terms of syntaxes or something. Obviously, syntaxes will be different, but in terms of running, in terms of deployment. So we'll see today how it is different. Now, when I say languages, so there are three languages that we use majorly into building up the smart contract. One is Solidity, one is Julia, one is Viper. And if you see the market, in the market, Julia and the Solidity is doing good. And we are going through the Solidity into our course curriculum. So we'll be learning the same part here. Okay. Now, before I explain you the theoretical part, let me take you to the how does the smart contract look like? How I am saying it is different. So what I am doing, all of you see it very carefully because I know that some of you are not from the programming background, but we'll understand it in very, very easy language. These are what percentage is built in Solidity. Rajesh, it is not about the percentage. I can say that if I need to give a probable idea, so I can say that most of the IT companies, they are looking for, I can say that they're looking for the Solidity engineer. But even if you have the experience with the Julia, you can apply for the blockchain engineer role. So for especially for the Ethereum, uh, I have seen JDs in the India. It Solidity is always preferred, and also with the Canada and in some European countries, especially with the research group, they ask the Julia as well. Okay. Okay. Now see what you need to do. What I do now, I open this a website into incognito mode, and I'll explain it why I'm doing it. So I'm doing Control Shift N and remix. See, this is the website, remix.ethereum.org. Let me put up here as well, remix.ethereum.org. So you see my screen first, then I'll give you time to do as well. See, first you will get up some, cookies you need to accept. So I click on accept. Now you see first option you are getting here. In order to understand your need better, we would like to know how you typically use remix. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So you choose here the correct option. So we will be going with the learning because we are at the learning stage. I click on that. So this is giving me a tour of the interface. You see here. So this is a welcome icon. I click on next. This is Solidity compiler. Compiler means checking all the errors. Deploy your contract. I'll tell you what is deployment. So this is my interface which I am getting for the program. Now you see there are certain terms that we will be using with this. One case, so we know that what is folder. So in Solidity or in Remix, I should say, Remix is workspace is a term that is given to the folder. Okay. Now, in this case, you see, when we say workspace folder, now in that case, what will happen? What is Remix? Remix is a IDE. IDE is what? Integrated Development Platform. So I can build my entire program onto the same platform. Earlier, it was available into two versions. Desktop. Desktop means I need to install the software in my system. And now it is more famous with the web-based version. So what is the beauty of the web-based? I do not need to do installation. I'll just put up remix.ethereum.org and it will be workable. Okay. Now in this case, let me make it zoom like this. Can you see a contract folder here? Yes, Anshuman, correct. Just like VS Code. Can you see the contract folder here? Contract folder, all of you. Contract folder. Now, whenever you are making a program, a new program, it should be inside this folder. It should be inside this folder. Okay. And what is the extension of Solidity file? This is .sol. So maybe whatever name you are giving, you can give it something, let's say first.sol or any another name you can give. So let me try to make a folder here or a file here. So what I can do, I can right click and you see here new file and I name it first.sol and I click on enter. So when I click on enter, now you have one page here. You have one page here. So this is the place where you need to write the program. This is the place where you need to write the program. Okay. Now what we have seen, but you see by default, you are having only one folder. Folder is what? Workspace. Default workspace. So I can create my own folder as well. Let's say I click on this like here. Can you see this create blank or create using this and everything? So I'll go with the create blank. I go with the, see how to make a new folder. Click on create blank and let me name it January 25. Click on OK. And you see here, this time you're not getting anything, no sample or anything. So you can directly start creating there as well. So now what I can do, there is nothing like a contract folder. So that time that is okay. You can just create it like this, new file. So I will be making it, let's say second.sol. So that also you can do, or another method, click on workspace, create using template. I click it again here, create using template. So there also I can choose something like this. So later on we will try all these things here. Right now we are not doing anything with the sample. See, can you see here basic and blank, generic one? These two, basic and blank. So blank or basic we can choose. Let's say I can go with the basic also. So this I name it January 2025. I click on OK here. Now you see. Can you see the contract folder now? Can you see the contract folder now? Contract folder. See the panel there. contract folder. So I will be making my file here. So what I'm trying to say, whenever you are creating a new workspace, what you will be choosing, either you can go with the blank or you can go with the this generic template that is basic. This open Zeppelin and everything we will use later on. Okay, not right now. This is actually used for the uh, fungible token and the non-fungible NFT creation. So when you're using these samples, that time you will be using this. Okay. So right now we will be working on to the either this basic one or this blank one. Okay. Now you see why I have asked you to run on the incognito mode. Now, whatever I'm saving here, what do you think where it is stored? I created a file. Let me go back to this January 25. I created a file second.sol where it is saving. What is the location of this file? What is the location of this file? So it is being stored into my browser's memory. So do we understand the cache memory of the browser? Cache memory of the browser, it is saving all the cookies and everything. So in case I delete history of my browser, see, if I go with the control H, I do the history thing and I delete everything, my all the files will be deleted. So what is advisable? Now I'll show you I'll show you my Chrome browser. Now you see here, this time I'm opening Remix here. So this is not incognito mode. Now in this case, Jagdish, will that be saving in login credentials? Yes, Jagdish, correct, correct. So whatever account you have logged in from. Now, can you see multiple workspaces here? Can you see multiple workspaces here? So everything is stored into my browser's history. Everything is stored into my browser history. Let's say I go with this July batch. I click on the contract and you can see multiple files here. You can see multiple files here. So these all programs are saved here, but this is part of what? This is part of my Chrome browser's history. And now you'll be asking, what if I delete? So everything will be deleted. So it is better to take the backup of this. How I can take a backup? Now let's say I click on this July batch. Can you see this download option? Can you see this download option? The right click I have done. I have right clicked onto the workspace and there is a download option. So with this, I can download it offline as well, or I can go through a GitHub also. Have you heard about GitHub? Have you heard about GitHub? So in the GitHub, I can also publish. So I can use directly connectivity from, from my remix to the GitHub. Okay, those who have not heard, I'll just show you how does this look like. So GitHub is we can say, a online platform that allows you to save your programs and everything. And it will also allow you to create the version control as well. So multiple organizations uses it, or they can, they can also use a competitor of the same as well. So in this case, you can make your account and you can also store your all the programs there. So what will happen in that case? Remix will be directly connected to the GitHub, and when it is connected, by default from the same option, I will be uploading onto the GitHub. Correct? In case of GitHub, do we need to make it public repository? No, Ashwin, this is entirely up to you. You can make it private as well. You can make it private as well. All up to you. So I normally, what I do, I download in my system. Normally I download in my system. So Nilashwari, commit we need to do from the GitHub only. It will be uploading. Commit we need to do it from the GitHub. Can we also import the existing Solidity program for GitHub? Yes, Vidya, that also we can do. So we do have, you see, open a file from a system, upload a folder. See, there is an option. This you can do from your local system. Similarly, you can link it with sign into the GitHub. Can you see this? As of now, I have not signed in. So once I have signed in, that time I'll be getting all the choices. So I have not linked it as of now. I used to download it into my system only. Can we not store in our machine to begin with, so that it's not stored in browser history. By default, Ashwin, it will be stored in browser history by default, because this is a web-based platform. And later on, you can take the backups. Saksham, earlier there was software version, but right now it is not working. Earlier there was a software version also. So let me show you Remix desktop. Or maybe you can try this older version as well. You can try this Electron app. I'm sharing this link, Saksham. If you want to try, you can do that. But I prefer to work on this because we need to do, MetaMask connectivity and everything. That time it is more workable for us. Okay. So as of now, whenever you are writing your programs, I'll advise you that make sure that you're taking backup of this, or you're not just deleting your history like that. And if you're doing it in incognito mode, it will not be saving anything. Okay. Because ultimately the memory that is being used here, that is the cache memory of your browser. Now, do one thing, all of you do one thing. All of you do one thing, at least to be familiar with this. Open Remix in your system. Open Remix, create two workspace, name you can take any one. Try deleting one workspace, create Solidity file in workspace, try to download workspace in your system. Okay, very small exercise. Just I wanted to sure that you are opening you're being familiar with the tool. Then I'll tell you how to write the program and everything. Does every Jagdish, remix on incognito mode means when we open our browser in incognito mode, that is not saving any kind of a cache memory, or that is not recording anything. So if you're not recording, your program will not be saved. Does every blockchain has their own ID for the smart contract development? Yes. Yes, Sudhesh. Like Hyperledger Fabric, there we can work with the Eclipse also. And also, we can run the Solidity program in Visual Studio as well. So that is also possible. So it's not like that fixed. It is that some options are available, which one you want to choose. Like for example, Python is workable in Anaconda also, Jupyter also, or you can go with the Google Colab. So we are using here web-based one, that is Remix. Okay, so let me give you this link again, remix.ethereum.org. Make sure you open the correct link. Okay, remix.ethereum.org. Just do this small exercise. So you need to open Remix, create two workspace, any name you can give. You need to delete one workspace. Deletion I have not told you, so you need to explore this. And then create a Solidity file in the workspace. Make sure you are giving the extension as .sol to the Solidity file. And then try to download a workspace. Okay. Learning. Shijan, choose the learning one. So you can go with the learning one. So this will be asking only one time. Next time it will be storing all the features for you. So it is displayed on the Word file what you are supposed to do. Yes, Jagannath. Jagannath, you share your screen, I'll guide you. No problem. You share your screen, I'll guide you. That will be better. So you have the rights to sharing as well. Yes, I can see your screen.
Yeah,
So,
I'm in this page.
so you already created a workspace, right?
No, I've tried, but I don't know what I'm doing.
Okay, no problem. Let's click on this workspace on the below the file explorer, left hand side, top file explorer.
Ah,
There is workspace. There is three lines. Three
yes.
lines there. Three lines. Workspace. Yes. Click on this. You click on create using template. Create using template. And then can you make it this remix AI down? Remix AI that is popping up on the
Okay.
right hand side. Right hand side. There is a window appearing like this now.
Yes.
Just make it down. There is a icon there, arrow kind of thing. Yeah. Now click on this basic create. Create. Yeah. So you can name it whatever you want to give. And click on OK.
Initially, workspace as a new Git
No,
repository.
that is fine. That is fine. We are not initializing anything as
Okay.
of now. So now you see you have a contract folder there.
This
Second one, second folder. Scroll
this
down,
one.
down, this one. Right click, new file. So this you can name your Solidity file. Okay, Solidity file.sol.
Dot.
SOL. Enter. So this is the space where you can write the program.
Okay. I'm not a programmer.
So I'll give you the code and everything. Don't worry. So basically, we are understanding how this platform works.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
So we slowly will. Hmm?
This much I had to do. This is my work, right?
So I asked you to create two workspaces and then also explore how to delete one workspace.
Okay. Can I do it now?
Yes, yes, you can do it. See, there is an option. Okay, you create the other one, then we'll delete.
Okay. What do I have to?
So any name you can take. So this is
Another name.
basically naming a file. Every time, just you need to make sure you are taking extension as .sol. Nileshwari, no, we do not have any as such rules. So you can take it and you can take the space as well.
Okay. So now I can download it also.
Yes. So this is, you need to right click on this JD1, right click. So this is for downloading. Okay. This is done. Downloading part is done. Now
Yeah.
you try to delete one as well.
Okay. So
Right click on JD Jan again. No, I'm talking about entire folder will delete. Now click on that workspace thing where we got this thing now, that lines. Yeah. Click on delete. click on OK. So it
Which
is
one I have to delete it is?
This is deleting your JD Jam,
Okay, okay.
your current workspace. If you click on OK, now you see, you go to that drop down list. Click on this Jagan Jan. So you see you are not able to see that another workspace. Click again. Only basic, and this is available.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, I've done it,
Okay.
right? Thank you.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, how to upload this folder to GitHub? Have
Can
you
you-
connected to the GitHub Fikrini? Jagannath, you can stop sharing your screen.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Have you linked to the GitHub? Log into the GitHub and then you will see that option. Okay. Jagdish, can I help you somewhere? Not finding any option to import the downloading. Ashwin, have you connected it with your GitHub? Or you want to do it too from your local space? From local. So local you can easily do. Let me try. See, open a file from your file system. So if I click on this, let me have something before. So let's say I download this 2.4 into my system, into the download section, and I have this open a file from your file system. I go to the downloads and you see. So this is asking me to overwrite, or maybe I can rename it as well. Let me rename it. I make it sample or something. Sample. Okay. Now, if we go back to the remix, upload it, go to the download sample, and you see this is here. Oh no, I think we'll be doing the one file. Jagdish, I believe you created with the blank. So in the blank, you will be not be seeing anything like that. So that is okay. So when you are making the workspace, there are two choices, blank or basic. So if you're choosing the basic, you are getting all these folders. If you are choosing the blank, then it is a normal creation. So even that is okay. So you try with this basic one. And you see, Ashwin, I think we can do it with the upload folder as well. Upload folder. Try this uploading folder as well. See, whatever exercises we have with the Ethereum, I'll advise all of you to please do that. You might be thinking it is very small exercises, but it is actually building your basics for the understanding the program and everything. In case anyone finding any issue with this, please let me know. I can allow your screen share and we can mutually solve it. I'll be helping you out onto the same. Yes, Suresh, I can do that. So in this case, you see, I asked you to make a new workspace. So how we can make it? So maybe I can start from the beginning. So this will be remixethereum.org. Initially, you will be getting an option like which one you want to have, learning or that platform. Maybe I can tell you that as well. So let's say first time if you're opening Remix, this will be looking like this. You will accept it. From this, you will choose learning, discovering Web3 development. I click on next, next. This is just taking a tour for me. So this will be your default thing. Okay. Now, what you can do, you do not need to do it in incognito mode. Just I did here. You will go with like this only. You click on this, create a workspace using blank, a template. Click on the basic project. You name it whatever you want to give. Let's say I'm giving January 2025. Click on OK. When you have this kind of thing, you got a workspace. There you see you have a contract folder. Right click this and create a new file. Name it, let's say first. This is your program name. Give a extension first.solidity and click on enter. So this is the area where you will be writing the program. Then I ask you to make 2 workspaces. So let's say I am making one more. This is basic again. Let me name it February 2025 and I click on OK again. Maybe I can create one more file here. I'm naming it second.sol. Okay. Then I asked you delete one of the workspace. So how I can delete? Let's say I want to delete February. I want to delete February. Now in this case, what I'll do, I'll right click and not right click, I'll go to this one. These option, you see, workspace actions. I click on this and click on delete. This is delete workspace. It is asking me, are you sure you want to delete the current workspace? I'll say okay. This is being done. Now you see in this case, I am left with only my one created one. The other February is deleted from there. So I have given you task of, you see, creating 2 workspace, we are done. Deleting one workspace, we are done. Creating a Solidity file, yes, we are done. And the last one, let's download it. So for downloading, right click and click on download. So when I do this, so it is asking where you need to save. So I click on, let's say I choose my location downloads. Maybe it is directly downloading in your system. So this is just setting of our system only. Same you can check up into your system as well. So let's say I choose into my system. I go to the folder location and you can see this is available here into zip format. So I extract here and I click on this. So you'll be able to see the entire folder here. See, this is the entire folder. If I see contracts, so I'll be able to see the files as well. Okay, so this much I have done. Let me delete this from here. It's not having anything. I hope now it is clear. Suresh, okay. Okay, I missed the questions. Ma'am, can you just repeat? Suresh, I'm done. It allows download workspace in GIF format, but no option to upload the same workspace. Upload folder will upload zip file. Correct, Ashwin, you're right here. How to use GitHub. Anshuman, you need to link it with your GitHub account. Link it and then you will be, following up the repository and everything. What is connect to the local file system option? So then you can make a hyperlink or make a link to your, this one you're saying, na, Ashwin? Or where you're trying this? Which exact option? Let me see this and then I should tell you. Satyadeep is done. Ma'am, if we accidentally no, Shijan, it is not possible. So if you're, be very sure onto this. So I remember I have not deleted my history since, I don't know how many years. I always take the backup and still in mind, I have this. What is repository? Anshuman, which repository you're talking about? GitHub repository or any another? In GitHub. So GitHub is basically, it's a collection where you store everything. So it's like a storage system. It's like a storage system. So we Instead of folders, we call it repository. Yeah, you can say that, but for the programming, it allows you to have the same version. How many of you are done with this task now? How many of you are done with this task? Nileshwari is done. Saksham, Rajesh, Sarvanan is also done. Sudhesh is also done. Fikrini, Jagdish, Dharmesh, Purnesh, Shruti. Perfect. Perfect. I believe all of us are done. Ashwin is also done. Right. Right. Correct. Now let me show you something. How beautifully we can run with the remix. I come here to my on remix. Let me give you a very small program. I do not want to scare you. Not this one. Okay. So I take this from here. I create a new batch. So new batch here, and I make it basic, name it actually January 25, 2025. Click OK. Go to the contract, new file, and I give it hello world. Hello world.sol. Okay. I put a program here. No, not ask. CI. And I'll cut it short as well. I just give a variable string message. I'll tell everything. Don't worry. You do not need to scare about this. We'll make the programming very simple. Hello world. Okay, I put a semicolon here and I declare it public as well. Okay. So as of now, you see, I do have some 6-line codes, not exactly 6 lines. Let me make it 5. So 5 lines code I have. So code part we'll understand later on, but we want to see actually how this execution happen, everything. So now you see in this section, all of you see this. All of you see this. You created a workspace. You created a file. You named it .sol with the extension SOL. Whatever you want to name. You have some 4 lines codes here. You pasted there, one case. But what next? What next? Now you see in this case, can you see this Solidity compiler here, this green tick? Can you see this Solidity compiler here, green tick? I click on this. So I just changed my interface there. Now in this case, you see here in the Solidity compiler, what we want to do, there is something called as compile. Compile is checking that whether my program is having any error or not. Now, what I do, I show you something in this case. Let's say what I do here. In this case, there is an option auto compile. Can you see this? Auto compile. Auto compile. All of you. There is a check on auto compile. I uncheck this. You will decide what to do. Okay. Now intentionally I'm making an error. I'm writing something randomly there. Okay. Now, as of now, you are not seeing any error. I click on compile. Can you see the error now? Red line. Can you see the error now? The red line here. Okay. Now, one more thing I do. I delete this. I save it. And I again compile. Now, can you see a green tick? Now you can see a green tick. So green tick is all good to go. My program is having no error. Red line is that this is having an error. Let me make 2, 3 error. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just I'm randomly writing something. I click on compile. So again, you see this kind of symbol will appear. Now, what is the case of autocompile? So let's say I'm writing a program and I want that it should check me parallelly. So what I should do? I should do autocompile. I should do autocompile. Now you see I'm making an error. Suddenly it got changed. Can you see this? When I made the error, automatically it is updating here. So the green tick and everything is automatically coming. So which is better? Having the autocompile option or not? Which is better? Having autocompile option or not? Autocompile. So by default it is off. So you should make it on. By default it is off. You should make it on. And how to make it on? So you go to compile section. So there is something called as, I'll show it again. There's something called as autocompile. So you need to make it check over there. This is one case. So now can I say that my program is error free? Can I say that my program is error free? I can see the green tick with me. So this is running fine. This is working fine. But as of now, I do not have any output as well. Next section. Next section. Now you see, if we divide into the steps there, what are we are following? So first case, write the program, write smart contract. Second, compile it, check for the errors. Next, deploy it. What is deployment? Now we learn that. And then finally execute it. So we do have overall 4 steps. Anshuman, programming we'll talk about. We still need to understand all the lines. All the lines we need to understand. Okay. Now in this case, you see, move to the next tab. Next tab is deploy and run transaction. Can you see deploy and run transaction? Okay. Now in this case, Manisha, this is Solidity we are working on. Smart contract can be created with Julia, Whitepaper, and Solidity, and we are using here Solidity. Okay. Now in this case, you see you have been shifted to somewhere. Maybe you have heard about, for running the smart contract, you need money. Have you heard about? For running the smart contract, you need money. Have you heard about this? So it's not free. It's not free. It's not free. So, but the question arises, when I am learning, if I need to pay money, why will I run this? When I'm learning, why would I do this? And when you're making a software, that time also you need to see that, okay, I need to do multiple changes. So we need a dummy interface. We need a dummy interface. Now I divide this into one called as test network, one called as main network. Now test network is with the help of dummy ethers. Main network is with the actual ethers. So in which case you are spending the money in the main network. So can I say that once my program is finalized, once everything is sorted, only then I should shift on the main network? Can I say that? Once my program is all sorted, everything is done, testing is done, then I should go to the main network? So yes, the answer is yes. And don't worry, I'll tell you all the steps of going to main network as well. We'll learn everything. So it is like a demo smart contract. Yes, Anshuman, correct. Correct. Now, in the same case, you see, can you see here some 100 ethers? Almost 15 accounts are there. So as of now, in my account, you can see 1500 ether, but I'm not rich here. This is all dummy ethers. These all are dummy ethers only. So this is given to you to test your program as a test network. Okay. I'll also tell you how this is, how this money and everything is being decided. So all this will learn. So now I click on this deploy button. You can see orange color. Can you see this deploy button, orange color? So I will be clicking on this and you can see some green tick here. You can see some green tick here. Similarly, you see here, there is something appearing here. Similarly, you see here, something is appearing here and you need to expand this arrow. You need to expand this arrow. And there is something which I have taken in a program message. This is like a button. I click on this button. I got a green tick back. It has stopped somewhere. Let me come back again. So when I make it zoom, it is not going back. So let me run this hello world. So compilation is done. I go to the deployment section, click on deploy, expand this, and there is I am having message. So can you see hello world there? Can you see hello world there? Hello world. Something like a printing of my message. So this is the whole method how I executed my program. So what I did overall, if we see our steps, first we have written the program. This is some 4-line codes. Once we are done, then we make sure to the compile. Once the compilation is done, we got to the test network. We click on the deployment. And once the deployment is done, then we expanded it like this and we were able to see our output. So this is the method how we will be running the program. So in other programming languages, there is no step of deployment. There is nothing exists like a deployment over there. How do? We directly come up with this. So in our cases, in Solidity or in the case of Remix, we'll find 4 methods: writing the smart contract, compiling it, deploying it, and executing it. We have done deployment on which network? Test network or main network? I have done the deployment on which network? Test network or main network? Test network. So we will also learn how to shift to the main network as well. Okay. I hope this is clear to all of us. The message button we are seeing under deployed is a function. No, Sudhyansh, it is not a function, but still see, it is just a variable. I have taken only a variable. See, but still it comes like a button. We do not need to use print or no, Nileshwari, we do not need a print statement. Can repeat the demo. Yes, Anshuman, I can do that. What was the difference between and deploy and execute? Rajesh, deployment is taking my smart contract onto this test network. So after the deployment, I get to chance the execute. Execute is when I clicked on the message. Execute is the time when you're actually seeing your output. Deployment is the interface which aligning you the execution part. So in case it is on the main network, at that time, I need to do the deployment on the main network. Let's do it one more time. Those who got it, they can try it parallelly. I'm sharing the program as well. See what you need to do. We start from the beginning. So you have files like this. So you create a new file. Let's say I name it second.sol. I have the space here. I'll paste the code, save it, Control S. With the help of Control S, I'll save it. I'll make sure this is compiled successfully. So you can click on auto compile. Once you have this green tick, you move to the deployment section. In the deployment section, click on deploy button. Once the deployment is done, then you scroll down and you will be seeing this down here. I hope you can see this hello world thing. You can see this. So this you need to expand. Once you expand, then you get a button like this. You click on this button. You should be able to see a message which we have passed through this. Okay. Anshuman, I hope now it is understandable. Otherwise, you can share your screen. I'll guide you parallelly. Perfect. Okay. So all of you try this. See, as of now, we have not done anything with the program. We just making sure that we should be familiar with the IDE, the remix only. So there are more things to learn about this, and slowly, we'll be able to do that. Can't see the colors. Jagdish, you need to click on auto compile. Click on auto compile. Rajesh is done. Dharmesh is done. Vidya is done. Manisha is done. Great. Anshuman will do this. This is just a warning. We can ignore it. This is just a warning. I'll tell you why it is required. So if even if I, delete this from here, now I'll be starting getting this warning. So you see, this warning is coming like this. Ashwin is also done. Saksham is done. Shijan is done. Jagdish, can you share your screen? I'll stop mine. Sarvanan is also done. Great. Yes. So yes, actually it is not showing. Okay. You create a file, Jagdish, and name it SOL in small letters. Go back to your file. Go back to your file. Which file you created? Contract. This. Rename it. Yeah. Rename. Click on this pencil kind of thing. Make it SOL small. SOL small. Enter. Now go back to your second.sol, the file. Now see, color is appearing. Okay. Everything is good to go now. Who else is done? See, as of now, what we have done, we just have seen how this remix is working. And in this case, you see, we still need to know about the program. We still need to understand the test network, main network. And, later on, we'll also see how we will be connecting it with the our platforms like MetaMask or Coinbase. So all of these things we'll learn. So that's it for today. You see, we started with the Ethereum, and this chapter will have more practical exercises where we will be learning about the programming, and where we will be learn a brief of programming, and we will more be learning about the connectivity with the different platforms like Ganache, MetaMask, Coinbase, how to connect to the main network. All those things will learn out. All right. So these next two sessions will be focused on to the Ethereum blockchain. Uh, Anshuman, we can make a software for this. Software as in, when I'm making a smart contract, let's say I do have something called as a insurance smart contract, health insurance, land registry. So we can actually formulate the real life problems into the software. So when we are using it with the blockchain, that time the transparency, distributed ledger, decentralization, all of these things are coming together. So you might have heard about one of the IIT, they had their voting, their internal voting for some kind of members or something based on to the blockchain. And recently, I remember, I think I was going through Sandeep Shukla sir's LinkedIn post. So they just launched a attendance system based on the blockchain. That is again with the Ethereum. So this is the way how this Ethereum or the smart contract can solve the real life problems. So you can think of a problem and then you can convert into the program. So rather than having a centralized server program, I do have program that is based on the blockchain. So now you see, this is our course. Let me make it just bigger. Okay. So now you see the first course that we are meeting up. This is our fundamentals of blockchain. So in this case, we are going to talk about multiple things. Basically, theoretically, major part we are covering with the theory. I'm not saying we do not have practicals. We do have multiple exercises related to the practical as well. Then, after completing your fundamentals part, you will be taken with the course of Java. Java course will do. Then we will come to another course, that is applications of blockchain, or I can say blockchain applications and architecture. So in this case, this entire course is mainly about the programming, where we are going to learn how to implement Ethereum, how to implement Hyperledger Fabric, how to implement multi-chain and other technologies. Then in the last, we do have capstone project. So I'll be telling you what is the criteria to get the certificate of each. But this is, you see, this way we'll go ahead into our diploma course, our PG course. So you see, first we are meeting up here for the fundamentals. Then we'll come to Java, then blockchain applications and architecture, and finally with the capstone project. Okay, so coming back to the first subject, that is, or the first module, that is fundamentals of blockchain. Now you see what we are going to cover up here. So we do have some approximately 6 chapters, so 6 modules in this fundamentals of blockchain. What are they? So this course introduction is just a slight revision or a brief. What do we have exactly? Then we'll come up to understand what is blockchain, why do we use it, what are the applications, why it is being demanded into market, why everyone is talking about the same technology. Okay, then we'll come to the core concepts of blockchain, which is applicable in all type of blockchains. So you might be, you know this or not know that there are n number of types of blockchain. So whatever the common concepts we have, we will be going through this into the pillars. Then after this, you see, after doing this chapter, we will be coming to the next chapter, that is Bitcoin. So I hope everyone have heard about Bitcoin cryptocurrency. So it's not if you have taken this course, I'm very sure you have heard about this cryptocurrency, not others, at least Bitcoin. So we'll cover the core concepts of Bitcoin, uh, how the mining happens, what is the algorithms that working behind the scenes, or how does the future looks like for Bitcoin. So all those discussion we'll do here. Then after completing Bitcoin, we will shift to Ethereum blockchain. So Ethereum is one another blockchain where we are allowed to do programming. So programming is not allowed or not required in the Bitcoin unless you are the Bitcoin developer. But in the case of Ethereum, you can use it for general purpose. So let's say you want to build a healthcare record based on blockchain. So you can use Ethereum blockchain. You want to build a system of voting with the help of blockchain. You can use Ethereum blockchain. And once you're done with the Ethereum blockchain, you will also come to the next chapter, that is the enterprise blockchain. So enterprise blockchain is different from Bitcoin, it's different from Ethereum. So its mainly purpose is to use for internal organization or having customers. So we'll understand everything. So by end of this course, you will be very familiar with all those concepts of blockchain. You will be into the position of understanding. Okay, let's say in an interview, they're asking you, this is our problem. So according to you, which blockchain should be used? So that understanding will only come once you know all the types, once you know pros and cons of all kind of details. So this is our target. This is how we plan our fundamentals of blockchain. So this introduction to blockchain we are starting today. This second chapter, we can say, first chapter or first module is just a course introduction. So that we are doing, and then we will come to introduction to blockchain. Yes, Abhishek, this all we are covering up here. So we do have Bitcoin blockchain chapter. So we will talk about the crypto coin, liquidity, mining, everything. Okay. Now let me move ahead. So we do have, you all have got your LMS, your ERP kind of dashboard, There you can find out the e-content as well. I'll take you there. Whatever the PPTs I am covering, ebooks, e-content, everything is available there. And for every course, we do have some projects as well. So I'll tell you what is the requirement to getting the final certificate also, so that we also talk about. Okay, now I'll start with the concept. Before I move ahead, what is blockchain in your understanding? What is blockchain in your understanding? So whatever comes to your mind, please put up in the chat box. Let's make the session interactive. Whatever comes to your mind in terms of what is blockchain, please write up in the chat box. Anushalini, this is decentralization, chain of blocks, Sukhdev, transparent and decentralized, data block connected with each other. It is a kind of application applied to many domains. Ruchi, block and chain, which create the chain of data, a decentralized form of data recording. Okay. Okay. Abhishek, we are covering all those concepts. If you want to do in mining or something, that is your personal requirement. We are mainly here to understand the concepts and the technology. Blocks connected in a chain. It is mainly used to take cryptocurrency or token. Industry 4.0. Rashid, correct. Perfect, perfect. So I got multiple responses, and that is perfectly fine. You are very, very close to what we are actually defining the blockchain. Okay, so before starting this blockchain, we actually need to understand one concept. What is that? Client server architecture. Okay, so now what is client server architecture? So I take a very simple example. So I'll open a paint. Now in this case, let's say this is, I call up, this is my laptop. And on my laptop, what I am trying to do, I am logging amazon.in. So once I put the URL, that page is displayed to me. Okay. Then I am, ordering something, I am updating something. So every time this is happening, this particular my machine is acting as client. This my particular machine is acting as client, and ultimately when I say that this request is going to whom, this request is going to server. This particular request we are transferring from client to server. Okay, so it means in the case, yes Suresh, you will be. We can take these questions afterwards. Let's please concentrate on the concept that we are covering. I do not want you miss something. Okay, so what I was talking about, I was saying here, we are saying I do have client, I do have a server. So every time we make request as a client, let's say I want to surf a website, Amazon, Flipkart, Myntra, or any another website, Netflix. So that time I am acting as a client. My request is gone to server of that Amazon, of that company, of that product. And where is this data is stored? Data about me, data about my product, data about any another information. So this is stored into the case of this server. So every time request is coming from server and being targeted to client. Okay. Now, now one more case. So when I say data, where is my data? Where all the things are keeping up here. Now I'm saying that my entire data is recorded on what? On a server machine. So server is carrying all the data. So instead of calling it data, I call it the term centralized data. Now what is centralized data? What is centralized data? That we are keeping everything all together in a single machine. Maybe we can take backup of these servers. So let's say I have Amazon, and Amazon is creating a repository where the data is centralized. Similarly, we do have multiple backups also. Backups means we are creating a storage point as well. We do have the backup points as well. So this term has been taken from that side. So now in the case of client server architecture, we say that everything at one place. So my entire data is centralized. Now the another term with the blockchain, I'm saying this is known as decentralization. So decentralization. So what do we mean by this? Now you see in this case, what kind of things we are imagining here. So let's say I do take it something like this. So I call it block 1. I call it block 2. I call it block 3. Block 4. Block 5, and so on. So we have heard terms like blockchain. So blocks are connected with each other like a train, and this is actually storing the data. So when I say blockchain, what is the concept of decentralization? Why do we calling this? How it is different from the centralized one? So what is the difference between these two? Now in this case, I say I do have 100 nodes. I do have 100 nodes who are actually part of blockchain. So in this case, we discard the client server architecture. So no one is client, no one is server. The question arises, then where is the data? Where is the data stored? So data is actually stored at all 100 nodes. The data is stored at all 100 nodes. So I can say that this is just like a replication of data. So I'm saying the degree of replication has been increased or being induced in a such a way, we are calling it a blockchain. So that is why now this concept is not a centralized one. This is a concept where we am talking about that my data is being distributed among multiple nodes. So I am not only maintaining the part of the data, I am making multiple copies of the data, and these multiple copies of the data are being formed into the every node of the blockchain. So this is the concept. This is the very Sanjeev will talk about this also. Slowly, we are coming to all those concepts. Right now, we're just only talking about this is the concept of decentralization. But your understanding is right. Who is managing that? So every blockchain is different. Every blockchain is using different methodologies for that. But we'll talk about slowly on everything. Okay. So now, as of now, if I talk about, do you have clarity on centralized versus decentralized? Do we understand these two terms? What is centralized or what is decentralized? Do you all understand what is the centralized database and what is the decentralized database? Yes or no? Yes, got it. Okay. Okay. Now you tell me, Amazon is centralized or decentralized? Amazon is centralized or decentralized? Centralized. And when I say blockchain is decentralized. So again, if I just come to the overview of the same thing, now in this case, what we are speaking up here, so when we say data is stored only on the server device, this is centralized. When we say that my data is distributed among multiple nodes, this is known as decentralized. So we just take a very simple example. Maybe I can write this. So centralized is the data is stored on server. The data is stored on server machine. And if I talk about decentralized, data is, or I can say data is replicated at multiple nodes. So I should write up here, data is replicated at multiple nodes. So this is the concept that we are talking about. I hope those who have not got the clarity, they will be understanding that what's the node. Okay, Suresh, node means machines. Node means machine. Machine could be laptop, machine could be any another device. So whatever electronic device we are using to store the data, that is known as nodes. So for example, I am also part of the blockchain, so this machine is node for me. You're also working on blockchain and you have some data, so this your machine is also known as node. Okay, Abhishek, do you got the clarity now? Sandeep, I'll explain this different. So somehow it is same, but it is having a minute difference as well. Okay, perfect, perfect. So now we know the first term, that is centralized and decentralized. Now let's move further. So now you see what how this actually working in this case. So we will be talking about multiple things. One, what is multiple things? So one case you see, you have seen something like a decentralization. Then we'll talk about immutability. We'll talk about capacity. We'll talk about security. We'll talk about group consciences. We'll talk about the immutability again. Why? That I'll explain. Now, when I say that, what kind of applications we do have? Now, one example we'll take. Have you heard about Walmart? Have you heard about Walmart? So not in India. So US, it is having a very bigger market. Walmart is having very bigger market. So in the case of, you see, in the year 2019, so they actually implemented blockchain for the transparency into the system. For the transparency means they want to have a understanding the food items which are coming from farms or which we are coming from manufacturer, they're actually the authenticated one or not. So they implemented the same thing with the help of what? With the blockchain. So this is one of example where they have enhanced the transport and logistics into the case of blockchain. Similarly, now I come to the case of banking and finance. I hope one of the application you can easily give it with me. What is the one application of blockchain in the case of banking and finance? Banking and finance. What is the one application in the case of banking and finance? So cryptocurrency, or we can say some digital tokens based onto the blockchain. So yes, we do have all these decentralization of exchanges. Okay. Similarly, how many of you know this? One of Indian state already implemented blockchain for the land registry record. One of Indian state already implemented the blockchain for the land registry. Telangana, yes. Karnataka, yes. So you see, so in the case of this case, you see already we do have implementation of blockchain into the government sector as well. So I show you one thing. Maybe you can explore it later as well. So I'll give you reference for this because we are talking about the application. So we should be knowing that how we are taking nationwide efforts. Yes, this was the link I was looking for. Now you see, this is a government website. All of you can see my screen. Ministry of Electronics, Mighty and Information Technology, Center of Excellence in Blockchain Technology. Okay. Now, if you see the products we are talking about, so we have GSTS, correct, certificate chain, document chain, drug logistic chain, judiciary chain, property chain. So these all are name given as that certificate software or certificate application is implemented with blockchain known as certificate chain now. Okay. Similarly, I'll show you states. You see CBSC. So CBSC, we understand the document or the degrees or the certificates. Andhra Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Delhi. Karnataka, Maharashtra, Manipur, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Ministry of Justice, and Puducherry, this is a UT. Now, similarly, if you see what is in the proof of concept. So one of you was talking about GST. So you see Assam land records, blood bank, GST chain, public distribution system. And similarly, if I see other things you see, CBSE you can see, urban property, Karnataka board pre-university exam, birth and death certificate. So we know that multiple levels corruption exist into the birth certificate and death certificate. You also have multiple examples for that. Well, for the same, I do also have Karnataka Secondary Education Examination Board. And similarly, we can see something like a supply chain management system for medicines in the state Karnataka. So we do have multiple things. So this is, I'm not taking, I'll say I'm not taking my own record. This is the government record. And you can see the number of documents which is being arranged or which is being managed by this blockchain, that is also mentioned here. Okay, so you can go through this because we are talking about the applications. Let me give this link in the chat window. You can note it down, or otherwise I'm putting up this into the document as well. So this document I'll share. Okay, so we do have multiple applications with the blockchain. Correct, correct. Now, in this case, I'll come to, so we do have multiple applications in many another scenario. We do have one chapter as well where we are going to talk about these things in much more detail. But right now, why I'm not explaining this? Because you do not know the type of blockchain, how it is working. So before talking about the applications, to relate the things, it is better to understand the concept first, then come back to the same scenario. For now, we can understand, yes, we have a number of applications that can belong to transport department or logistics, media and entertainment, banking, finance, healthcare, life services, manufacturing, whether it is industry 5.0 or we are talking about industry 6.0, IT and telecom, or the government one. Okay. Now, do you have, or maybe have you heard about IOTA or Hyperledger? I'm not asking you know the concept or not. I'm just asking, have you heard about these two? Yes, no. So I do have mixed responses. I do have mixed responses. So this is, we can say what is trending in blockchain. So what is trending in blockchain? So these two keywords, IOTA and Hyperledger. So as of now, uh, in this case, IOTA is, I can say in this case, IOTA, when we are talking about, IOTA is actually a blockchain that is specially designed for IoT devices. So have you heard about IoT devices? Internet of Things? Any example of IoT device? Any example of IoT device? Smart watches, smart door. What else? What else? Kindle. What else? So these all are, Alexa, yes. So these all are what? IoT devices where sensors are working. So this blockchain is specially designed for IoT devices. So we'll talk about this IOTA into deep as well. Second case, Hyperledger. So this is a blockchain, but this blockchain is different from cryptocurrency. So no cryptocurrency is associated with this. So this is actually for implementation for software purpose. So the good thing is that in our curriculum, we are going to uh, learn Hyperledger Fabric in very, very detail so that we will be able to implement as well. So, but if I talk about which is a promising sector into the case of blockchain, so these two technologies, one linked with the IoT devices, one linked with the, we can say, permission blockchain. So I'll tell you what is the permission blockchain. Okay. What else? Okay, somebody asked me what do I mean by industry 4.0 or 6.0. So industry 4.0 was equipped with IoT devices. In fact, this is a very good term. We should talk about this. So one thing I'm saying, industry 4.0. Now, right now, what we are working with, this is industry 5.0. Then we say the future is industry 6.0. 4.0 was actually with the IoT devices. So we have sensors everywhere. Now you think of, maybe you have watched web series and everything. I think one of the web series was Family Man or something. So in this case, you see, so we do have kind of, let's say, a gas chamber, and we do have sensors over there. So we do not need a 24/7 observation or supervision. We have sensor devices to check that, okay, everything is under control or not. So initially, when we say, we were not having any kind of, sensor devices. So that time human involvement is required. And yes, there is more chances of being error as well, safety, security. But then we upgraded our industries, our manufacturing plants, our chemical plants, nuclear plants, and any other plant with the help of IoT devices. Currently, we shifted from industry 4.20 to 5.2. So this includes what? Number one thing, 5G, IoT, artificial intelligence, and yes, blockchain as well. But when I say future, what is future? Okay, what is the future of 5G? 6G, 6G. So already the research is being, going into the same direction. So 6G included there, and then we say that advanced AI, advanced blockchain. So these all concepts are included with the help of IoT itself in the case of Industry 6.0. So this is we are talking about. AI agents, yes, yes, Virat, that is also part of that. AI, basically, why I am putting up here, AI is artificial intelligence. AI stands for artificial intelligence. So when we say artificial intelligence, what do we mean by that? So we have a technology that, targets to train the machines in such a way that we have something, we call it that can take decision itself. IoT is what? Internet of Things. IoT is Internet of Things. Is it related to machine learning? Yes, yes, we can say, see, machine learning, deep learning, this is part of artificial intelligence. So when we say what is the broader term, the broader term is AI. Now, can I say that Alexa is working based on AI models? Can I say that Alexa is working, or Alexa or Siri is working on based on AI? So answer is yes. Answer is yes. One more question I can ask. So you normally go to Amazon, you're looking for, let's say, a sneaker, but you could not find a good match. You came back to your YouTube and you're finding the same kind of advertisement. So there also AI is working. So this is how machine learning or deep learning models are working. Okay. I hope this is clear now. Industry 4.0, 5.0, 6.0. We got the clarity? Perfect, perfect. Now let's move further with coming to our back concept, that is blockchain. So the trending terms we know, IOTA and Hyperledger, but as of now we just know it. We do not know bigger details with that, but we'll talk about this because this is our chapter 6, enterprise blockchain. So there we are covering this part. No, Sudmesh, this is only just example. This is just only two example. So what is that broader term? Broader term is public blockchain, private blockchain. So that is the category. Then every blockchain comes into this category. We are only talking about what is the latest one which is ruling into the market. So we have n number of types of blockchain. Okay. Okay. Now you see the structure. Now you see the structure. What you can see in this, all of you will be focusing here. We can see that one block is divided. Ansuman, IOTA and Hyperledger are platform to build, utilize blockchain technology to build application. Yes, Ansuman, correct. Okay, now you see in this case, you can see something. I have a block, okay? And this block is divided into two sections. So what are these two sections here? What are these two sections here? In this case, you can see this is header, this is body. This is header, this is body, okay? So I have taken an example that blockchain is actually collection of multiple blocks. That is fine, but that was all about, multiple blocks. But if we individually talk about block is having two sectors or two sections. One is header, one is body. Okay. Now, what do we mean by this? So when I say header is actually information about data. Header is information about data. Then I say body. Body is what? Body is a place for storing the data. Storing the data. I take a very simple example. Very simple example. So this is something like serial number or no, or I say roll number is 101. Student name is Ishu Sharma. The course is fundamentals. Organization is Simplilearn. So can I say that this is my data? Can I say that this is my data? All of you, the yellow highlighted part, can I say that this is my data? Yes, this is my data. Now this data I will be keeping into the case of body section. One case, this is the body section of what? Of block. But when I say that I need some additional information about the data, mark my line, I need some additional information about the data. So where I'm storing that data? Into the header set. So now you see a very simple structure of the block. Okay, we have a block into the blockchain. We are dividing into two portions. One is header, one is body. Body is carrying the data. Information about the data is stored in header. Correct? The information about the, yes, we call it metadata. So in the technical language, we say this information about data is actually the metadata. All right. Now, what is metadata? But what kind of data I require? Okay, I have data, but what kind of information I require into the data? So this is actually carrying up some information like version of block, hash of previous block, Merkle root of the block, timestamp, everything it is carrying up into the header section. Now, when I say what are all those things, so let me pick one value here. Let me pick one value here. Now I say in this case, I am taking up timestamp. Do you know what is timestamp? Do you know what is timestamp? Timestamp. Okay. So what is timestamp? So when I say timestamp, it is carrying date, time. All right. So if I talk about what is the time right now, so I say something, this is 1844. Today is 25th January 25, okay, plus there should be some seconds also, 20 seconds, some microseconds also, 50. So this is my entire time period. So that is covering up. And why do I require that? So one of the thing that we are including into the header is timestamp. So timestamp of what? Timestamp of creation of block. Timestamp of creation of block. How much time we have inject the data or change the data. Maybe you were trying to say something to identify the block. Correct. This is to identify the block here. So this is header is one of the things. So now if I in this diagram I talk about, so we have multiple things. So body of the block is actually data. The case of header is what? This is metadata. In the case of metadata, I have one example. Other things also we include, but one of the things we have talked about, this is timestamp. So timestamp, we can say that time recorded at the creation of block. At the creation of block. So I take one more example. Now let's say, coming back to the same story. Now in this say, if I say here, let me assume that in my blockchain, I do have only 3 blocks. In my blockchain, I do have only 3 blocks. Obviously, we have multiple others. So I'm saying here, this is also having header plus body. This is also having header plus body. This is also having header plus body. In this header, we will have, let's say, I only consider time 1644, or we have time 1844. Next block is created at 1845. Next block is created as 1846. So this is recording the time period at the creation of block. Now block is what? This is block 1. This is block 2. Maybe I'm calling it block 1. I'm calling this block 2. I am calling this block 3. Right? I hope now you got the clarity. See, we still need to talk about what all other terms here are included, but we only talked about in header section, we have a timestamp thing. Body section is all about data. Header is carrying everything related about the data. Correct? Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm sorry. All right. Now you see in this case, we only talked about header into the body sector. Now, similarly, you see, there is a term hash. All of you listen this very carefully. This is a very important and interesting concept. Now, what I'm saying, this is something like hash. Now, what is hash? So, I open a website that will give you an insight for this. Actually, we have exercise also. Now you see, can you see some changes here? I'm just putting full stop, I'm deleting it, putting full stop, deleting it, putting full stop, deleting it, and like this. I'm doing like this. Can you see the changes into the hash? Can you see the changes into the hash? All of you see it again. This. So something is happening with the hash. Now, how it is happening and what is hash actually? So we have a chapter where we'll talk about this. So we have something called as cryptographic algorithms. So this cryptographic algorithms calculate the hash of your data. So this hash is, what is this hash? This hash is an identity that your data has not been changed. Your data has not been changed. How this is happening, we still need to discuss. But as of now, we are only understanding the term. So term is what? Hash. Hash is created with the help of cryptographic algorithm. Algorithm means you can understand something like a maths is working. Using some formulas, using some theorems, ultimately I do have a hash. Now, this hash you see, if you see full stop, I'm deleting and I am putting like this. Can you find some kind of pattern in between? Can you find some kind of pattern in between? Is there any pattern exist? No, there is no pattern. It is something randomly appearing. I do not get anything how it is happening or how it is related to the something. Okay, so this way we do not know. But why I'm talking about hash. So in this case, changing even for some data. Yes, even we check. You see, if I put I'm Dr. Ishu Sharma, I put a one more full stop here. This is entirely changed. So this maths is not working on any kind of pattern. So it is impossible to get the hash values and everything. So this is in terms of security. Okay. So there is one term we talk about. This is all blocks are connected to each other. All blocks are connected to each other. But how this is possible? Now, in this case, you see, again, I give you that same example. I have 3 blocks. I'm naming it, let's say, This is block 1, this is block 2, this is block 3. All right. Now, this block, let's say this is my first block. It has some data. This is also having some data. This is also having some data. And also we talked about another sector is header. This is also header. This is also header. Data means it is part of body. Data means it is part of body. So the same scenario. Header section, we have one more term. Now what is that? For every data, listen this carefully. Let's say block 1 data, calculate the hash. Block 2 data, calculate the hash. Block 3 data, calculate the hash. Okay, this is fine. This is we are doing for the security. Now, when we are connecting our one block with another block, you see it like this, block 1 to block 2, how you are connecting with these? Block 2 is carrying, block 2 is carrying previous hash as well. Block 3 is also carrying previous hash. So previous hash means what? Which block is before the block 2? Which block is before the block 2? Block 1. Block 1. So this block 2 is carrying hash of block 1. Okay, now with the same concept, block 3 will carry the hash of which block? With the same concept, block 3 will carry the hash of which block? Can I say that block 2? No, only block 2. Yes, similar to the linked list. No, Anushalini, and so it will be only carrying the block 2. No cumulative adding. Only block 2. It will be carrying only to block 2. Now you see this example. See this one. Now you see into this case. So same, this thing we are talking about. Deepak, no, not first block. Now you see this diagram. Block 1 carrying hash of previous block header. This is carrying hash of previous block header. So which is the previous block? Block 1. Which is the previous block? Block 2. So this is how the blockchain is formed. So every block is having the information of previous blocks as well. Let me show you one more example. This will give you more clarity onto this. So sometimes, Shruti, if it is first block, so that time this value is null. In case it is your first block, that time this value is null. In case we have some value, it will be carrying that. Correct. Correct, Anshuman. So that is why, security comes into the picture. We go with one more thing here. Okay. Now you see this. What we do, I'm writing here, I am just writing here, this is block 1. This is block 2. Now I just click on mine. This is some automation and everything. What is mining we need to still talk about. You match this now. You match this. This hash and this. Do you find it is similar? Match this one. Do you find it is similar? Do you find it is similar? And why this is 0? Why this is 0? 0, 0, 0. Why they have written 0? Because this is first block. So it is not connected with any another block. So that is why it is being shown as 0. Okay, let me move further as well. Correct, Vidya. Now, let me go with the Genesis block. Yes, the term actually we use, this is the Genesis block. I click on this mine also. I click on this mine also. Now you match block 3 and 4 previous hashes. Block 3 and 4. Tell me it is same or different? Block 3 and 4. Match the previous hashes. Same or different? Same. Correct? Now it makes sense. Now you see the blockchain, how it is working. In this case, you see, so overall, what we have talked so far, that blockchain is collection of blocks. Every block is having two structure or two types. That is, one is header, one is body. Body is collecting the data. Header is collecting the metadata. One of the header or one of the metadata is timestamp. Another, we talked about the previous hash. Correct. I think it's all good to go with everyone. It's all good to go with everyone. What we talked about? All good to go? Okay. So we all are at the same pitch. Great. Now let me move further. Now, there is one more concept here. So, how this blockchain started. Merkle root we need to cover, Anshuman. Merkle root we need to cover. Because I want you should be knowing cryptographic algorithms first, and then we should come with that. So we'll talk about that. Okay. Now, the next thing I am talking about, uh, how many of you have heard about cryptocurrencies? How many of you have heard about cryptocurrency? Cryptocurrency. Okay. Anyone into the mining or anyone into, I can say that. So I believe Suresh, I'm completely into it. Okay. All right. So maybe some of you are investing or yes. Okay. Great. Great. So now I just want to recall a story. Now, what is that story? How many of you have heard about 2008 recession? That was something Lehman Brothers. 2008 recession. That was a global recession at the world level. So those who have not, they should actually read this. They should actually read this in case somebody, because I believe you have gone through. That was a major financial crisis. So in this case, what actually happened? Let me for you, if I'll believe you. So what happened that time? Because of their internal corruption and everything, they provided loan to the multiple people, those who cannot repay or those who cannot pay back, and ultimately multiple investors, they lost their money. The other people, those who were dependent on that banks, they actually lost their money, and slowly it actually turned up to a global recession. I remember a time even in India, multiple companies the same time, there was a company Satyam, so that also bankrupted. So it was a major hit at that time. So in this all situation, what happened? Somebody took the benefit. Now, who was that? That was actually the cryptocurrency, that is Bitcoin. Do you remember which year Bitcoin was launched into the market? Bitcoin was launched into the market. So 2008, we have a research paper kind of thing where officially these things were talked about. 2009, they actually implemented as well. And this was the same time period. At that time, what we were doing, we were having something like, okay, we have a something called as cryptocurrency that could be a alternative to these banking sectors, and where you can ensure your money, where you can ensure your transparency, everything. You do not need to pay to to mediators. You do not need to pay some resources to all those things. So you are the owner of your money. So likewise, this is being launched into the market. uh, Anshuman, white paper is actually like a research paper. I can show you this as well. Bitcoin white paper. So whenever somebody from industry, they are writing something about this. So this is known as white paper. Let me take you this. I'll share this link. You should go through this. Yes, this is the actually one. See this one. So you see this is a paper of 11 pages. And can you see this name? Satoshi Nakamoto. Have you heard about this name? Have you heard about this name? So this is known as originator of Bitcoin cryptocurrency, and or the owner of the we can say Bitcoin. So do you think it is who is this person? Who is this person? So do we know this? Do we know this? No, no. So this is actually anonymous identity. Still there exists, multiple stories about this. Who is Satoshi Nakamoto, or this is a group of people, this is a group of team, blah blah blah. So we have multiple stories behind that, but as of now we just know this name. So you see this paper and this email ID is just given like this, and this paper was launched or being published in year 2008. 2009 they actually implemented the blockchain. And can you see this diagram here? See this diagram. We have gone through the same kind of concept. We have gone through same kind of concept. Yes, we do not know what is Merkle root. We do not know what is nonce. We'll talk about this. But can you recognize this? Previous hash, previous hash, previous hash, block header. So it is not including any body here because this is only given a description about that. So let me share this link as well. You should be going through this paper, and in case you are not on some devices or something, I'll be putting this in Word document as well, so you can go through this and later on. So now why I talked about recession and everything. So every there is a story into the business that right time matters. And for them also, they actually picked the right time. When the entire world was going through this suffering, they took that time and they hyped it into that sense that this could be one of the other alternative of our finances for managing the finances. And today you see the Bitcoin prices are much higher into the same direction. Okay. So, but the term you say, correct, Anshuman, the good one. Now you see, when I say tokenization, so this tokenization is, one of the term, very, frequent with us. So you might have debit card, credit card, or on GPay also we do have a reward system. So sometimes that rewards can be converted to money, sometimes like a shopping points, sometimes like some extra discounts or something. So this is all, something which exists only digitally. Physically, it is not available. So now coming to the same point, cryptocurrency is not available in any hard kind of money. So what is the concept of cryptocurrency? What is actually the cryptocurrency? So cryptocurrency is, we can say, it is a digital currency. When I say digital currency, it means no hard copies available, or we do not have notes, or I'll go to a ATM or something. So we have some digital currency that is cryptographically managed. Cryptographically managed with the help of blockchain technology. So this is a term about that. Okay, similar to this, have we heard about NFT? Maybe you have. Have we heard about NFT? NFT. Gaming, those who are into the games or something, maybe they have heard about non-fungible token. Non-fungible token. Now, what is the difference between these things? What is the difference between these things? So this is non-fungible. I'll write down this as well. Non-fungible token, and another term is fungible tokens. Fungible tokens. So let me explain what is this. So basically, when we say tokens or tokenization, we do have two types of token in blockchain industry. One is NFT, one is FT. NFT stands for non-fungible token. FT stands for fungible token. But what are the example? When to use which one? So I take an example in this case. Uh, I'm a bigger artist. I know I'm not, but I can imagine. So I have made a painting, and in that painting, when I'm saying, I am associating some fungible tokens with that painting. Or I can say that I do have a copyright of something. Now, when I say painting, can I do it like that? I tear it in half and give one to somebody and one I keep. Can I do that? Can I tear my painting in two parts and sell half of the part of that and do that? No, not possible. Similarly, Now I imagine I am a music composer. So I have one song. This is being prepared. So can I sell some fraction of seconds of this song to somebody? Can I sell some fraction of seconds or fraction of minutes to somebody? No. So either this I can sell it completely or I cannot sell. So situation is like that. Either I can sell it or I cannot sell it. Okay. So this categories come into the case of NFT. So I explain again. So an NFT means something like what example we can take? Paintings, songs, patent. Patent, might be uh, copyright. So all these come into the case of non-fungible token. Okay. But when I say cryptocurrency, stamp, yes. When I say cryptocurrency, which category it should come? Fungible or non-fungible? When I say cryptocurrency, which category it should come? Fungible. Fungible. Why fungible? So I can do that. I have 10 Bitcoin. I can give one Bitcoin to my friend. I can, uh, you know, I can convert one Bitcoin to Indian rupees. So that is allowed there. So this is the two category we are making up. So fungible token is cryptocurrency. Okay. Fungible is cryptocurrency and non-fungible is something like where we are talking about that cannot be divided. Correct. But the lowest denomination is fungible, right? We can also change ownership of, can I say, just a second. You can split one Bitcoin as many parts and sell. Yes, Suresh, right? Exchange is possible, right? But the lowest denomination is fungible, right? Correct, Ashwin. So every blockchain, every cryptocurrency, this concept is different. Can I sell the same painting to many? No, Shruti, this is not possible. So this is like a, only one copy exists. We can also change ownership of painting, right? Yes, Sanjeev, that is the selling of the your NFT. Unique thing, it's like a copyright. Correct. Now I'll show you something. Maybe you have heard about this also. Nike NFT. Yes, this is the thing I was looking for. Shruti, I'll come back to this. Okay, now you see. Can you see the sneaker design here? Can you see the sneaker design here? So this, Nike actually, this is a very good shoe brand. They actually launched their design with the help of OpenSea Market, and they launched their NFT over there. Now, in case somebody wants to buy this, they can, but obviously they will not buy. But they created this NFT over there, and why they created just to make a, this is one of the I can say marketing agenda. And at the same time, when they launched this NFT, their share price market, hype like anything. Let me again tell you the difference between these two. We do have two types of tokens into blockchain. One is fungible token, one is non-fungible token. Non-fungible token is that cannot be divided. Non-fungible tokens are that cannot be divided. So examples I have taken: painting, songs, patent, copyright, or what else you can see, design. So all these comes into the category of NFT. If I talk about fungible tokens, that can be divided. So the only difference is divided or not divided. Anshuman, no, we cannot sell the screenshot or something. Everything is uniquely or cryptographically secured here. So this is all about security. Otherwise, you can, sue that company, or you can sue that person over there. What is the use of the shoes or product listed? Jagdish, in this case, I just mentioned that this was a marketing strategy by the company Nike. And in this case, just after the launch of their NFT, they got a very good high price market into the stocks. All these are managed by the Web3 wallets. Correct. Now, let me show you one more thing. Maybe you have also seen this OpenSea. Now you see something. Can you see this picture? Elder God or this. And below to this, can you see the price? Can you see the price? 0.5414 ethers. So everything is having price. Now let's say I want to launch my game and I want to have this character in my game. So I cannot take a screenshot. I cannot just save a copy or something. I need to buy this NFT. I need to pay this price. Then I can have it into my game over there. In case I do it anonymously or something, this company or the owner of this NFT, they can actually sue me or they can file a case against me. Correct, Ruchi? Correct. So I hope now you got the clarity between the case of fungible token and non-fungible token. Sanjeev, this all is managed by the blockchain only. These all tokens are managed by blockchain only. So this is NFT if if I'm talking about cryptocurrency, everything is working behind the with the help of blockchain concepts. Okay. Okay, now, so NFT again will come back, what is the good thing? We will also, somebody was asking from your side, in our, one of the exercise, we will be actually learning how to implement, how to create our own cryptocurrency. So we are going to learn that with the help of Ethereum blockchain. Shruti, there is not general management of the blockchain. So every blockchain is managed by other people or the company owner. Let's say Ethereum company's owner. Hyperledger Fabric, they have the separate owner. Bitcoin, they have the separate owner. So this is the things how the blockchain is working. The paint or the design is also gets deposited to the wallet after purchasing. Yes, works on a consensus mechanism. Correct. All right, now let me come back to this. Our PPT again. So tokens we understand. So I believe now all of us has the clarity what is the difference between fungible token and non-fungible token. Do we all have the clarity on this? Fungible versus non-fungible. Perfect. Perfect. Let's move ahead. Okay. So have you heard about ledger? So I'm not talking about blockchain now. Have you heard about ledger? Somebody have seen ledgers? So we used to, at least in my childhood, we used to visit some Kiryana store and they were managing the ledgers over there. We have one uncle or auntie, she or he is, writing everything on a register kind of thing where they are managing the stocks and everything. So this term has been taken from there. After the ledger, after that physical thing, now you see what we have. Now we have moved to, something like we called up spreadsheet or the software we have, or we can say that we have some software like Tele, we have some software like, in fact, I remember there is one startup, they are actually launching or they are selling Kiryana people a app, and that app can be used for managing all those records. Now, similarly, we have moved to one another term, that is distributed ledger. Now, what is distributed ledger? So this, what is distributed here? So distributed means we are creating multiple copies of the data. Or now you see, this is the same term that I was talking about. In this case, you see, if I do have some 50 nodes with me, so how many copies of data is calculated? How many copies of ledgers has been calculated? 50. 50. Same as the number of nodes. So I can say that 50 copies of ledger. So when we do have copies, I do have distributed ledger. Now you see one more thing. Okay, I have ledger, or this is a distributed ledger. But when you see, when there is a updation into the ledger, when there is a updation into the ledger, How many times you need to make that updation? When I say you need to update something into the ledger, how many times you need to create that changes? Again 50, again 50. See, 50 means you think of something. We are approximately 49 people into the class, including me. So in this you say, I also have one data, you also have your data, and everyone is having that data. I'm having one record. So once it is being updated, it has to be updated at all other locations as well. So this is what we can say that we can say that 50 changes we need to do into 50 times. So this is the concept of distributed ledger. So in the case of blockchain, we don't only say ledger, we say distributed ledger. For the reason being, it is being divided at multiple nodes. That is why we are calling this. Okay. Now there is again one term. This term is actually related to client server architecture. Client server architecture. Now, in this case, you see client server architecture. Yes, Jagdish, it means we need to update at 50 places. We need to update at 50 places. Client server architecture is centralized or decentralized? Client server architecture is centralized or decentralized? Centralized or decentralized? Centralized. Perfect. Centralized. Suresh, centralized. Client server architecture is that server is only one. The concept of Amazon. Okay. Now, when I come to decentralization, this time we do not have client server architecture. What do we have? We have only peer-to-peer network. What do we call here? Peer-to-peer network. P2P. P2P. We always call it like that. So every blockchain is now it is not knowing as client server architecture. It is known as peer-to-peer network. Okay. In this diagram, how many nodes I have? In this diagram, how many nodes I have? 4. How many nodes we have? 4. Okay. How many copies of the data we maintain? How many copies of the data we maintain? Again 4. Okay. How many distributed ledger I have? How many distributed ledger I have? 4. So all answer is 4 here. Okay. So I do not have somebody as server here. I do not have somebody as a client. We are actually equal here. We all have the equal responsibility. So this is the case. You see, in fact, I had not seen this term here. In the definition also, if we see, have equal responsibilities and access to the network resources. So this is the beauty of peer-to-peer network. So as of now, you see how many terms we have seen in the case of blockchain. 1, decentralization. Second, distributed ledger. Third, peer-to-peer network. One more term I related to. I don't know how many of you are knowing this term or not. In blockchain, if I have written something, listen this carefully. In blockchain, if I have written something, I have something in my data that cannot be changed. So there is no option to the deletion. There is no option of deletion. Always, always the versions of the data is created, not the deletion of the data. So we cannot delete any data. So that is why it is said that when you're doing with the something with the blockchain, you need to be very, very sure what you are putting up into the blockchain. By any chance, let's say you do not have, you have made a mistake or something, so you need to redo the things. You need to create a newer version of the block. So this is, the term is known as immutability. Immutability. Immutability means we cannot delete the data. So this is another term. This is the another term that we talk about. So you should be considering 4 terms as of now with the help of, with respect to blockchain. One is decentralization. Let me just correct the spelling. One is decentralization, distributed ledger, peer-to-peer network, and finally the immutability. Okay. So the in this case, the basics of the concepts of the blockchain is entirely same, but every blockchain is adding some extra benefits to their terms. So this is one of them. So they allow you to edit your basic details onto the case of account section. So in case you have made mistake on creating your details, so that you can correct there. Correct, Ansuman. So if you have a wrong address, you cannot redo anything, and you do not have anyone like RBI or something to listen your complaints. I got it out, since we do not have server where the codes are deployed. Sandeep, the codes are deployed at every node. One by one, we'll cover this thing. I know initially all those things will come to you, but one by one, we are covering everything. Okay. Okay. Now let's come to another term or important term. This is types of blockchain. Now, what is types of blockchain? So we majorly divide blockchain into three categories. One is public, one is private, one is permission. So what category I am making? Public, private, and permission. So to understand this, I should show you something practical example. Okay. Okay, all right. See, this is a website, Blockchain Explorer. This is publicly given, so we can explore it anytime. So what I'm going through, well, if you see my screen, so I'm going here, latest block. What is the number of latest block? What is the number of latest block here? What number you can see here? 880767. 880767. Okay. Which cryptocurrency icon is this one? Which cryptocurrency icon is this one? Bitcoin. Bitcoin. So we all recognize. Similarly, you see here in this case, something is parallelly happening. Latest transaction. It is speeding up like anything. See, 1925, and even if I speak, I have newer transactions here. Okay. So I'm not going with that. I'm just going with latest block. I clicked on this. Okay. So when I clicked on this, so this is, I'm seeing multiple things here, or something like blocks is also visible. Randomly, I go with any transaction. See, this TX means transaction. TX stands for transaction. I click on this. Okay. So now you see, can you see some transfer here? Can you see some transfer here? One account to another account. Can you see some transfer here? From and to, from and to. Okay. I just click on this also because these are all hyperlinks. What is the balance of this account? What is the balance of this account? Something you can see 91 USD. Okay. Now, what I'm trying to show you with this, that I do not know personally this person. Even I'm not aware this person belongs to a company or an individual. I do not know this person is actually Indian, Chinese, or American, or anybody from which country this person belongs. But what do I know? What do I know here? I know the balance. Okay. Not only balance, I can actually see the previous transactions as well. So I just got into the account. You see all those transactions are exactly visible. So you see how much amount is being transferred, how much is being added, how much was the fee, which account, everything is available here. Similarly, this is all interlinked here, all interlinked here. I again go to any another, account. So there you can see some transaction. I again go to address, and this person or this account is having zero balance. Plus I can see some multiple other transactions as well. Okay. So but why I'm showing you this all, Number one case, we are talking about which cryptocurrency? Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is what? A blockchain. It comes into the category of public blockchain. One case. So this is one example. Similarly, I go to one more website. This is etherscan.io. Don't worry, I'll give you all the links. Etherscan is for Ethereum blockchain. Latest block. What is the number of latest block? What is the number of latest block? What is the number of latest block? 21701964. Okay, top one. Yes. So this I click on. I again go with this information. Now let me show you something very interesting. We go with this. I have something. Can you see here? 204 transaction and 71 contract. 204 transaction and 71 contract. Can you see this? So I'm opening that transaction thing first. Again, I'm clicking on some random one. I really don't know who is this person. I'm going to this from account. Okay. And if we see what is the balance here, Ethereum balance. What is the Ethereum balance? What is the balance here? Ethereum balance is 18.48. Correct. So again, I do not know this person, but I can see all detail, all transaction, everything is easily visible. I come back to this contract thing also. Now, what is contract? You'll get to know about this also. If I see here, this was something contract. I again click on this. I again click on this. I go with this and can you see the coding here? See, can you see the coding here? I'll tell you how to, get to know everything. Can you see the coding here? Source code, the complete code as well. So that is also available. That is also available here. So now in this case, you see what I am talking about. So this is Ethereum blockchain. Ethereum blockchain. This also comes into the category of public blockchain. Okay. The pros and cons we'll talk about later. Okay. Let me go through this. We use this website to check the transaction after transferring the coin. If the other party says he has not received the coin, can we take this transaction details and send us a proof? Suresh, no, we do have a wallets. So these wallets are managing everything for us. So like you have a wallet like MetaMask, Binance. So there's nothing like a screenshot or something. So these dashboards are capable enough to manage everything. Okay. This is some, beside the address, there is some name like, yes, Ashwin, I'll come to this. In case if we cheats by transferring it to someone, we can track that also. So our wallets are managing everything. All right. So now you see, if I talk about public blockchain, what is the property of the public blockchain? Can I say that details are, can I say that details are publicly available? Can I say that? Is it so? Am I correct? Details are publicly available. So the story is true with the Ethereum and the Bitcoin. Is it true? So yes, it is true. We have confirmed the same. Identity of users are anonymous. Can I say that? Is it true? Identities are anonymous. So do you actually know those person? Do you know what is that address? Do you know what this address belongs to, which country or something? No, we do not know. So these are two properties of public blockchain. These are two properties of what? Public blockchain, where we do talk about that. These details are available there. So most of the cryptocurrency is available onto the public blockchain. This is the one case. Second case, second category, we spoke about private blockchain. Private blockchain. Now you see, we still need to talk about why these details are public, why this is happening. We have not understood the concept. We just know that public blockchain act like that, but we still need to discuss about this. Why we are not discussing now? Because we do not know most of the concept. We do not know what is Merkle root. We do not know how hash is calculated. We do not know public key, private key. So all those concepts we need to understand first. Then we will come back to this question, why this information is publicly available. And one of you asked that some kind of names are written there. So these names are basically groups. Groups means rather than becoming a individual miner, I can become a miner in a group also. So if I'm becoming a miner in a group, that time I'm keeping a name for myself, just like a dance group, just like a group of thieves or group of a community. So that way they have taken a name, but who is part of that team? That nobody knows. Okay. So identities are still anonymous. So in case you are acting as a group, you can keep your own name as well. So that name could be a pseudo name or it's a fancy name or animated name. So that could be part of that. Now, next thing, the next category I'm making, private blockchain. So what is private blockchain? This is entirely opposite to this. One case, details are publicly not available. Okay. Second thing, so you can ignore my spellings things here because but I still correct this. Available. Okay. So what I was mentioning here, what is the second point? We talked about the identities. So identities are every user is identified in this blockchain. Okay. So now I take a case. This is a ERP or this is a HR portal of my organization. Listen this carefully. This is HR portal of my organization. Now, what kind of environment you want? Private or public? This is a HR portal of your organization. What kind of environment you want? Private or public? Do you want to give some details publicly? Do you want to share your details into the case of all those organizations? No, you will not. You will not. And it is okay to know the identities as well. It is okay to know the identities as well. So this is known as private blockchain. This is known as private blockchain. Another term we have gone through, another term that was permission blockchain. Permission blockchain. Now, what is permission blockchain? So it is also having, when I say the same property, it is also having the same property. But what is the difference between these two? This is more strict. This is more strict. This has some, we can say that lesser security, or we can say that lesser permission is required. Lesser permission is required. I'll explain this with the example also. I'll explain this with the example also. Okay. What is that example? What is that example? One case I am taking RBI communicating with all banks. One thing, banks are communicating with customer. Okay. Which requires more security or which requires more permission, which requires more authentication? First case or second case? Which requires more authentication? Correct. The first case. So this will be the case of what? Permissioned blockchain. This will be the, okay, I should write it here. This will be the case of permissioned blockchain. This is the case of This is the case of private blockchain. So this is the three categories we are making up. Now you see, one, public, second, private, third, permission. Now you tell me which one is used for cryptocurrency? Which one is used for cryptocurrency? Which blockchain we do use for the cryptocurrency? Public. Public. Okay, correct. Public blockchain. All the cryptocurrencies comes into the category of public blockchain, but we still need to identify why this public. Okay, but when I'm doing something for internal organization, which one I can choose? Either private or permission, depending on to the level of the application. Okay, so that is why these two terms, private and to the case of permission, is somehow called as enterprise blockchain also. So these two come into the category of what? Enterprise blockchain. So these two are part of enterprise blockchain. So why I'm saying enterprise blockchain? Why I'm saying enterprise blockchain? Because normally we will be using it into industries only. Normally we will be using it into industries only. So that is why we are calling it enterprise blockchain. Correct. Correct. Used to develop enterprise platform. Perfectly right. So this, I hope this difference is clear to all of us. Public, private, and permission. This difference is clear to all of us. Public, private, and permission. Okay. So now I just have a quick overview what we have done. So we understood the terms like decentralization. We talked about client server architecture. We talked about block is having two parts, header and the body. Body is for the data. Header is for certain things. One of the thing we covered, timestamp. Then we covered hash and the previous hash. All the blockchain is connected with the previous block of the hash. So block 3 is having hash of block 2 is having hash of block 1. This is the things we talk about the connectivity. Then we have seen two websites. One is Blockchain Explorer. All the links I'll share, and Etherscan, where we can see all the latest block, latest transaction, what is happening. And we'll see more those things into these websites as well. And we will also talk about what kind of record they are maintaining. Then we made the three categories. One is public blockchain, private blockchain, and permission blockchain. Public is for cryptocurrency, permission and private is for the enterprises. Okay. Second point, let me see this. Yes, so every user is identified in this blockchain. So in this case, you see, in public blockchain, I do not know this hash belongs to. But when I say private or permission blockchain, so everyone knows in my organization, this node I am handling. So you normally see that if I am going to MNC or something, I have been allotted a laptop. So my logs are also always maintained. So they know that this particular machine is belonging to which particular person or IP address or any other thing. So they have my identity. Let's say I have been assigned with the ID. So they know my ID. So this is the indication of the same. It's like a intranet. Yes, Sanjeev, we can say that. Virat, yes, there is a possibility. So when we talk about in terms of security, public is more secure, private and permissioned is less secure. But we still need to talk about why, because we are still learning all those concepts. So we were discussing about public, private, and permission blockchain. Let's see some examples. So Bitcoin is a cryptocurrency. Ethereum is a cryptocurrency. Dash is a cryptocurrency. Litecoin is a cryptocurrency. So all these comes into category of public blockchain. So that we already talked about. Now you see the examples of private blockchain. So one example is multi-chain. Another example is block stack. Multi-chain we are going to implement. So we'll see how this blockchain works and everything with the help of commands and programming. So we're gonna see that. So what as of now, you just know the example. Example is multi-chain or block stack. Okay, now you see which one you can see familiar one. From these three examples, which is more familiar? We talked about earlier as well. Which seems familiar there? Hyperledger. Hyperledger. So other examples are, in the case, we do have Ripple also, R3 Coda also. So might be you have heard about all these three, maybe you have heard about two of them or none of them. So case varies from the situation. But these are all example of this. And I was giving you example of Walmart. So Walmart actually using Hyperledger Fabric. I can show you this. So they have given, one case study as well. See, this is also a Harvard Business Review. You can see how Walmart Canada uses blockchain to solve supply chain challenges. Similarly, how Walmart brought up unprecedented transparency to the food supply via Hyperledger Fabric. So this is also one of the case. They have come up with, I'll show you one line they use. Yeah, this is the tagline they have in the case study. For mangoes in the US, the time needed to trace their provenance went from 7 days to 2.2 seconds. Can you imagine? 7 days to 2.2 seconds. What kind of impact you see on the business with this? What kind of impact you see on the business then? From 7-day tracking to 2.2 seconds. So now you can see that this transparency is actually having, a lot more onto the industries, and that is why organization like Walmart, they included such a case. And we have n number of other examples as well, but this is one of them. Efficiencies, correct? Okay, so this you can easily find out. You just Google it, this term Walmart Hyperledger Fabric. You'll get multiple things. So whichever article you feel more related one, you can go through that. Okay, now I come to the case. Now see, this is, can I say that this is client server architecture? Can I say that this diagram belongs to client server architecture? Yes. So this is a centralized system. So we're not talking about the decentralized here. If we see the example for decentralization, this is something like we can see this one. Okay. So how many nodes you can see into this peer-to-peer network? How many nodes you can see into this peer-to-peer network? 5. 5. And where I do have decentralization into the system, distributed ledger, everything is replicated, and we do not have no one as client, no one as server. Everyone has equal responsibility. Okay. Okay. Now I take an example. We should discuss this. Let's say by any probability, let's imagine a case. This is being failed. This is a machine can fail anytime. The server has been failed. Do you think now these clients are still able to get back the data? This machine is a fail because of some hardware failure, disaster, or any another reason. Do you think these clients will get the data? These clients will get the data? No, they cannot. If this machine is failed, so I can say that my entire data is of having loss over there. Now, same kind of situation, if we see into peer-to-peer network. So in this case of peer-to-peer network, I say that my node 3 is a fail, my node 4 is a fail, my node 2 is also fail. Do I still have the data or it is lost? Do I still have the data or it is lost? We have. So we have the data node 1 and node 5. It is still having the copy of the data. In fact, the last term which I'll assume here, so this will be at least one node I should have to have the copy of the data. Then I can get back my data. So now with the same logic, which architecture, centralized or decentralized, is promising for the higher availability? Which architecture is more promising for the higher availability? Obviously, the decentralized one with this logic. That is why we always use a term that is known as high availability. Okay. Second thing, increase trust and transparency. Obviously, with the same reason, we have more trust. Now, I ask you a question. In fact, I'll give you one, one real life incident example as well. So, I think few days back, I was speaking to one of my friend, and he is working in a government organization. Obviously, I'll not name that. Now, they do have the biometric system to keep up the attendance. Biometric means ultimately that attendance has to be recorded on a software. But now this person is having a good relations with the employee who is taking care of that software. Now he does not go to the office at the right time, and he connects with that person, and that person is marking his attendance on that part. Now you see, we made a biometric system for having the punctuality into the offices or anywhere, but we do still have the lack over there because we have loopholes. Similarly, now I ask you a question. Imagine you have a bank account in HDFC. Do they have right to delete your all entries? Not legally, I'm talking about, maybe illegally. Do they have permission or do they have power to delete your all entries? Can they do? Legally, I'm not talking about. Illegally, they can. Illegally, this is a system. This is a system. Obviously, they will not do because all of us are, linked with the trust and everything. But as an administrator, they have all the rights. Similarly, uh, you uploaded certain photographs onto the Google Drive. Can anyone who is actually having the direct link of that database, can they see your data? Can they see your data? If they are actually, linked with that same database, can they see your data? Yes, they can. Yes, they can. Similarly, let's say I applied for admission and I uploaded my all degrees. So now this degree is, accessible by all those concerned people over there. So now in this all scenario, when we compare the blockchain concept is entirely different. So if you do not have right, you cannot see the data, and if you are seeing the data, the owner is also, owner is also aware about that point. So what I'm saying, let's say my degree is, listen this carefully, my degree, my document is on a blockchain portal. So you need to ask permission to me to view my degree. In case you are doing that, that record also I do have. So I'm very, very sure about that. Okay, what is happening with my data? Who is having the access? When that person is seeing and everything. Now, same thing, can I ensure into the centralized system? Same trust, can I build into the centralized system? The answer is no. There is no possibility like that. So that is why when we say here transparency and trust is concerned with the blockchain. Why privacy and security? Because we do have a cryptographic algorithm, but we still need to understand what is cryptographic algorithm. As of now, as of now, this is just a term for us. So these are some benefits of decentralized system, but the major one is higher availability. Okay. Okay. Can you relate something with the transparency? Any feature of blockchain which ensures the transparency? Immutability, deletion not possible. Now with this case, see, it cannot be altered, it cannot be deleted, modified. So this is also ensuring that we do have transparency into the system. So nobody can delete my data because versions of the data is available. Let's say, in this case, by any chance somebody is trying to do this manipulation, I do have versions of data. History of data can be checked. Everything this every time this is available. So we do have all the records with us. Okay. Now I come with the same concept, pseudonymous. Correct. Okay. What is blockchain forking? Now when I say forking, in this case, what is a forking? Have you heard about this term before? Have you heard about this term before? Forking. Forking. Yes, GitHub it is related to. So now what is forking? In this case, sometimes what happens in cryptocurrency, do you think cryptocurrency is regularized by any law? Do you think cryptocurrency is regularized by any law? Any RBI or anything like any centralized organization? No, no, nothing is like that. So now, is there a possibility? I have one blockchain that is working since last 1 year, and one day I am the owner of the blockchain, and one day I decide to discontinue. So can I do that? Can I do that? This is my organization. I do not want it further. This is my organization. I do not want it further. Let me give some lame reasons, and I'm shutting it down. I'm shutting it down. So it is possible. Okay. This is one case. Similarly, now what is forking actually? Now let's say before 1 year, I was working on algorithm one. Algorithm one means, in fact, I take a real life example. There is a concept of Ethereum 1.0, Ethereum 2.0. So Ethereum 1.0 was working on a that is algorithm that is proof of work. What is proof of work? We will talk about this. In fact, this is a very good term. Now 2.0 shifted to proof of stake, POS we call it. So two terms we take here, proof of work and proof of stake. Earlier Ethereum was working on proof of work. Now Ethereum 2.0 is working on proof of stake. So it means I had some forking. Forking means what? We shifted from one algorithm to another algorithm. Now, how we are capping up or how we are ensuring that everyone move from the older concept to the newer concept, it depends on blockchain. It is the responsibility of the owner of the blockchain. But the term when we say that, term we say here, proof of work. Deepak, I mentioned proof of work. This we still need to talk about. This is actually part of mining. Right now I'm not covering up. I just have taken an example. You can consider it as algorithm 1 or algorithm 2 also. So forking, when I'm talking about, so forking is something we are changing certain things. We want to change certain things, and that time we can use a planned forking. So forking in a blockchain happens when a blockchain splits into separate chains. I divided something. So each following its on-off rule, often due to the protocol upgrade, community dispute, and network glitches. Now, in this case, change white paper. Deepak, I'm sorry, I could not get it. What you're trying to say? Please elaborate. Okay. Now, in this case, you see one more example I'll take. This was, let's say, 1000 blocks. From 1001 block, it is based on algorithm 2, that is proof of stake. Till 1000 block, it was based on proof of work. Okay. So now can I say that two separate chains? Can I say that two separate chain? So now you tell me, block number 900 which will belong to which chain? First or second? Block number 900 will belong to which chain? First chain 1.0, that is working with the proof of work. Something like 1200. It will be linked to which chain? 1200. Ethereum 2.0 and proof of stake. So this is the concept that we cover up with the case of, I can say, with the forking. So we do have very, all those examples that exist with that. But I'll come back to this topic once we understand proof of work and proof of stake as well. As of now, I can just let you know that the mining, when we talk about the mining or a miners, that concept is based on proof of work or proof of stake. In fact, I should write a full form as well, because some of you could be very new to this. Proof of work, and this is proof of stake. Okay, so when these two terms are actually associated with the mining concept, proof of work and proof of stake. Okay, now let me talk about one more thing with you that we should cover today. Okay, see, three things we should be very much clear on to the part. One is cryptography, second is consensus, third is distributed ledger. Now you see this, the good thing is that in this consensus, we'll talk about mining also, we'll talk about proof of work also, we'll talk about proof of stake. So by this chapter, you'll be get to know about all those things. And uh, once you have understanding of this consensus, that time you will also understand why it is necessary to have public blockchain for cryptocurrency. This also will cover. Now I'll come to cryptography. And this is a very interesting topic. This is a very interesting topic. Let me start with this. Okay. Now, in this case, you see, and also you see one more thing. Cryptography is not only for blockchain. Many another fields are also using it. So these are very generic terms that we're gonna learn about. How many users you can see into the picture? How many users you can see into the picture? Two. One is Joel, second is Maria. So I call this Joel. I call this Joel as sender. I call this person Maria as receiver. Okay. So I have two peoples, Joel and Maria. So in this case, you see one is sender, one is receiver. So what is the message here? You see, hello Maria is a message that has to be sent from the side of Joel to Maria. Okay. Now, when I say these things, so when I say cryptography is what? We are giving some kind of decoding. What is the decoding here? What is the decoding here? Might be you all have done some, aptitudes test or something. Let's say I represent hello with something like number as XQWE. Or in fact, I should keep same for W. Okay. Now, can I say that H is replaced as X, E is replaced as Q, W is replaced as, sorry, not W, L is replaced as W, and with the same story, let me take it on the next page. O is replaced as, here, okay, O is replaced as, now you tell me, O is replaced as R. O is replaced as R. So we do have R here. So you see here how we are matching it. So we have done some kind of coding. We have done some kind of coding. So we use two terms here. One is encryption. Second is decryption. One is encryption. Second is decryption. What is encryption? Coding the data. What is decryption? Decoding the data. Okay. Now, let me ask you one thing. Let me ask you one thing. So I add one thing here. Let's say I is represented. Let's say I is represented as 75. Okay. So now let me give you this coding. Let me give you this coding. I'm highlighting this. Now tell me how high will be written, HI. With this coding, how high will be written? HY, HI. What should I use for this? If I am following up this coding, what should be followed up for high? X75, X75. So what you have done encryption. I am decoding the same, so this is decryption. So two terms we talked about. One is coding the data. Decryption is decoding the data. Okay. Now, do you think this encryption decryption is a good method for data security? Do you think this method of encryption decryption is a good method for security? Yes, of course it is. Yes, of course it is. Now, why? One more example I'll give. You might remember earlier WhatsApp messages were not encrypted. Earlier, WhatsApp messages were not encrypted. And now you see we have received emails, we have received advertisements and everything like that. Now encryption is possible on WhatsApp. So now what do you mean by encryption? Instead of sending my data like hi, I can send it like x75. Instead of sending my data like hi, I send it like x75. Now, see the example which I am taking, it is very simple. But otherwise, for encryption, we use very solid methods. We use multiple other methods to have these encryption over there. Now, in this case, basically what we are trying to understand, in the case of cryptography, we do have some choices. What is that choices? Can you see this encryption here? All of you. Can you see some encryption here? And the decryption? Can you see the encryption and the decryption? So yes, we are doing up here into the same case. Okay. One more term we see here, signing. Now let me ask a question. How your check got verified in banks? How your check got verified? Checks that we have here, signature. How from signature they verify it? How from the signature they verify it? So when let's say I created my bank or something, that time they have taken, my signature, and when they see it on the check, they're actually matching it. They're actually matching it. Am I correct? They do the same thing. So this is now signing and the verification. So we have four terms into the picture. We have four terms into the picture: encryption, decryption, signing, and verification. So these all four things comes into the area of cryptography. But what we want to secure now, I do not have check, I have data. So on data, I can do the encryption, I can do the decryption, I can do the signing, I can do the verification. But how? But how do we do this? Now in this case, we see we take two keys here. In the keys, we take two keys. One is public key, another is private key. So let me assume here, one is public key and private key. Okay, now public key. Now just you remember, I'll tell you how do we use. Just remember two things. Public key, it can be shared. Private key, it cannot be shared. So now you have two things. Public key, it can be shared. Private key, it cannot be shared. Okay. But how do we use this? So we divide cryptography in two categories. We divide cryptography in two categories. One is symmetric, second is asymmetric. One is symmetric, second is asymmetric. Right now in the market, we are using the second category. Right now in the market, we are using asymmetric cryptography. So obviously, asymmetric is more secure than symmetric. Now you see, let's understand the case of symmetric here. Let's understand the case of symmetric here. So what I have done here in this case, they're using only what? Public key. They're using only public key, or we can say that this is something like a private key which is common for encryption also, and decryption also. What do I mean by that? Okay. So let's say I have a data. See, I have a data. So this data is known as plain text. We call it plain text. Encryption is being applied on data using I called it shared key. Okay. Then decryption is applied on data using shared key. Shared key. So now you see that this is something like that. I have a lock. That lock is having a key. Now this key is being shared by sender and receiver both. Okay. So what I am transmitting into this case, and also you see one thing, this is known as ciphertext. Now what is ciphertext? What is ciphertext? Okay. So let me call it like this. My data was, hi Maria. We applied shared key on this. Now this has been converted into, let's say, ZXCV. So this I am calling now ciphertext. Two terms I talked about. One is plain text. What is plain text here in this case? What is plain text? Can I say that hi Maria is plain text? What is plain text? Can I say that hi Maria? It is my plain text. Okay. What is ciphertext? What is ciphertext? What is ciphertext? ZXCV. ZXCV, which I have received after the encryption process. Which I have received after the encryption process. Okay. Now, so now in technical language, can I call that? Now you see, we just create a definition. Can I say that converting plain text to ciphertext is known as encryption? Can I say that? Encryption, can I say that converting plain text to ciphertext? Is it? Yes. According to this theory, what will be decryption? According to this theory, what will be decryption? Now you tell me. Vice versa. Vice versa. What is the vice versa case? So I can say that converting ciphertext to plain text. This is known as decryption. Okay. So we got the correct definition with us. Now let's say I do take a table again. In this table, I consider this as sender. Sender was Joel. This is as receiver. The receiver was Maria in same example. What was the data? Data was hi Maria. This I'm also calling plain text. Now I have a key. Key is shared key. Shared key is applied on plain text to get the ciphertext. Okay. Now with the same story, you tell me what will be communicated? Plain text or ciphertext? What should be communicated? Plain text or ciphertext? What should I send into the communication? Plain text or ciphertext? Ciphertext. Correct. Very good. Ciphertext. So this is traveling. Now in this case, you see, they are not sending the plain data because of the security. Attacker can have it. They can actually know what is the data. Now this is the same thing. Let's say a terrorist is planning an attack. So they know that phone calls and everything is tapped up. So instead of saying directly bomb, they're using some keywords. They're using some other language. They're using some sign language or something to communicate. So then they are using what? Encryption. They're using a ciphertext. And on the communication, what is there? Not the direct data. The ciphertext is there. So now what will be communicated? Ciphertext and shared. Ciphertext and shared key. So now receiver is receiving what? Shared key and ciphertext. What we need to do? Decryption. How we can do the decryption? With the help of shared key. So ultimately what we will receive? Plain text. Ultimately what we will receive? Plain text. But in this theory, now you see what is bad, what is a limitation. Don't you think this is also at a risk? If we are sharing the shared key also, don't you think it is also a risk? What is your thoughts on this? I'm doing a symmetric approach. Now in this case, you see, we are sending the key also. So we were saving the data, but key is also available. So the attacker could be very smart. They just use the ciphertext, they convert it, and they can be hacked. There could be any kind of possibility. So this was the story of what? Symmetric key, where we were using the shared key. So now, for the same reason, let me show you example. You see here, this is example for symmetric key. All of you do with this me. Generate a symmetric key. So I'm just clicking on this. I'm saying give me a key. What is key? All of you remember this. I'll not remember that. What is key right now? 124. Okay. So you will tell me now. I'll go this. Go back, go back, go back. Like this. Let me write a plain text. Plain text means a message. So I write that hello Maria thing only. Hello Maria. What was my key? What was the key given to me? What was the key given to me? 124. I write here 124. I click on encrypt message. I click on encrypt message. So can you see that something ciphertext is provided to me? So this is what? Encryption. This has been done here. Now let's decrypt the same message. I copy this ciphertext from here. I paste it here. What was my symmetric key? What was my symmetric key? 124. I click on decrypt. Am I getting back my message? Am I getting back my message? Yes, I'm getting. So let me try something else. I make it 130. Randomly, I'm doing this. Now what you can see. Can I get back my data? Can I get back my data? No, no. In fact, let's make it 125. 124 plus 1 just to see this. So I got some message, but is that message? Is it my plain text? No, this is not my plain text. So everything is good about symmetric key, but the only case is that when we are sending the symmetric key with the communication, that is not making a sense. How do we come up with this key in our earlier example? Hello and hi. What would be the key? Ashwin, that time we were taking a very simple example. Like we just replaced A with something, or we replaced H with something, some coding kind of thing. But in actually, we do have uh, mathematics working behind to generate all those keys. So based on that key, my data is being changed like this value. Sudesh, yes, you can consider it with the case of hashing as well. So we do have multiple keys like that. So in actually mathematics is working behind that. So that is converting my data into some other strings. Okay. Ashwin, I hope it helped up. Okay. Do you want to try the same website at your system? A quick try. Let me give you this link. So you can generate your symmetric key and just let me know once you are done. All of you, just 2-minute exercise. Play with this website and come back. Same example you try. And once done, please let me know as well. Correct, Anshuman. So everything happens with the help of cryptographic algorithm. And this is why we are going through this, because in the blockchain also everything is being secured by the cryptography. But as of now, we do not know the concept. So that is why we are starting from the scratch. See, in this classes, we'll have very small exercises as well, bigger exercises as well, but everything is for your learning. Might be you feel it like that, okay, it is very simple, don't do this. But this, this all exercises are actually making your concept stronger. So I'll advise, be attentive in the class, complete all the tasks which is assigned to you. Yes, this is like encryption algorithms. AES or DS we do use. Rasha, that's correct. Done. Okay, so I believe all of us are done with this. Now, let me... Thanks for the confirmation, all of you. I really appreciate. Okay, now let's come back to Ashwin that cannot do the calculation. So this calculation also has a limit. And this is just a dummy website to show us how these things work. Okay, now let's come to the asymmetric cryptography. So asymmetric cryptography is an advancement over symmetric. Symmetric was using shared key. This is using two combination of key. Now listen this very carefully, because this is the actually we are using with the blockchain. Now see here, let me close this. This is not required now. Okay. So in this case, you see, I will be using two keys. One is public, one is private. Okay. Which one can be shared, which cannot be shared? Now you tell me. Which key can be shared and which cannot be shared? Public can be shared, private cannot be shared. Public can be shared, private cannot be shared. Correct. Okay, we remember this thing. So now we are good to go. Asymmetric cryptography. Now in this case, what we say, every user gets, or every user or machine, anyone, basically every individual gets keys into combination. Combination means public plus private. Okay. So when you go to market, do you buy lock and key separately? When you go to market, do you buy lock and key separately? No. It always comes into the pair. It always comes into the pair. So same kind of pairing we are expecting into asymmetric cryptography as well. So we say that it always comes with a pair, public and private. Okay. So now in this case, you see, come back to this picture. User, we have two, Maria and Joel. This is Joel and this is Maria. Encryption will be happening at the side of sender. Decryption will be happening at the side of receiver. Okay. Now, see this picture. So according to this picture, I say Joel also having combination of public key and private key. Maria is also having a combination of public key and private key. Done. Okay. Now, which key can be shared? Public or private? Which key can be shared? Public. Okay. Public can be shared. See, not both. Deepak, private will be not be shared. Okay. Now, in this case, you see, can I open? Generally, I'm saying, let's say it's a very good company. Can I open a lock with another key? Can I open a lock with another key? So ideally, no. Ideally, no. Logically, I'm not talking about. Ideally, no. Okay. So it's like a good lock we consider that this lock will be openable by its own key. Okay. Now, in this case, you see what we are doing. We are using public key of Maria. We are using, see this carefully. What we are using public key of Maria for the encryption. What we are using for decryption? Private key of Maria for the decryption. Now let me explain this because you can get confused with this, but I'll make it easy for you. Now in this case, you see, same story. This story is saying that Joel and Maria. Joel is sender. Maria is receiver. They started with a communication. So it has public key. I'm writing here PJ, public key of Joel. And this is private key of Joel. Again, public key of Maria and private key of Maria. Okay, so they got it into a pair. They need to do communication. Communication, plain text cannot be used. What we needed? We need ciphertext. What we needed? Ciphertext. Now, Joel asked Maria first, before sending anything. Joel asked Maria, send me what? Public key. Public key of Maria. Why only public key? Because only public key can be shared. Okay. So Maria sent Joel the public key of Maria. Now, how data plus PM. PM stands for public key of Maria, has been used to form the ciphertext. Okay. Now, do I need to send any key now? Do I need to send any key now? Any key should be traveling? No. Why no? Because this data will be opened by which key? This data will be opened or decrypted by which key? By the private key of Maria. So I do not need to send anything. What is required now? What is required now? Only send what? Ciphertext. You see ciphertext that is being used with private key of Maria to get back the data. Correct. So now you see this is the beauty here. Why we are asking the public key of Maria? Because ultimately we do not want that private key should be shared. So that is why only public key has been traveled and private key has been kept at as safer side without doing any kind of communication. So now you think of one more situation I'll give. Uh, you have a visiting friend in your house and that person is having some meeting or something, and now suddenly you need to leave your house and you need to go somewhere. So you're handing over a lock to him. You're handing over a lock to him. Lock is having a number lock. Have you seen number lock? Have you seen number lock? Yes. So now I know that I have the number lock with me. So what I asked my friend, you close the door, you lock it, and I'll see. Now you see, I have not shared my private key. I only know the key there. So in that case, lock is also done, and I got my keys as well. I do not need to share with anything. And one of you are asking, how does Maria receive private key? So Maria, Sanjeev, she's already having it once she has logged into the system. So when you create your account on, we have portals, we have software. So these portals generate public key and private key for us. These portals generate public key and private key for us. So it is initially prepared only. The only concept is there that this private key will not be shared. Public key can be shared. Correct. Correct. Public key will be sent by the sender only. Can only by sent by the receiver. Correct. Mohan, you're correct here. So first place will be asking what? Asking receiver. Purpose of asymmetry. Shruti, in this case, see, symmetric cryptography was not safe, was not secure because we were sharing the key. By with the help of asymmetric, we are able to have the security of the key and still we are able to get it. And you see, the same key if I use here, PJ, this cannot be used for decryption. Decryption will only be done by the private key. Lock can be done by public key, but opening the lock can be done only by the private key, right? Now I hope you got this concept. Now you see this diagram as well. See this diagram. If you have any confusion, please let me know here. In the case of cryptography, we have gone through symmetric cryptography, asymmetric cryptography. We understood the difference between public key, private key, encryption, decryption, digital signature, or I can say that verifying, signing and the verification process. So this we have covered into the case of cryptography. Then we move to the consensus. So in the case of consensus, we basically spoke about, oh yes, this was the Merkle root as well. So it was known as the root hash, that also we understood. And then the consensus, we focused on some problems and then we came up with the solution. The one problem that we discussed, that was two generals problem. Then we came across Byzantine general problem. The fault tolerance part we discussed. And finally, we started with the proof of work. So I believe in case you missed your class or something, so you were able to watch the recordings. Because see, this course is not something we can say that you miss your one class or you miss your one concept and next concept you can easily get. No, that is not possible. So everything is based on to the previous concepts. So proof of work, we have a fair idea where we discuss that first the users like us, they are making transaction. Let's say I'm sending some Bitcoins to my friend and this is a transaction. So transaction initially enters into unconfirmed transaction pool. Once it is entered into the unconfirmed transaction pool, miners pick those transactions from that pool and they propose a block. So they will not only have only one transaction, they can have the multiple transactions into that block, and that depends on the size of, we can say, size of a block. So averagely into the Bitcoin, the average size of a block is 1 MB. Accordingly, the number of transactions are being decided over there, and then the proposed block is looking for that getting the approval. So before that, miner has to solve a value, we can call it nonce. Once the nonce is solved in minimum number of or minimum time, the miner gets the chance to form the block, and then it is being sent to or broadcasted to the, or we can say one to many kind of relationship happens with which the sending of the proposed block is to the multiple nodes. After it gets the confirmation of 51%, then it starts with the adding up the block into the final blockchain. So that is why you see in this diagram, we have miners, we have block, we have block puzzle. Can I call this as nonce? Can I call this block puzzle as nonce? Can I say that? Okay. Now proof of work, broadcasting the new block to the network, verification by other miners, and process start over. So this is the final thing. And also we talked about that in the case of proof of work, we are speaking about Bitcoin, and in the Bitcoin, we have a prize money of 3.125 Bitcoin plus transaction fee. So this 3.125 Bitcoin, who is paying? 3.125 Bitcoin, who is paying? And who is paying transaction fee? 3.125 Bitcoin, who is paying, and transaction fee, who is paying? Bitcoin community, correct? Correct. Transaction fee is sender. Perfectly right. Perfectly right. I just close this. So I can say that these are minted. New Bitcoins are minted. The term is minted, and this has to be paid by the users. Okay. So as of now, this process we perfectly understand. So I believe proof of work is clear to all of us. Proof of work is clear to all of us. See, you might be thinking that I am focusing more on to the proof of work. The reason behind every other consensus algorithm is actually based on to proof of work. If you are not having clarity of this, you cannot move further. So that is why I'm asking multiple times. Okay. All right, now you see, after doing this, let's move to the things here. So we have talked about that in proof of work. We have references to the previous block. Set of transaction is there. What is the full form of nonce? Nonce stands for nonce stands for number that is only used once. Number that is, or you can say random number also, number that is only used once. Correct. Okay. Now let's talk about the next concept. Now, what is that next concept? This is mining pool. Okay. So what is mining pool now? So now we know about the proof of work process. So in this case, you see, I actually need a very high infrastructure to solve the nonce, or I can say to get the correct nonce, I need to have a very good infrastructure. So when I say good infra, I'm talking about my physical resources. Anshuman, I'll come to this. I'll come to this. I'll come to this. So we, line by line, we are covering everything. Okay. So we are starting the Bitcoin chapter today only, and the first topic that we are starting, that is about the supply of the Bitcoins. Okay. Now in this case, you see, if I'm saying that I want to become a winner, what is the probability? I need to invest into good infrastructure. If I have a good infrastructure, obviously I am at the winning stage. Okay. Now, second case, let's say I cannot afford this much infrastructure, but I really want to do Bitcoin mining. So is there any possibility? So the answer is yes. Now, what is that answer? There is certain groups. There is certain groups that work as a team for the mining task. So we can say that collaboration for resources. Collaboration for resources is being managed, and ultimately, let's say this group, let's say I say this group is having 100 members, and they are having something like price as, I say 3.5 Bitcoin. I say this 3.5 Bitcoin. So if I calculate and I do it like that, 3.5 divided by 100, 0.035. So one thing I'm saying, 0.035. Okay. So I am ignoring other fees as of now. I'm ignoring other fees as of now. So if you compare, I come to Google Chrome and let's make a conversion. So conversion is this much amount. As of now, I'm ignoring other prices. Okay. 2 INR. 2 INR. So you still think this amount is bigger? Do you still think this amount is bigger? The amount is being divided into 100. The amount is being divided into 100. So do you think this amount is bigger? Yes, it is bigger. So what I'm trying to say here, what I'm trying to say, that instead of fighting or instead of playing individually, I cannot have that infrastructure. So now let's say we all are what? We are here approximately 42 people. So instead of, going through a individual scenario, we make a team and then we collaborate with our resources and then we make a block and ultimately we apply for the same. So in this case, in case we are winning, we are going to divide that prize money equally among ourselves. So this is what? This is known as mining pool. So it's not like me, I decide one day and I become a team. So there are registered, or we can say registered platforms are there which allow you to become miner in collaboration. Correct? Now I hope you got the understanding of what is mining pool. Let me come back to the slide. Now you see, in this case, if we go with the highest pie chart. Which one you can see the maximum? Let me zoom it also. Maybe that you will get more clarity. Which one you see the maximum? Aunt pool. So this is 25%. Maybe this range is, used to get changed or something. But as of now, let's say we discuss this only. Aunt pool, BTC top 11%, BTC.com 10.2%, Vixen is 8.1, and similarly, you can see we do have multiple, I come back here, multiple pools here which are working collaboratively. Okay. Sudhesh, correct. It is group of miners. So here I have, discarded the platform fee. So in case I want to register, it's not free, obviously. So I need to pay to platform as well. So ultimately you see maybe one block, if it is mined, one block, if it is mined, so my entire group is winning some amount, plus they are also paying the platform fee. So this is also one of the participant into the share of the profit. Now let's see in actual blockchain as well. I go to the website. I hope now everyone remember that website, blockchain.explorer, where we see the bitcoins. Now I go with this latest blocks. Now you see. Can you see this miner? Can you see this miner? Miner unknown, 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 unknown. And as of now, it is all individual. There you see. This you can see Mara pool. This is a mining pool. This you see Mara pool. When you see some name, this is actually a registered name. Now you see in this case of Mara pool, and you can see this is all those transaction and everything. What was the reward here? The reward was 3.15. Now this will be divided into all the participants. This is what? This is one more mining pool, Mara pool. Let's identify any other as well. I go to the second page. In first page only I find the first Mara pool only. Rest everything you can see. And again you can see this one. Can you see again this one? So 12 hours before they have done this Mara pool as well. Mara pool we can see. As of now, we are not able to see Ant pool anywhere. So we can see these are unknown transaction, and you can look for more transactions as well. So I can see only the Mara pool here into all the latest transaction. Otherwise, all others are unknown. Okay. So I hope we got the understanding what is mining pool. All of you understood what is the mining pool. What do you think? What is the benefit of being at mining pool? Do you think any benefit, or we should play individually? We should play individually or into a group. So that depends on that. What do you have? Do you have that infrastructure? So in case I do have infrastructure, then maybe I can try individually also. But if I do not want to invest on that, that's where I can go with the group. So initially it is a good method to have become a part of a mining pool. Shishan depends on infrastructure, group, fast resolving, money, yes. Chances of winning in high is mining pool, correct, Jagdish? Low investment for starting, good niche, group, synergy, yes. How they collaborate to solve nonce, everyone having their own infra. Rajesh, see, cloud computing, maybe you have heard about. Cloud computing. So this is ultimately all those machines are being used as a resources. So they are being considered as a single machine by collaborating. And with that method, they are solving that nonce. So not only a single PC is solving the nonce, they become a cluster. Yes, they become a cluster. Do transaction goes to transaction pool or directly to the miners? Transaction pool. We need transaction pool. After that, this platform is responsible to pay to them. There will be more network of computers to solve the problem. Correct, Manisha. Correct. Okay, so now as of now, we understood the mining pool. Let's come to the next topic. Nonce we already talked about. Role of miners, they understand now. Okay, now I'll come. Now you understand energy consumption. Tell me about the drawbacks now. You understand energy consumption. Tell me about the drawbacks. Positive side, we talked about. Tell me the negative side. Do you think there is any disadvantage? Do you think there is any disadvantage? More energy consumption. The cooling system is extremely capital intensive, correct? Carbon emission, yes. It uses a lot of energy, high cost, cost of infrastructure. Perfectly said. So these are some things that makes a question to the proof of work, because we always talk about green energy, we talk about sustainable development goals. So last time also we were talking this, so that time it is a problem. Okay, now do we have any solution? Yes, we do have. So the solution, I'll not say solution, I'll say the competitor of proof of work. So in this case of competitor, we all remember that Ethereum shifted from proof of work to proof of stake. If they shifted, so they might be finding it some, we can say that something or some positive point of the proof of stake. So let's understand that. Karthikeyan, correct. Complications while setting up and regular maintenance. Right. Now in this case, you see, let's understand proof of stake. And you remember a case that last time we left something, that what will happen in case more than one miner is able to mine at this to solve the nonce at the same time. So we still need to discuss that part. Now we come to the proof of stake. What is proof of stake? One thing we know, this is being used into Ethereum 2.0. And then we come to the proof of stake. Now you see in this case what happens. So again, I'm writing in a tabular form, and this time it will be very easy for you to understand. Why? Because you exactly know what happens into the proof of work. So we'll go through this. So step one, user makes transaction. Transaction enters unconfirmed transaction pool. Okay. Miner picks the transaction and form the proposed block. Okay, now this was the step 4. See, till these are the repetition what we were doing into the proof of work. Now I have a change. What is that change? Now in this case of change, what we are doing up here, in this case, now you see, I give you an example before I come to this. We imagine a case. I have two miners, miner A. Listen this very carefully, very interesting one. And I promise you will be getting it into a minute. Okay, miner A, miner B. Miner A is having 100 ether. Why ether I'm talking about? Karthikeyan, thanks for the adding up. Okay, miner A is having 100 ether. Miner B is having 150 ether. Okay. Why I'm saying ether? Because we are talking about proof of stake. Proof of stake is using the cryptocurrency Ethereum. Okay. Now, in this case, you see, I want to also fight. I want to also become miner. You also want to become a miner. So I put something on stake. What is my stake money? Stake money is, let's say, 80 ether. Stake money, see this time nonce is not in the picture. Stake money is 90 ether. Okay. Which one is having more stake money? Miner A or miner B? Which one is having more money? Miner B. That is 90 ether. That is 90 ether. Okay. Now, because of the stake money, just because this is just like an auction. So it's like auction price started from this. Now you give me amount. So you have given a highest amount. So you are winning the auction. So now miner B is winner. Miner B is winner. Bid and correct. Now, in this case, you see what happens. This is also important. Bitcoin is giving the reward as 3.125 Bitcoin plus transaction fee. Ethereum is giving only transaction fee, no fixed amount, nothing like a minting. So Ethereum do the minting onto their own. So they do not have something putting directly giving to the miners. So they are only giving what? Transaction fee. Okay. So let's say winner B is what? Miner B is winner. Now in this case, once everything is settled down, listen this, once everything is settled down, miner B will be getting 90 ether plus transaction fee. Do you understand this? Why 90 ether plus transaction fee? What is 90 ether here? What is 90 ether here? The refund stake. So can I say something like that? I made a FD for a very shorter time period and 90 ether is being increased. For very shorter time period, I made a FD, a fixed deposit kind of a thing. I have given that amount to the Ethereum community and they returned me plus with the transaction fee. Okay, who is paying this transaction fee? Who is paying the transaction fee? Users. Users or senders. Users or senders. Correct. Now you see, we come back to our plot. So you see miners put the Ethereum for miners put the Ethereum for stake. Winner is I can say winner is identified and let's say miner B. I'm assuming directly miner B broadcast the proposed block. Other miners validate the proposed block. Other miners validate the proposed block. And finally, let's say after getting approval for 51% nodes, the proposed block is added to final blockchain. Okay, this is all same. So after that, winner, or I can say miner, see, block is added. Miner B gets the reward money, or I can say gets the stake plus transaction. Right? In the above example, miner A is the loser, so the stake amount of miner A is completely taken. No instrument, that will be also returned. Otherwise, nobody will, play this bit. Otherwise, they will be into the losses. You see, transaction fee will be how much? It's very minimum as comparison to the stake money. So stake money is returned to that miner also. Rajesh, nonce is not there. We need just high infrastructure for solving the nonce. Now you see it's just my amount. I can do this kind of mining from my laptop as well. I have just wallets. Yes, nothing else. That time in the proof of work, we were solving a puzzle, a nonce. For that, I need some kind of software that requires a very, very high infrastructure. But in this case, it's just like sending more money. Correct? Now you see, just go through this one here. And you see changes only come here only at the fourth step. Am I right? Do you think any another changes here? And yes, we see the prize money is also different. Any another changes you see here? Just go through these steps one more time. Yes, Sudhensh, correct, correct. So now you see it's like that, whether you have that infrastructure or you should have that money. Winner is identify, Anshuman, it is identify based on who is having the higher stake or who is giving the higher bid. Let's say you are doing 150 ether. I am doing 149 ether. So you are the winner here. Balram, 51% nodes means here, let's say I assume that I have total miners. Let's consider a one term that is total miners. Now, in the case of total miners, what I say here, this is total miners. So this is 100. Round figure I'm just taking here just to keep the understanding. So in this, you see miner, in fact, I'll take 101. 101. So minor B is broadcasting. Broadcasting, we understand. What is broadcasting? See, I am speaking, you all are listening. So this is broadcast. So minor B is sending the proposed block to all other miners. So how many miners he is sending? How many miners he is sending the block? Can I say 100 miners? Can I say other 100 miners? So in this case now, other miners, they are also verifying the transactions. Transaction means what he has included or she has included in that proposed block. Now these other miners are checking, okay, all good, all good, all good. So this is not like manual checking. The software is working on to that. So once the verification of transaction is done, and out of 100, let's say 51 has approved that. It could approve by others as well. Let's say 51 has approved that. So that time it is considered that block is final. Okay, this is 51%. Node means could be a machine. How total miners will be decided? Ethereum is having all the records, Balram. Ethereum, see, when I registered with the Ethereum as a miner, they have all the records with me. So once I validate, once I confirm, they automatically with the software, it is getting updated. So let's say you are also using, you are also miner, I'm also miner. So both of us are record are being stored into the Ethereum. And once it is stored, then let's say I'm giving the confirmation, so that count is also coming. And in this case, I have taken only 100, but in actually it could be more as well. Is transaction fee common for all the transaction or varies according to each transaction? Okay, Mohan, so what happens? We do have platforms like MetaMask or other wallets. So these platforms give a suggestion. Okay, this is the average fee. Maybe you have, used blah blah kind of application or something. So they give you this from this to this distance. This is the average amount that you can keep. Now, in this case, you see when the average amount is, you can keep more as well and you can keep less as well. So as a, I can say minor, this example last time I was considering. So let's say for it, my platform is showing me that average fee is 1 ether. Let's take an example. And what I have done, I have kept it 0.5 ether as a user. What I have kept 0.5 ether as a user. Now there are two transactions in miner. One is 0.5, one is 1 ether. Which one you will pick? There is two transactions, 0.5 and 1. Which one you will pick? 1 ether, 1 ether. So this is the case that how the prices are being divided. So it is suggested to keep the average fee. Otherwise, there is less chances that your transaction will be picked over there. Correct. Let me come back to other questions now. One by one, I'm going through everything. What is being validated as there is no nonce? Shruti, we are validating the transactions are valid or not. Nonce is just a, we can say, chance of getting the game. How to decide the winner? In proof of work, if you're solving the nonce, you are the winner, but into the minimum time. In the proof of stake, if you are having the higher stake, you are the winner. The verification is a different concept that works with the transactions. Vidya, so instead of nonce, we have bidding to identify the winner in proof of stake. Other steps are similar to proof of work. Correct, Vidya. Mining pool in proof of stake, individuals are shared coins. Normally, Fikrini, yes, we have allowed with this mining pools as well, but most of the users, prefer to play individual. Mining pools are more common into the proof of work. The amount of stake would make the miner the winner, but after getting selected, what process goes with that miner or any use of the resources computer? There is no use of as such high resources requirement. I do not need high resources into the proof of stake, but I need high money. I should have a good number of amount of ethers with me. In Ethereum, why gas fee is more higher than other chain? Deepak, in this case, you see, we still need to talk about the gas fee. So in the Ethereum chapter, we will come to this. But as of now, what answer I can give you here, this is also carrying the smart contract. This is not only transaction. So when I say smart contract, so program has a complexity. And because of the size of the program, the gas fee is higher. Transaction fee varies from network to network, like ERC20. Correct, Anshuman. Why other miners, other 51% miners are verifying and approving when they fail to get an auction? Srijan, in this case, see, if now you see, if this 51 concept now is not there, if 51% concept is not there, that time what will happen? So let's say I am a hacker, I have a good amount, I can easily add my false blocks as well. I can easily add my false blocks as well. So when we are having this community, we are still making sure that we are being honest here. So that is the transparency of the system. This 51% is actually a rule here, which is taking care of it, all kind of, we can say, yes, the same thing will be replicated everywhere. So you think of, let's say, now in the proof of work or proof of stake, because of high infrastructure or because of higher stake, if I win into the game, I can add a false block here. So for that reason, this is talking about 51%. I'm not saying that this is not practical. So now hacker or unauthorized user has to buy 51% nodes to get a false information into the blockchain. Proof of concept and POET does POC. Karthikeyan, that is different. So after this proof of stake, we are coming to POET as well. We are going to cover this as well. How to make sure as a miner, my block is getting verified by maximum miners. Balram, in some time you will be getting the update about that. So your dashboard will be updating you with this. So all the live records will be working with the Ethereum software. So yes, you are getting updates parallelly as well. I hope I answered all the questions. In case something is missed, please let me know. Okay, so can we say that we do have understanding of proof of work and proof of stake now? Can we say that? Do we have understanding? Perfect. Okay, now you tell me the difference between these two. Take a minute, think about that. Tell me the difference into proof of stake and proof of work. Proof of work versus proof of stake. Give me answer for this. Let's see who is answering first. Saksham, high computational power versus low computational power. Correct. Shishan, replacing random nonce process which needs high infrastructure with manual auction bidding. Perfect. Bikini, energy consumption versus less energy consumption. Yes. Rajesh, one is bidding process and other is puzzle solving process to get accepted. Perfect. Jagdish, needs solving puzzle, need to keep higher stake. Okay. Proof of stake is faster, less expensive. Yes. And nonce need more computing power, stake coins. Correct, Ahmed. Balram, miners compete to solve complex cryptographic puzzles using computational power. Validators are chosen to create blocks based on the number of tokens they stake. Perfect. Karthikeyan, miners solve puzzles to validate stake coins to validate, and is more efficient. Perfect. High cost versus less cost, more environment friendly, and Vidya has given about the reward money. Perfect. Perfect. So I should be proud of my students. Nice. High cost, less cost. Perfect. Okay. I'm giving one statement now. Tell me this is correct or not. So I'm saying that in proof of stake, richer gets more rich. In proof of stake, richer gets more rich. Am I right? Can we say that? So before playing into the game, now actually I should have that much ethers. Only then I can play with this game. Okay. So this is all about proof of work and proof of stake. Now I come to one question. So now you see parallel winners are possible here. Parallel winners are possible in the case of proof of stake. Proof of stake. See, Ethereum, it is possible. Not Ethereum, I'm sorry. I should say here proof of work. See, proof of work, if I say, in this case of proof of work, solve more than one miner solving nonce at same time. One question is this one. This answer is yes. I come to now proof of stake. So in the case of proof of stake, if I say that more than one miner, more than one miner getting chance to form the block. Now you tell me it should be possible or not. What's your thought? Then I tell you. Correct, Shruti. What do you think? Yes, it's not possible. Not possible. It's not possible. See, this time there's no game like that. You have certainly as a bidding option. So we imagine a case also. Both the miners are having the same amount, 150, 150. So at that time they choose randomly. At that time they choose randomly, but never they make it like two, three winners. So in case we are saying one criteria is highest bidder, in case the highest bidder is twice or thrice, let's say you are also paying 150 ether, I am also paying 150 ether. So that time one of us will be choose randomly. So in this case, the answer is no. In this case, the answer is no. Okay. In proof of stake, rewards are not always shared equally. While some system might distribute rewards proportionally to the amount stake, others might have different mechanism. Factors like the length of time coins are staked or specific platform rules can influence reward distribution. Yes, Karthikeyan. Okay. Now in this case, you see, can I say that this is also one more benefit? Can I say that this is also one more benefit? And Shubhan, I'll come to this as well. Sats are also because we have a Bitcoin chapter, so where we are covering, all the minute details of the Bitcoin transaction. Because before considering Sats, we should know about the UTXO and other things into the detail. Okay, how much time it will take to form a block in Ethereum? When it is less than Bitcoin, so it is approximately 3 minutes. It is approximately 3 minutes. In the Bitcoin, it is 10 minutes and 10 minutes to 3 minutes. Okay, so I was asking you, can I say that this is also one of the benefit of the proof of stake, that we do not have a parallel in we can say that parallel computation over there. And Shuman, that is also 1 MB. That is also 1 MB. Okay, correct. Now let me move further. Now, so we have talked about what? We have talked about two consensus algorithm. One is proof of work, one is proof of stake. Proof of work is working currently in the Bitcoin. Proof of stake is working currently into the Ethereum. Now, let me come to POET. Now, what is POET? POET stands for proof of elapsed time. Elapsed time. Now, what is proof of elapsed time? This is basically working into the case of permissioned blockchain. Okay, so this time, the proof of elapsed time, no reward money is required. No reward money is required. So you'll be thinking, why then somebody will invest there? I'll tell you. Now, what is no reward money here? Now, here we play like a lottery. Lottery, we understand. Lottery, we understand. So let's say we all play lottery. So what is my chance of winning then? In case of lottery, what is my chance of winning then? Do I have any probability? No. It's equal. It's equal. Yes, 1 by n. It's equal, correct? It's equal. So I do have the same probability of the winning as yours. So all of us having equal responsibility. This is, so it is based on the lottery system. Now, another thing, let's say I am winner at time, let's say time X. I am winner. I am even naming it winner A. Winner A is at the time X. Now, before becoming winner next time, listen this carefully. Before becoming winner next time, I should have passed the elapsed time. Let's say elapsed time is what? Let's say that elapsed time is 10 minutes. I'm taking very high time, but that is okay to understand. Elapsed time is 10 minutes. So I will be participating again into the lottery after 10 minutes. Do you understand my point now? I will be able, like a yes, yes, correct, Mohan, cooling period, correct. That also, this example we can give. So now you see, at time X, I am the winner. So I can participate in the lottery after next 10 minutes only. Next time you are the winner. So you will be again spending 10 minutes to become the winner. So this is the game of proof of elapsed time. One case, it is based on entirely onto the reward money, or we can say the lottery system. When it is based on the lottery system, you say you're having what? You're having a winner. And that winner can become winner. Again a winner next time, only then that 10 minutes. Now, what is the benefit of this elapsed time? What is the benefit of the elapsed time? Why they introduce this elapsed time here? Why they introduce the elapsed time here? To give more chances during cool time. Correct. Correct. So can I say that now the randomness has been ensured? Can I say that now the randomness has been ensured? Yes, equal chances and everything. But the question remain again there only. Why do somebody will become a miner here? So now let me come to here. See, public blockchain. Ethereum and Bitcoin, they are a separate community. But when I say permission blockchain, so this is a internal organization work. Internal organization work means what? You are working in an organization. Let's understand this. It's a beautiful concept. Let's say my company name is XYZ Limited. Okay, make it more realistic. Now I am forming a permission blockchain. Okay, so in my scenario, I do have 10 branches. My company is having 10 branches. Let's say 10 branches means 10 cities of India. Okay, so in this case, you see, in each branch, I have further 10 machines which are configured with Ethereum, not Ethereum, with permissioned blockchain. Okay, now you see. So total how many machines? Total how many machines are linked with the permission blockchain? What you can calculate? Hundred, correct. 100. So now total machines I have, that is 100. Okay. Now when I say total machines 100, so I could have, listen this way very carefully, who will be running these machines? Who will be sitting on these machines? Can I say that my employees? I'm the owner of the company. Can I say that my employees are working on these 100 machines? Okay. So when these 100 employees are working, this time I'm not paying them reward money, but I'm paying salary. So when I'm working in a company, I'm not getting anything or kind of incentive or something. What I'm getting salary for this. Now, in the case of salary, you see, so now POET, let's come back to the concept. It's a consensus algorithm. Now, in the case of consensus algorithm, you see here, this is meant for permissioned blockchain, and I do have, let's say out of 100 machines, I am having 20 as minors. So among these 20, who is becoming winner? That depends on a lottery system plus a elapsed time. But in return, minor is getting what? Minor is getting salary for this. Okay. Now you answer me. I become winner or I don't become winner. In both the cases, my salary will remain same. Am I correct? I become winner or I do not become a winner. In both the cases, my salary remains same. Correct? Yes, because I am paid on my monthly task. I am not paid on my random game. I am paid on my monthly task, not onto the random game. So this is, you see how the POET works. So let's one more time do a revision. Let's one more time we do a revision here. Proof of work, all based on the nonce. Proof of stake, all based on to the having the higher stake. But this is meant for public blockchain. But when I shift to the permission blockchain, so one of the consensus algorithm we do have, this is POET. And POET was here being created for the what reason? The POET is for the proof of elapsed time. So where we are talking about that, the miner will be choose based on a lottery system. And after, if one miner is getting the chance to become a winner, the next turn will be appear after only after a elapsed time. That is why the name is given as proof of elapsed time. Anshuman, Hyperledger Fabric also uses here permission blockchain. Hyperledger Fabric. So that is the example of poet. Okay. So now do we have understanding of all the three, Karthikeyan? It is correct. So I have gone through this before as well. Proof of work, proof of stake, and now you see poet. Do we have clarity of all these three? Do we have all those clarity of this? Correct. Any question as of now? Rajesh, in the purpose you see, do you understand what is the difference between public blockchain and permission blockchain? Do you understand the difference between permission and public blockchain? Or you missed that class? Okay. Let me come to this. I missed something. Let me check. Example of what I have given. Solana. Solana is again proof of stake. Okay. Now you see in this case, we initially talked about three blockchains. One was public blockchain. Second was private blockchain. Third was permission blockchain. Public blockchain examples, Ethereum, Bitcoin, all other cryptocurrency. So I'm writing all cryptocurrency. Okay. Private blockchain, multi-chain is one of the example. Permission blockchain, Hyperledger Fabric is one of the example. So I'm taking only one example. Hyperledger Fabric. So what is the property of public blockchain? See, only two properties. All information is publicly available. So can you see all those blocks? Can you see latest blocks into Ethereum and Bitcoin? Can you see the latest transaction? Can you see the reward money? Can you see all these details? Can we see? Yes, we can see. We have seen the website like Blockchain Explorer and Ethereum Explorer. Second information, users are anonymous. So when I open an account, can I know that this person belongs to which country? Can I know that this person belongs to which country? No, I cannot. Into the case of private and permission blockchain. So this is for, I'm considering both the category here. This is for enterprises. Enterprises means companies, businesses. So if you're working in a company and you're looking for a blockchain based solution, do you want to declare everything publicly? If you're working into the case of you're working a company, in that case, do you want to share all that information publicly? No, you will not be able to. So that is the time you are creating your own blockchain. You are creating your internal blockchain. So this time you also need miners. So now can I afford to have miner from the outside? At that time, can I afford to have miner from the outside? Why would I? I should not having the miners like this. So you see, miners are employees. And if I say that employee, can I say that my employee is anonymous? Can I say that my employee is anonymous? No. Miners are not anonymous. So that is why what is coming into the picture, Rajesh, I'll come back to you. What is coming into the picture? Poet. So poet is what? Prove how to choose the miner. So we do not require nonce now, no requirement of nonce, no requirement of stake, then how to choose a miner? The miner could be chosen randomly. But then we thought of, okay, what if every time the same person is winning the game? This is random only. In the lottery, it is possible. So we just added a what? A elapsed time. What added we have? Elapsed time. So this elapsed time is making sure that equal chances are given to every miner. So this is the task we were talking about. Okay. I get the concept of the categories. Only issue was why do all this lottery system when you can directly give salary and let them manage the work on server. Rajesh, in that case, see, miner is only one. So how will I make sure that this is not a centralized system? So if I am giving salary to one person, so this is again the case that I have the administrator with me. The person is fixed. I'm giving the salary. The person is fixed. So now I know that this person is going to do verification every time. So what if that person is correct, is corrupt? So that time decentralization doesn't make a sense. Shruti, in the poet, there is no nonce. I just mentioned that. Yes, Anshuman, they use the poet because they are forming the permission blockchain and that is why they use it. Ultimately, all employees will be working for employer by elapsed time to minors. It will be a loss of time to employer. Please, ultimately, all employees will be working for employer by imposing elapsed time to minors. It will be loss. Srishan, they will be getting other works as well. It's not only that, they will be getting other works as well. Maybe a better use case would be more appropriate for these permission blockchain. Use case would be more appropriate for these. Rajesh, I could not get you. Is Poet is less expensive as a compared to proof of work and proof of stake? Yes, Anshuman. So this time no reward money. No reward money, and we can say that permission blockchain is one-time investment. So when you're doing this, you have a good future with ahead into the blockchain. Do we have mining pool concept even in proof of work and Poet? Vidya, in the Poet we do not have mining pool because there is no requirement of the stake and to the nonce. Does the private blockchains are just for database handling inside the blockchain? No any cryptocurrency in it? So Desh, that time we do not consider cryptocurrency, but yes, we can use some internal tokens. Internal tokens, I can give an example. I remember an organization I visited. So they have their appraisal system based on blockchain, based on permission blockchain. So this time they were having, let's say I'm doing good. So I'm achieving or I am getting 10 tokens. He is doing his work. So he is being assigned as 5 tokens. So now my appraisal will be based on this. So it's not like converting into money, but it is converting into the case of evaluation. Can I carry out transaction using the permission blockchain platform if I have the access to them and it is for different use cases? Can I carry out transactions using the permission blockchain platform if I have the access to them? I need to just a second. Okay, Anshuman, I'm just going it again. Can I carry out transaction using the permission blockchain platform? Yes, you can do that, Anshuman, if you have the access. So it is all about the permission. Now I got your point. And normally, if a use case we understand for permission blockchain, you'll be thinking, why would I make it? So you can think of one case, supply chain. Supply chain we understand. See, poet here also we can discuss. See, supply chain, I will have a different parties as in manufacturer will be there. Who else? Then we will have distributor. We'll have somebody called as a transporter also. Transporter. Then we have retailer also. Then in the case of you see retailer, in this case you see somebody could some other parties could be also involved. So let's say the entire supply chain I am monitoring through hyperledger fabric or to the permission blockchain. So now maybe every party here, manufacturer, distributor, transporter, retailer, they also have the miners. So how to ensure that the miner are doing the work correctly or not? So poet is working there. So we are not sure that one time manufacturers miner is getting the chance, other time retailers miner is getting the chance to verify the transaction. So this is this use case we can consider into one more area there, how the poet is working. And let me tell you one more thing. When we will come to our application and architecture, we are actually going to implement everything. So that time you'll see how the things are happening. Does the UPI apps like PhonePe this keeps in keeping in? No, no. As of now, it is not using Sudesh. Some of the internal finances system is being used, but as of now, nothing on to the case of we can say Paytm and PhonePe. Yes, CDBC is one of the example. Okay. Do we have any other question now? Proof of work, proof of stake, and poet. Have you got the clarity? Yes, Anshuman, correct. UPI is completely centralized as of now. Shruti, the banks are using the blockchain for internal purpose, but not for the having the customers and everything. Ashwin, I mentioned that they're using the blockchain, not the poet. So as of now, they have not claimed that which blockchain they are using, because this is for their internal purpose. Blockchain we were talking about. Anshuman, correct. So we can actually discuss more into detail why not cryptocurrency. What do we know if they are using poet, proof of work, or proof of stake? Ashwin, they are allowed to use any blockchain. See, anytime they can come to any project and they can use it. So it is not like fixing everything. See, let's say I am HDFC Bank and I do have some requirements of the software. So one time I'm using Ethereum and next time I'm using Hyperledger Fabric. So I'm not fixing anything here. These all are technologies, and whenever I have a requirement, I can use anything. In proof of work and proof of stake, the miners, individuals putting money in terms of infra bid and in return. Correct, Rajesh. In POET, the miner is internal employee. Operators are at different level. We can say that. Correct, Rajesh. Right. Rightly said. And Rajesh, one more thing. See, sometimes there could be, let's say, not only the same organization. Let's say Amazon, Netflix, and what else? Hotstar, Disney Hotstar. They they are doing a common project, something into collaboration. We just imagine a situation. So that time you see three different company, three different miner, but actually they are working for same goal. So that time your different level is correctly mentioned. So outsourcing, or we have three different parties. So there also we could have typically BPO industry. Correct, Rajesh? Correct. So can we move to the next topic now? If we have all have the clarity, this, can we move to the next point now? All of you, please do me the confirmation. Perfect. Thank you. Let's move ahead. Okay, so distributed ledger, we know about this. Can you explain me what is distributed ledger? Distributed ledger. Actually, in the first lecture only, we talked about this in detail. What is distributed ledger? Distributed ledger. Same row record exists at all the needs. Multiple people can access. Will have the same transaction history. Yes. Recording transaction. Yes. Can I say that duplicacy of records? Can I say that duplicacy of the records? Multiple nodes are having the same set of data. Multiple nodes are having the same set of data. See, now by one more thing, by this time you should be very clear that by this time that nodes are machines only. Okay, so I use this term very oftenly. Nodes are machines only. Now you see, check in this case, John, Cat, this is, what's the name? Susan, and you see here, and Peter. Check the record. Now you see all the transactions are same or different. Check it thoroughly. Check at all the four nodes. Check all the four nodes. Same or different. Any changes into any transaction? Any changes into the transaction? No. So this is what? Distributed ledger. This is the distributed ledger. That is why we make a same copy of the blockchain at every node. So this is very basic property of the blockchain. This example, what we can try. So now you do one thing, very small exercise, very small exercise. Try to make the changes and see how the changes are happening in each. What kind of changes I'm asking? You need to add the data here and see the changes, what's happening in all 5 blocks. Just take a minute and think of the real blockchain. So this is just like an animation, how you will be having all kind of blocks here. And I hope you're able to access the link also. I hope you're able to access the link as well. I am able. Yeah, okay. Please try it. Just give a 1 minute. Just give a 1 minute. This is just to, support your understanding. You already know block, nonce, data, previous hash and hash. Mining also. Just try to add, random data and see the changes. Don't spend much time. Give just 1 minute and finish it up. Once you're done, let me know. Perfect. So I believe all of us are done. So let's move ahead now. Block structure, we already understood. I think nothing new into this. Hash of previous block, Merkle root, transactions. Let's move further. Block header. Okay, go through this and just imagine the proof of work at the background of yours. Just read this. So it's like how the transaction is happening. Just see this, how the transaction is happening. Transaction means, so this is something Joy is sending money to Mark. This is sender, this is receiver. So how this person is receiving the money. Just go through this. Why I'm not covering? Because you already understand proof of work. So you have a good understanding. So you can think of real life examples as well. So can I move to the next slide if you are done with this, or I can wait as well? Am I allowed to move to the next one? Perfect. Okay, so you know this already, so let's not repeat it here. You already have done just a quick MCQ, and we are starting with the Bitcoin chapter then. How many pillars does blockchain technology have? How many pillars does blockchain technology have? Karthikeyan, once the miner added into the network, the validation is mandatory for to check whether transactions genuine or not. Karthikeyan, correct. 3. So 3 are cryptography, distributed ledger, and consensus. Yes. Next question. What are the pillars? So this we already spoke about. Which of the following statement is true for public and private key? Yes. Read this carefully and identify. Which of the following statements is true for public and private keys? So I'm waiting for more answers. So we got mix of answers. The answer is B. The answer is B. A public and private key always comes into the pair. A user cannot generate it separately, one key. Private keys can be shared with anyone. No, I can identify the person by seeing their public key. Not possible. Not possible. So the answer is B only. Okay. Which is the random number miner used to generate the block hash with certain heading zeros? What is the random number? What do we call that random number? This should be correct for everyone. Nonce. Yes, nonce. Nonce. Okay. In which algorithm? I think this should be the last question. In which algorithm does the miner only get the transaction fee as the reward for mining? D. Proof of stake. Which blockchain? Which blockchain? Ethereum. Ethereum we have talked about. Okay. So this is just for, with the same website, just like a small exercise. What is this exercise? You are a blockchain expert of a fintech company, finance company that is using fintech over there, have been asked to create a blockchain network to demonstrate its working, create blocks of an existing peer, create another peer and a block for this new peer, connect with the newly created peer. So in the same website, I believe this is possible. Let me just check it. Otherwise, I'll give you the link as well. Give me a second. So this is hash, this is block. I cannot create it here. Blockchain is also not created. This is distributed. And these are tokens. And these are Coinbase. So I'll give you one more website's link, okay, where you can actually do this practice. That is another link I'll share with you all. So this is, now you see this in this chapter, we just have gone through the 3 pillars of the blockchain, which we see very, very common. Now, into the remaining chapters, what we will discuss. Let me close this. I'm sorry, I opened the wrong PPT. Now, in your curriculum, you see what is our next target. So we will be focusing one by one onto the blockchains. One by one means first chapter, or the first, not first chapter, this is third chapter or something, is Bitcoin. So now we will be talking about all the left out things of Bitcoin, like supply. We'll talk about, future. We'll talk about the proof of work. We'll talk about UTXO also. We'll see how the transaction looks like. We'll also see that what happens when two miners are getting the equal chance. They solve the nonce at the same time. So in this case, you see, what is this? One is Bitcoin. Bitcoin we are talking about. Second case, once we are done with this, then we will come to Ethereum. I hope everyone knows that with Ethereum, we can create smart contract. Everyone knows that with Ethereum, we can create smart contract. Can I create smart contract with the Bitcoin? Can I create smart contract with the Bitcoin? No. So this is not for programming. This is for entirely from the cryptocurrency. Unless I'm the Bitcoin developer, I'm working for the company. Okay. Now, once we have this Ethereum thing, so we will again come to all the Ethereum concept. Plus, in this particular module I'm talking about, we will also go through Remix. Remix is a platform where we can run the program. We'll also see basic structure of program as well. So this will be our target at that time. So we'll also go through, some wallets as well. So here also in the Bitcoin, we'll go to some wallets like Exodus and Coinbase. I'll explain everything. So we have more exercises now to do. So because if we practice, we see we can actually learn the things into more clarity. Then once we have a good understanding of basic programming structure of the Ethereum smart contract and everything, then we will move to enterprise blockchain. So you see now particularly or individually we are focusing on to the type of blockchain. First case Bitcoin, second case Ethereum, third case enterprise, and in this enterprise we will be majorly talking about hyperledger. So this is our remaining agenda for fundamentals of blockchain. Now you see, basically what we will talk about, what is Bitcoin network, what are the wallets. So this wallets we need to understand very carefully because I believe most of us are very new to this. So we will talk about type of wallets. We'll see some examples as well, and we'll try to practice on some wallets as well. Blockchain, miners, transaction, digital keys, hash address. So these all things we'll talk about. Now you see, so some of you already mentioning that three things that is very, very common with the case of Bitcoin. One case, they have a limited supply. What is that limited supply? Only 21 million Bitcoins will be created for the currency to maintain the value. So what do you understand by this? I repeat the statement. Only 21 million Bitcoins will be created for the currency to maintain the value. What you can get by this? See, so already that paper 2008, it's not like something they declared today or that time. This was decided at that time only that the total supply they are maintaining is 21 million. Okay. As of now, we have not achieved this, but once we achieve that, then there will be no minting. Minting means no cryptocurrency will be created. Okay. Similarly, there is one more concept of halving. What is halving? So this I earlier also told you that in that case, initially, what was the reward money? What was the reward money initially? What was the reward money initially? 50 Bitcoin. Yes. So 50 Bitcoin is being halved to 25 Bitcoin. You see how the minting is happening. 25 is 12.5. 12.5 is 6.25. And right now we do have something like 3.125 Bitcoin. And they have also decided one thing, that after achieving total 21 millions, there will be no, into the case of the Bitcoin, no new cryptocurrency will be created. Jagannath, there is a game of demand and supply. So now if I say that the demand is more and supply is less, can I say that price will increase? Can I say that price will increase? Okay, another case. Demand also I am providing, I am minting a very high value of Bitcoin. With that, can I say that price will decrease? If the frequency of minting is very high, can I say that price will decrease? Price will decrease. Quite possible. Quite possible. There are more chances to do this. So demand and supply is inversely correlated. Okay. So now you see with the same concept, what they decided to maintain the value. See, there is a very simple term to maintain the value of cryptocurrency or Bitcoin. What they decided, 21 million. So as of now, they are going with the 2008 paper only. But in near future, if they have some changes, if they have, so that is a separate game. But as of now, this is the how they are making sure that Bitcoin is achieving heights with every demand and every respect over there. So this is the concept. Now you see the concept of halving and total supply. Can I say that it is interrelated? The concept of halving and the limited supply, can I say that both of the concepts are interrelated? Ultimately, the agenda is one of the kind. Ultimately, the agenda is one of the kind. Correct? Okay. Now, similarly, the question arises. This also we were talking that day. How they decide the halving? So now you see the number of Bitcoins mined will be halved after every, you see here, almost 2,10,000 blocks. Can you see this number here? 2,10,000 blocks. So halving is happening. So you know what happens? This is like 4 years time or creation of or creation of 210. I'll write it here, 2100 number of blocks. Whichever is coming earlier. See, either the 4-year elapsed time or this much creation of number of blocks. In both the cases, what will happen? In this case, we will see here the halving will happen. So now you see one condition. What is the one condition? One condition is total supply is 21 million. Second condition, halving happens either the time is 4 years or the case of 2100 block creation. Okay. So can I say that these 2 points are actually targeted to maintain the value of the cryptocurrency? Can I say that? See, somehow the same system is being followed up into our global economy as well. Or I say the earlier, also I was giving the same example. Why can't RBI publish all the notes into one go? Can they do that? If RBI publish, more digital, more not digital currency, more fiat currency, ultimately it will be hitting our economy of the nation as well. So everything is having a reason. So the same reason we do have it for the Bitcoin also. But there is a third aspect as well. What is that third aspect? So this is talking about difficulty level. Now, what is difficulty level? I can explain you it in a very simple term. So in this case, you see, I have the third condition. Third condition states that difficulty, see, I use some if else statement. If block creation time is greater than 10 minutes, listen this very carefully. If block creation time is greater than 10 minutes, decrease the difficulty level of puzzle. Puzzle is that nonce. Else increase the difficulty level. Okay, difficulty level of puzzle. Okay, this is also fine here. Now in this case, I'm saying average block creation time is 15 minutes. Now what will happen? Will increase the difficulty level or decrease? What we will do? See this logic and accordingly let me know. What I'll do? The average block creation time is 15 minutes. What should I do? Increase or decrease? Decrease. Decrease. Correct. Okay. If it is 8 minutes, then what should I do? Increase. Increase. Correct. But this is not we are checking every time. This is we are checking after creation of 2016 blocks. After creation of 2016 blocks. So these are three conditions that we are considering with the Bitcoin. One is the concept of halving that happens after every 4 years, or the 210,000 block creation, whichever is the earlier one. Similarly, there is a limited supply of the Bitcoin, that is 21 million. And then we say that we do have a difficulty adjustment level, that is every after 2016 block. Correct? Why concern about difficulty level when it is solved by some excellent system? Shruti, still it will see. This is not only solving the puzzle, we are talking about the block creation. We are talking about block creation. Nonce we are not talking about. Nonce you can solve, but you see, you need to send it to somebody, you need to, they will be verifying it. So at that time, it takes time. So we do not want to increase this time from more than 10 minutes. That is why we are moderating the difficulty level. Correct, Ahmed. Correct. Anshuman, correct. So we do not want to make it more complicated. So a standard we set over there. Okay. Now let me come to the next topic. Okay, how you can get Bitcoin? Let's say I'm not asking to become a miner, but how you can buy the Bitcoin? Anyone? Any idea? How you can buy Bitcoin? How I can buy Bitcoin? Wallet, exchanges. Yes. Any example of these exchanges? Any example? Binance, Bybit, Coinbase, Uniswap. Yes, correct. Let me show you now. So how we can buy the Bitcoin or any cryptocurrency? So we need to, go through one of the platform. So you see, multiple people has given me a number of examples. So I'm going with the Binance. You can choose, obviously, you can choose anyone. Now you see, this is, let's say, first time opening the page. Now, first I should have an account on this. So it is asking email or a phone number. I'll make my account. I'll have a dashboard. Can you see this? Can you see this? A mobile application kind of thing. See here, a mobile application kind of thing. And this is showing a total balance as well. So this you can see, I can scan it and I can download it in my phone as well. Mac OS or Windows or iOS or Android. I can choose any form of this and then I can have it. So you can have this and you can buy it. Now you see, earlier also I showed you this thing. I do not have account here, but I have account on Binance. Sorry, MetaMask. So this is also one of the wallet. Let's say I do want to use this. So I logged in and you see this is Ethereum and I click on buy. As of now, I do not have anything. So sell option I cannot use. So let's wait it recognize my location and everything. Okay, now here you see Uniswap correct. So I want to pay in Indian currency. So here you can see UPI, IMPS, debit or credit card, and this is mobile money. Let's say I go with the UPI. I click on continue and you see this is for Ethereum. Let's say I want to buy Bitcoin now. So it is not providing me for Bitcoin. BCH is another one. So you can choose any cryptocurrency, but this is mainly for, Ethereum and related one. So let's say I'm going with the Ethereum. So you see the price here, you see, this is something 4335 and it is providing some other platforms as well. Let's say I go with the same case. Now in this case, I can buy it. And now where will be this money reflected? Let's say I bought it. Let's say I bought it. Let's say I bought it. So where it will be kept? Can I transfer into my account, my SBI or my HDFC? Can I transfer it to my other accounts? No, no. So this will be my wallet now. This will be my wallet. This is my virtual wallet. So I'll be keeping my money over there. So this is the case here, Rajesh. So in India, Binance is also now allowed. And we do have multiple other platforms like MetaMask, Coinbase. So these all are allowed. So we can use this. Earlier, Binance was based, but now it is working fine. And recently, Wazeer is having some hacking problem. So they lost their very good customers as well. But that is, it could happen with any organization. Yes, Bybit was banned. Okay. So this is the way you can buy it. And also, uh, have you heard about some companies which help you to buy the Bitcoin? Have you heard about anything? Some companies which help you to buy the cryptocurrency. So there are some registered or unregistered companies as well. So in case you are going through, yes, MicroStrategy. So I remember a case that once Aquaguard serviceman visited our house and he was, talking to my father-in-law about that you pay into the cash, I'll invest your money in the Bitcoins and everything cryptocurrency. So now you see this is something like a fraud could also happen. So, but their company exists which take your money doing the investment into the stock market. They do it with the cryptocurrency as well. Similarly, uh, in US, there are some cities where you can go to the ATM machines and you can actually buy and sell your cryptocurrency. Let's say I have some Bitcoin, one Bitcoin. I want to convert it into USD, and for that I can get the cash. So that is also possible, but as of now, not in India. Physical exchanges or P2P. Correct, correct. So this is also very common there. And where you can pay into the Bitcoin. Can you make any payment into the Bitcoin? Any payment you can make into the Bitcoin? Yes, we can buy the land in Dubai. Tesla cars can be bought into the cases. And similarly, there are some crews also where you can pay into the cryptocurrency. So yes, there is a possibility. So that is also option. Otherwise, you have the conversion option. So we do have Binance, Coinbase, Kraken, India Coin. So these all are the exchanges for the Bitcoin. Okay, spending, I was asking you. Now let me tell you. Yes, this is important. This is important. So when I say wallet, what is the work of wallet? Can I say keeping cryptocurrency? One of the thing, keeping cryptocurrency. Second, storing my address as in my identity, having my public key and private key. Okay, and allowing me to buy and sell. Do you think this is the work of wallet? Can I say that, or I missed anything here? Keeping cryptocurrency, storing my address, and public key and private key. This also I should write here. Storing and allowing me to buy and the sell. Am I correct here? So these all are properties of what we can say our wallet. Swapping, yes, swapping is also, that is why I have written buy and sell. It holds the network as a node to create and log and hold the, yeah. Correct, Kartik. Okay, so we have seen like this. Now, yes, Sugesh, swapping is also included. Okay, now in this case, you see how many type of wallets we have. What is type now? So we have 4 categories: desktop, web, mobile, and hardware. Desktop means what? Types of wallet. Desktop. What is desktop? Now you see, desktop means I have a software. Listen this carefully. I have a software that I am installing in my PC. One case. Mobile wallet. Can I say mobile based application? Can I say mobile based application? So it could be for your iPhone also. It could be for your Android phones as well. Okay. Third category that we are giving, this is web based wallet. Now what is web based wallet? Do you understand Chrome extension or browser extensions? Do you understand browser extensions? So likewise, the MetaMask I was showing you, it is a Chrome extension. So can I say that this is web-based application? Can I say that web-based one? Web-based. See, normally what happens, I'm not installing a software in my PC. I'm installing a extension into my browser. So you can do it for Firefox also. You can do it for any another platform, any other browser as well. So you see here, what I'm running here, this is running onto my web. This is running onto my browser here. So if you expand it here, view in Explorer, now you see, in this case, whatever I'm getting through that particular extension only. So this is known as web-based wallet. Okay. Any another extension example you can give it to me? If you have seen any another extension, Phantom extension, yes, Trust Wallet, Phantom, yeah, hardware will come. SafePal, what else? Recently, what I have done, I was putting something onto the LinkedIn and I needed some formatting. So I installed an extension that was allowing me formatting onto the LinkedIn. So this, you see, this is also extension. Maybe if it is there, I can show you. Can you see this? Can you see this? LinkedIn text formatter. So this is also one more extension. So this comes into the category of web-based. Okay. Now the last one, which is hardware wallet. This is important to understand. So this actually, individually that doesn't work. This works with the case of one another wallet. Okay. Now in this case, let me show you one example. Have you heard about Trezor.io? So this is a company. I have given a wrong spelling. Trezor.io. Let me Google it. Yeah, this I was talking about. Okay, now you see. Now you see. So this kind of a device it is. See from there. Here you see this video. So this device you see USB kind of thing that is having basically storing my private key. This is only storing my private key. Ajay, yes, you need to pay transaction fee. Now, in this case, you see why I'm talking about this. So, let's say we take an example. I do have a desktop wallet. I do have a desktop wallet, and my system is with the hacker now. So, do you think that my private key is at the state now? My desktop is with the hacker. So, can I say that my private key is at the stake? I don't know. There is a possibility. There is a possibility that person will able to intrude into my system. One case. Second case I take, uh, by mistake, somebody forwarded me a link on WhatsApp. Not mistake, maybe intentionally only. And I installed that application. And I'm also using Binance mobile application. Do you think I still have the possibility of some kind of attack? Do you think I still have the possibility of some attack? There are some chances that there is a risk over there. Okay. So these possibilities are very common. Desktop also, web-based also, and in the case of software also, desktop mobile-based application. So what is the solution? So one solution is that have a hardware, and that hardware is what? Trezor is one of the example. So whenever I do require, whenever I require my private key, I need to connect with that. So you think of, we take a normal example. You're using SBI internet banking, and in the SBI internet banking, when you need to put transaction pin, you need to attach a USB kind of a device. If I'm not attaching, it is not confirming my transaction. So can I say that this is more secure method? Can I say that this is more secure method? Having a hardware device to verify my authentication. Can I say that? But there is again a risk. What if I lost that? What if I lost that device? So there are certain things. So I can say pros and cons are always there. So you need to choose whichever is better into your condition. Okay. Better use a paper and hide it underground. Uh, okay, Amit. Ashwin, why only private keys are stored in hardware? Is it because we can generate public key using private key? Ashwin, no, the thing we are remembering, public key can be shared. Private key cannot be shared. They always comes into the pair. So even if an attacker is taking my public key, I do not have any problem. Okay, so that is the case only we are keeping the private key. But if we forget our public key, Ashwin, in that case, see, if you're forgetting, obviously you are not getting anything. You need to remember everything. And but we are not remembering, our wallets are responsible for that. And when I say hardware wallet, that is not working individually, that is working with one another wallet. Maybe we are combining web-based wallet with a hardware wallet. So that kind of a combination we are making. Okay, Karthikeyan, ma'am, can you give a demo of using a hardware wallet? Anshuman, I do not have any hardware wallet with me. So demo, but I can do one thing. See this one. See this video, this is actually giving you more understanding. You selected the device and everything, and then you need to confirm the transaction from your device. See this you can come through only then the transaction has been verified. See, you're selecting which one you need to buy. Let's say Bitcoin. So this is your balance or something. Then you are selecting a recipient. You're finding out the amount, reviewing and sending. And once before making the transaction, you need to put your device. If it is connected, transaction is confirmed and you're good to go. Okay. Can we transfer our cryptos from exchanges to hardware wallet? Would exchange give us give us our private key? Ashwin, no. This will not be storing anything regarding my cryptocurrency. Only the you can say that private key. In the exchange, it will not give the private key. No, 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 not at all. So that is why I'm saying these hardware wallet works into the conjunction, into the merger. Yes, Anshuman. So that is having fingerprint. Only then it will be identifying. So it's not like that somebody else can use it. Not possible. So these kind of, additional authentication is also made up there. So how do I transfer my private key from exchange to hardware wallet? Ashwin, you do not need to transfer anything. Automatically, it is just verifying your identification and it is confirming the transaction. So this is, you can say that you have an access card kind of a thing. So before entering into a company, you are putting or you're showing or you are tapping and paying with that card. So this is just like identification. But this time, this is my private key. Right? So I'm giving this website to you. You should, explore this more. Treasure.io. And I put up here as well. I take one more thing now. See, these are some examples. Desktop wallet, Armory, Bitcoin Core, Multibit, Web wallet, Blockchain, Coinbase, Circle, Mobile wallet, Bread wallet, Mycelium, Bitcoin, Hardware wallet, Trezor we have seen. Similarly, Ledger and Open Mind is also there. Now, I'll give you one example. Have you heard about Exodus? Have you heard about Exodus? Exodus. So this is actually one of the exercise with us. Let me do it for you first and then we'll come back. No, Sudhyansh, there, if you are making your hardware wallet compulsory, then no password will work. Transaction need to be verified by your hardware wallet. Now you see this website. All of you, please focus here. This is exodus.com. So I do have multiple things. I can download it for Windows and even its mobile application is also available. But what we are trying here desktop one. So I'm downloading it. By default, it has picked my operating system in case you're on the Mac OS. So it will be also recognizing the same. So I'm clicking on the download. I go with the desktop version. So it is something 224 MB. So you will also quickly getting it. And I open my download section. Okay, now you see I'm running this. Now you see this is installation of Exodus. We will see what kind of interface we'll get, okay? So you can see it has been installed. You can run it by clicking the shortcut on your desktop. So I have not done anything actually. I just clicked on the same and let me go with the Exodus now. Let me find out the application. So you can see here, this is the shortcut that is automatically being created. I clicked on the same. Now you see. I click on OK. So it is giving me, can you see this tracer here? Can you see here, tracer here? The tracer bridge allows communication between the tracer device and supported application like Exodus. Without tracer bridge, you cannot pair your tracer devices. So it's just like that. I should have the hardware with me. So as of now, I do not have. So if I have any another device, multiple devices, I can sync as well. Okay, now I come to asset here. I come to asset here. Let's find out, can I do something with the Bitcoin now? Can you see here, Bitcoin? I click on this Bitcoin and you see send and receive. Let's say we go to the receive. Now you see, can you see here Bitcoin address? Can you see here Bitcoin address? So this is my address. This is being generated by the Exodus for me. Okay. View on the blockchain, you can see you have some email option. It is a reputable platform listed in use. I never heard of this. Okay. Now I go back. I close this as well. Let's say click on sending. Now you see send to a Bitcoin address. So there also I need to put the price and everything. So this kind of interface you get. Also you see, can you see here multiple cryptocurrency here? Can you see this? Multiple cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, Tether, Solana, BNB. As of now, for everything, I have zero only. So in case you have some money, so it will be showing like this. This interface is for you see your portfolio. So if I click on this, so this is something like make your first deposit, buy crypto. You can, import your wallet as well. But I do not have anything before. Plus you can see prices as well. And which currency it is converting the price? Which currency it is converting the price? How come Indian currency? So Desh, no, we are not making these kind of platform. Which cryptocurrency? How come Indian currency? So it actually picked it from my IP. It actually picked up from my IP address. Okay. So you see 24-hour change, market cap, volume, you can see some graphs is being shown, some trend analysis. And it is showing me for some kind of a top 10. You can add more as well. Okay. Second case, you see this is my wallet. So as of now, I don't have anything. So zero is coming up here. Swap. Somebody was asking this now. Swap. You want to swap your cryptocurrency. So that also you can do up into this case. So this is also one of the chance that you can use. Buy and sell. There also you see. So in this 100 rupees, 100 bucks of Indian rupees, I cannot buy any cryptocurrency. Let's say I go with the 100 USD. I go up with the 100 USD. Let's see how much I can buy. So Bitcoin, you see 0.0097451. So that is also possible with this. So you can easily check, the prices. sell crypto. History also you can see in case you have some transaction history that you can see into this case. I come back here, and the last option, some rewards. So as of now, I do not have any reward over there. So in case I'm more into the selling and what we can say buying, that time I will be earning some rewards as well. So you see in there, and this is for NFT. NFT we do remember? Ashwin, they make our account. So you have a dashboard where everything is stored. NFTs, non-fungible tokens. So that also you can use here. You can buy that as well here. So you see, buy and sell, NFT gallery, your NFT address. So I can, explore more the things over there. Now, let me show you one more thing. Mm, 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 mm. This is I was looking for Bitcoin. So this you have already done. Okay, all right. So Exodus we have. See, this was one of the exercise given to us. One was the installation. Once you are done with the installation, you just need to be exploring this. So now all of you, you're requested to play with this, download the Exodus and explore this. Do we have any custody service in India to store our cryptos? No, Ashwin, these are the independent platforms. They're working onto this. Okay. So all of you, let me give this link to you all. Download this, explore this, because this is one of our exercise. All of you, whatever system you have, Windows or Mac OS, install this Exodus, explore all the options that. And also do one thing, try to get the price of any 5 cryptocurrencies. Any 5 cryptocurrency uh, with conversion to Indian currency. Okay. So this you try and let me know once you are done. Very easy task. See, there only I was showing you. Now it is your turn. Go ahead. So once you are done, try to get the price of any 5 cryptocurrency in Indian currency. Once you are done with the installation, please let me know. Only installation. Ahmed is done with the installation. Ashwin is also done. Rajesh, it will be better if you can do it now. Let's take 5 minutes and complete it, because this is one of the part of our assisted exercise. The mesh is done with the installation. Installation is done. Okay. All of you, please complete this task, but don't take much time as well. Just have the conversion. You should be actually familiar with the tool, because most of the tools, work into the same manner. So this is example of our software wallet. These are the Shijan different forks of the Ethereum. Forking. So I'll talk about this as well. Forking as well. So we should discuss some case studies related to this. So I'll cover that. Yes, Tirkam, this is a third party. How many of you are done with this? Rajesh is done, Ahmed is done, Sukhdev, Manisha, Purnesh, Dharmesh, Kartiken, Saksham, Deepak. Right. So I just wait another 2 minutes, then we'll come to the next topic. I close this now. I'm not right now working on this. Okay. Let me come back to the PPT as well. By mistake, I closed it. Fundamentals. And we were at the Bitcoin. Okay. Yes, Ashwin, MetaMask, they provide us. MetaMask. So every wallet is having a different one. We will practice this MetaMask also. Okay. So that gives us 12 word secret phrase. WazirX, I have not made my account, but MetaMask give it. Anyone tried with making account with WazirX? Anyone else? So Kartikan, do you get secret recovery phase there? No, no. Okay, so in the MetaMask we get it. Say, seed phrase, yes. No, it's not like just a exchange or something, Ashwin. Every platform works differently. Okay, Anshuman. Correct, Kartikan. Okay. Okay, so we were, yes. Now we have seen the software wallet. Generate a paper wallet. You know, this was also a time when we had the paper wallet. One of you were saying something with the paper wallet now. Not every crypto exchange, Kartikan, these are the different platforms and they can have the different scenarios as well. So now you see, let's see some paper wallet also. See, we have done Exodus. Generate a paper wallet. So I come up with the exercise for the paper wallet. Bitcoin, generate a paper wallet. Okay, you see this website, Bitcoin address, just for our trying purpose only. So I go with this website. Now in this case, you see, I want to generate some public key and private key and the Bitcoin address. So you see, just like, we do our fingerprint scanning, this percentage increases. So I am only hovering my mouse. So you see 78%, 82%, 89, 90, and you see this is 100. Now I got what? You see, Bitcoin address, private key. I can, if I click on print, you see, so I'll be getting like this. So now when somebody was saying it, take a printout and have it into maybe Almira or something. You see, paper wallet is possible like this as well. Let's say I want to have 9 Bitcoin addresses. So you see here, the address is also given and you can load and verify as well. So this is just, we can say that earlier this was the method, but right now all the wallets, they provide us directly. So you can have some bulk wallet also, you can also see the wallet details as well. So these all are possibility. So this was, category of the paper wallet. Okay. So, but I'll not recommend, even nobody will recommend here. But this you can see, just you wanted to know how the things were working earlier. We had this case as well. But right now, we can just directly, we can just directly go to the platform, and platform is responsible to do everything. What if they run out of the combination? So as of now, the things are working fine, Sudhesh. So by the time the combinations will end up, we'll come up with a new algorithm. So like this is an example, IPv4, the current addressing system, internet protocol addressing system, it is also having limited address. So once this is being exhausted, we'll shift to IPv6. So this is the same story there. Okay. Now let me come to a web wallet. Coinbase, I believe you have heard of. Have you heard of Coinbase? This is most, I think, more familiar, more common than the Exodus. It is more common than Exodus. So this is also a web wallet. So let's try to install this. I think I do not have an application for this. I go with this. So let's look for this. Now I go to Coinbase website. See, Coinbase website. I click on here. So it is just taking time to load. Maybe that's the reason. Let's see, Karthikeyan. You're right. Let me see the extension as well. So I added up extension into my browser. Let's see. I'm just waiting for getting the installation done. Okay, so this we got up here has been added. Okay, so this I go. So you can see this Coinbase is appearing now. Let's try to open. Actually, I did it for last batch as well. So it is asking me, see, all of you see, because this is the first time we are doing it. So you can see, create a new wallet or already have an account. I think I created it, but I do not remember my passwords. So I create on new wallet. So you see this is coming up. All of you see this. So I think Ashwin, he was asking the same thing. Yes. See, this phase we were talking about. I click on Coinbase. I save these 12 words to a password manager or write down and store in a secure place. Do not share with anyone. Okay. Let's say I copy this. I click on, I understand the risk. Now you see, this is asking me, have you saved it properly or not? Let's say I save it in my notepad because I copied this. See, I'm showing you, you do not show to anyone. I am sure that I'm not going to use it. So it is asking me, verify that you saved your secret recovery phase by clicking on the first and the last word. So what is first word? What is first word? Title. Last word is notepad. Last word is something awk. There is awk. This. And I click on this. Okay. Let's wait to get it confirmation. And close this. Now it is asking me to create a password. So I'm creating a password. I know it is easy to guess. Okay, let me see. No, it is not allowing me to do the same. So I need to keep something that actually is a password. So don't forget your password. Otherwise, by your secret, 12 phrases, you can also have it. So now your wallet is ready. I'll do it later. Now you see in this case, when I say AI token, it is okay. So there also you can see this looks like more like a MetaMask only. Buy, swap, send, receive, and expand. Let's do the expansion, and from there we can see. Okay. So I'm just waiting to appear it. Let's see that it looks like Exodus or not. It was, see, Exodus, we were getting all kind of comparison and everything, dashboards and everything. So every platform is having a different interface. Let's see with this. Kartikin, thanks for adding up. Now you see this is for my asset, crypto, NFTs, DeFi, and transaction. Then similarly, some applications you can see here. Buy, I can do. And you see here, you do have different swapping options, send and receive. So all those, the same kind of, features we are getting up here. Correct? So I think it's very easy to understand all of us. The installation part I'm talking about. So actually I went to the Chrome directly and then I looked for the Coinbase and then I did the installation. Okay. So but in our curriculum, we will be more often using MetaMask. So this is going to connect it with the Ethereum and there we will be having some smart contract deployment and everything. So we'll be using frequently the case of MetaMask. Yes, we do have connectivity with the Coinbase also. I'll show you one thing. See, this is the Ethereum thing, basically. This is the Ethereum thing, but I wanted to show you something. See, can you see here? Wallet connect. Can you see this? Wallet connect. So this is also one of the, external provider. So these all kind of, benefits we get up that we can connect with this. Similarly, if you see, this is the same thing. I come up here and here, can you see MetaMask? This one. Can you see the MetaMask here? So Remix is a platform, a web-based platform where we run our smart contracts and everything. And by default, you can see MetaMask is there. So similarly, Coinbase is also their partner. And similarly, we can see this wallet connect as well. So these all are allowed. But we will be using MetaMask because this is having a very good features and everything. And we are good to go with that. Okay. So now you see, in the case of the category software wallet, you have seen the Exodus part, software wallet. So this was the example we have considered Exodus there. And in the case of web-based wallet, we have seen uh, Coinbase also. We have seen MetaMask also. MetaMask and Coinbase, you should try. Maybe you can try on your own. The installation is very simple. And paper wallet, I'll not consider part of this. Then mobile wallet. So these are easily available into our phones as well. So even Binance, you can have it. WazirX is also available into the mobile application. But whenever you are installing these application, make sure that you are correct, using the correct path and everything, or the correct application. You are not downloading or installing a clone of the application. What is the example of hardware wallet? What is the example of hardware wallet? Yes, Anshuman, we can create our Ethereum. Cryptocurrency we can create. Trust wallet, offer good features. Okay. Ledger. What is the point of just creating it? Will it create it just you deposit few? Will create you deposit few bitcoins at. Ashwin, we should be familiar about all those platforms. Trezor. Can you please share paper wallet link? Yes, Dharmesh, I can do that. I think I forgot to do this. This. I should share this. In fact, I'll share these documents with you all. In case you wanted to go through, you can. Software wallet, paper wallet, web wallet. And even I'm sharing all these 5 exercises. See, I have shared 5 PDF documents. Just check. Have you received all 5? Yes, now it has been sent. Have you received all 5? Okay, perfect. So you can keep it with you. Dharmesh, one of them is for the paper wallet link. Okay. Now I come back. So you see, you have used it here. Now in this case of, you see, we still have time. Yes. Now you see in this case of Bitcoin blocks, we do have header, we have some metadata, we have the body, we have, I can say into this case, this magic number I should show. Yes, blockchain explorer. See, what is the average size of the block? 1 MB. Block header containing, what do we have in the block header? How many things we have in the block header? Yes, how many things we have in the block header? Can I say Merkle tree? Can I say timestamp? Previous hash? And similarly, nonce is also part of this. So these all are included into what? Block header. This all included into the block header. Okay. Now magic number also I wanted to show you. So now what is the magic number? So now you see that this is what ultimately how the communication is happening. How the communication is happening. So my data is actually traveling into the form of packet. So in case I want to identify Bitcoin packet from other packets. See what I'm saying. I want to identify my Bitcoin packet from all other packets. How I can do that? So we do have a number that is fixed, that is 4-byte value. And what is the value of this? You can see this one. 0xD95B4BEF9 magic number. So that is known as magic number. So you see something like that. Do you understand flagging? Flagging. So I have asked you go to seat number 3. I asked you go to seat number 3. So instead of counting or instead of something, I do have a label there. So you'll be easy to go there. So similarly for Bitcoin packets also, what do we have? Bitcoin packets also, what do we have? We have a flagging system. So apart from, let's say I do have 100 packets. So how the Bitcoin can be recognized? I have 100 packets of the data. It's not necessary all is Bitcoin and everything. How I can identify? Can I say that with the help of magic number, Bitcoin packet identification can be done? Can I say that? With the help of magic number, Bitcoin data packet identification is done. So yes, it is possible with this case. And have you heard about Wireshark? Wireshark. Have you heard about Wireshark? I think I have it the installation. Yes. See, this is not related directly. So in case, now let's say I do have, I start capturing the packets. So you see all that kind of traffic and everything. So from there also this Wireshark can actually recognize the Bitcoin packets just by having what? Just by having the magic number. So this is just for identification purpose. Okay. So let me again start with this. So the Ethereum blockchain, we spoke about the alliance, that is Enterprise Ethereum Alliance. Now, when I say Enterprise Ethereum Alliance, it is basically, we can say, a community of companies and startups which actually works together. And because of that, we do have what? We have a trust factor. And we could see the multiple names like we can say Intel, Accenture, Microsoft, JP Morgan. So they are part of this membership, and because of this we do have trust at the trust which we do not have onto the Bitcoin. Now after that we talked about the smart contract on, or into the say, we can say that in the simplest term we can say that a program in Ethereum. What is smart contract? So program in a Ethereum is known as smart contract. And if you remember, that day we executed a small smart contract, although it was just displaying some numbers, but that was also a smart contract. Now the languages which we can use for creation of smart contract, that is Solidity, Julia and Viper. So these are three very popular one. And which one we are using? We are using Solidity for our course curriculum. So just to brush up your skills, we talked about this earlier as well. So we spoke that day. So when we were talking about smart contract, so there are 4 steps involved. Number 1, writing the code. Number 2, compiling the code. Number 3, deploying the contract. I should say now smart contract. In fact, instead of code also I'll write it SC, that is smart contract. Now in this case, deploying the smart contract, that could be on 2 choices. So what are the first choice? Where we should deploy it? A part. Can I say test network? Can I say test network? And then in the B part, we go to the main network once everything is good to go, when we are finally wanting to launch this onto the network. And once it is done, then we come to the execution part. Okay. So as of now, you see, you have seen 2 network, test and main. We were working on which network? We were working on which network? Test network. Because we see here into the case that otherwise, if we go to the main network, we need to pay the actual ethers. Okay. Now, coming back to same program. Yes. Okay. Now, one thing you see, can you see this line contract hello world? Can you see this line contract hello world? See, in this case, we have given a name. So this is name of smart contract. Contract hello world. So if you want to give any other name, let's say addition, subtraction, or let's say transfer money or anything related to your program or to your smart contract, so that will be known as the name of smart contract. Now, when I see my compilation is already done, I go to the deployment. Now you see, initially this is 100 ether. Initially, all the accounts, it is 100 ether, and this is something we can say test ethers. Now, there also, can you see the hello world here? Contract name. See this drop down list. Obviously, it is having only one list. Can you see that name? And can you find some similarity? See, this is the same name which we have given. In case I change it to something else, I will be getting a different name onto that part. Let me click on deploy section. Okay. So now I click on deployment. Now you see, can you see some subtraction into the amount? Can you see some subtraction into the amount? See, earlier it was 100 ether. Now this is something being deducted. Okay. So we are seeing here, so some money is deducted, but how it is decided how much money is being deducted? Okay, one question. Let me deploy it again. In fact, I'll do it multiple times. And you see, whatever time I'm doing, the same time I can see it down. Can you see this list? Can you see this list? So whatever times I clicked it here, the same execution we can see here. And every time it will give me the same answer. It's not like it is giving me a different answer or something. So I can have those result multiple times. And can you see this cross here? See, copy address, and this cross is here. Now let me click on this cross. So you are allowed to do so. So I can delete this from the list as well. So that is okay. So normally what we do, let's say I'm running this program, I make some changes. So what I'll do, I'll delete the previous one. That is okay for me for deleting it from the platform. So now in this case, you see, can you see the deduction again? Can you see the deduction again here? So now what do we understand by this deduction? So this is important to understand. So this is known as, we call it here, gas fee. We call it here gas fee. Now what is the gas fee? So ideally, we can say that the amount I need to pay for deploying my smart contract in mainnet. So that I need to pay one case. But as of now, we are working on what? Test network. So it is also giving us a simulation kind of behavior that if I am running the program, that time it will be having certain fees. Okay. But now how this fees is being defined. So we have a formula to do the calculation and everything. We'll talk about this. Now, one general line I'll ask you. So I have now, let's say, two programs. This is my program. In fact, let's say smart contract 1 and this is my smart contract 2. Smart contract 1 is having 10 lines of code. Smart contract 2 is having 1000 lines of code. Just a imagination. Okay. Smart contract 1 is having, Rajesh, I'm coming to this. Gas is not having any full form. Gas is the same gas word we use it. It is not having any full form. So this is a gas fee only. So we are talking about this. Now in this case, you see what we are considering. We have two smart contract, one with having 10 lines, one with having 1000 lines. Okay. Now I give you a term, complexity. This is divided into two categories, every language, space and time. Okay. Which program will taking more space? You answer me this. Which smart contract will taking more space? More space means require more storage. Which program? Smart contract 2, 1000 line. Perfect. So I'm writing here SC2, it is having more, or in fact, I'll say it higher space complexity. Higher space complexity. One part. Okay, which program or which smart contract will take more time to execute? Which smart contract will take more time to execute? Smart contract 2, again, because of the lines here. So now I am saying this is having higher time complexity. Higher time complexity. So what we are understanding with this example, because we simplified everything, that the complexity matters. So in case I say here, now overall I'm talking about, now in case I'm saying here, higher the complexity, higher will be the gas fee. Higher will be the gas fee. Okay. This is one point. This is one point. So it means if I do have a complicated program, that will, I need to, generally we are saying, I need to pay more ethers for that. In case I'm saying that it is just having 2-3 line code or a 5-line code or 10-line code or very smaller than the other compared one, so that time it will be taking less gas fee. Okay. But now you see gas fee, how do we calculate? Now one question I ask, the price of ether, is it always remain same? Price of ether Is it always remain same? No, it is not fixed. It keeps changing. Okay. Now, in another example, I'm asking price of fuel like diesel or petrol. Diesel or petrol. It always remains same. It always remains same. No, it keeps changing or it keeps increasing, decreasing, right? So this is very, very common. I'm comparing these two things. Now, in this case, you see these two things are anyhow they are keep changing. So when let's say you are traveling from or driving from Chandigarh to Delhi, how do you decide that how much fuel you require? How do you decide that? Kilometer distance, correct. This is the thing I wanted to hear. So in this case, you see you are basically calculate the kilometers and then you have the average idea. So it is not like that what I'll say, okay, you need to have a very accurate one. Now I'm imagining a scenario that I'm already aware that I am going to this destination and this is very late into the night and it is having very less probability to get the petrol pump or fuel tanks in between. So what I'll do, I'll go extra. I'll go extra means, let's say, Chandigarh to Delhi, it cost me 1000 rupee generally, or I'll say that now I'm not sure about the petrol pump and these things. So better what I do, I keep it 1200. So something keeping extra. So in this case, whatever we are doing accordingly, that is basically we are getting maybe in the liters, maybe into the or whatever is the duration. Same case you see here. Same case you see here. That is why when we are calculating, see, listen it carefully. When we are calculating how much we need to pay, we do not come up with that how many ethers I need to pay. First, we calculate what is the gas fee, how much I need to pay. Accordingly, conversion happens. And how this conversion happens? One part we understand this is coming as what we can say. This is coming as the complexity of the program. Now let me show you one more thing. Yes, this is also we need to talk about. Can you see these four parameters here? Let me mark it something. Just a second. So you need to see this side. Okay, you need to see this side. Now let me come here. Can you see her four things here? Drop down list. Can you see four things here? Drop down list. What is the highest one? What is the highest one? Ether. See, highest one ether. So you think of like a smaller degree of the range we are talking about. Like I do have meter, kilometers, or gram or kilogram. Similarly, ether is the highest one. What is the shortest unit as in comparison to ether? This is finite. Then we have Gwei. And then finally we have V. The smallest unit for the ether is V. The smallest unit for ether is V. So you need to always remember. So it is very rarely we talk about, Gwei and Finne. We talk about what way. Okay. Does gas fee also need to be paid by ether? Mohan, I'll come to this. I'll explain everything. Actually, we are paying into the ether only. But how to do the conversion, that is into the gas fee. So you see here, test or main network. Vidya, this is unit thing of ether. Yes, Shruti. See, Vidya, this is where you choose the environment. So currently we are the remix, so this is test network. And when we go to the MetaMask, so that I'll show you how to shift to the main network and everything. But as of now, this is onto the test network. See, by default, I have not made any changes. So by default, this remix is onto the test network. If you want to shift to the main network, you can go with the second option, this MetaMask. Can you see this, Vidya? This one? Yeah, this we need to shift. And I'll tell you how to go about this. Shruti, the units we were talking about that, the ether is the biggest unit. After ether, this is Finne. Then we have Gwei and then we have Wei. The smallest unit, then I can say that Wei. The smallest unit is Wei. So you should be noting down this. So normally, these all kind of gases we see into the Wei. all kind of the gas fee we see into the way. Now, let me show you one thing. So I am generally expanding any transaction. See, Deepak, I'll give you the table for this. So these are multiple zeros, and then I'll share this table with you. Okay. See, by default in the remix, you have this kind of a platform. So now this area where you see the green tick, it is known as the log section. So you maximize it like this. And can you see this button here? This arrow kind of thing. All of you see my cursor on, this is the right hand side, almost bottom. There is something like arrow. Maybe I can mark this as well so that you do not worry about this. See, I was talking about this. So in this case, I am allowed to expand. Shruti, I'll come to this. I am still continuing the topic. Let me complete it and then you can ask the questions if you still have the doubt. And I'm going to tell about the same. Now in this case, let's make the expansion. I expand it. Now let's try to see something. Obviously, these are dummy things. Can you see here the gas? Can you here see the gas? Transaction cost and execution cost. Can you see here? So have I calculated something? Have we done something into the program? No, nothing we have done. So remix automatically calculating the what? Gas fee. Based on what? Based on the complexity of the program. If I do have a bigger program, so the complexity could be very high. At that time, what happens? This gas fee will be increased to the more price. Okay. Now, so the one question that we are struggling with, that why do we require units into this case? So in this case, you see, we are ultimately calculating what? We are calculating in this case, we can say that we are calculating to pay for smart contract. So it is not necessary that I am paying into, I can say that directly 1 ether or something. So that is why this ether is subcategorized into the 4 units for easy calculation, especially with the smart contracts. Otherwise, it will be very, very difficult for the calculation, for making calculation into Ethereum. Now, are you imagining something? Now you see, might be for a very small program, I need to pay very less. For very small program, I need to pay very less. So until to have the 0.00 something, better to have a unit. Do you agree with me? See, rather than having 0.000 something, better to have a unit. That unit is more justifiable into the case of ethers. And why do we require it into the case of Ethereum? Why not Bitcoin? Bitcoin is only meant for sending the transaction. Like I'm transferring 1 Bitcoin to 2, second, third, or something like that. But Ethereum is not only cryptocurrency, it is also including smart contract. And when I say smart contract, I could have a bigger program also. I could have a smaller program also. So being a parallel with all these kind of things, we should have what? We should have the smallest unit as well. Is there maximum gas fee in the test network, or accordingly space of source code for deployment? Rashid, in this case, see, we do have multiple accounts. So almost 1500 ether is a very big, I'll say the ether. So there is no limitation as of now. There is no limitation now. So 1500 is a very, very good amount. Okay. Now, in this case, you see, we let's calculate. Let me ask Shruti as well. Shruti, have you understanding of the smallest unit now? Why do we require the smaller units? Okay, perfect. Now let me show you one thing. We do have a formula. What is that formula? Now in this case, the formula that we are talking about, how the transaction fee is calculated. So at the back side, we do have what? We have gas limit multiplied by the gas price. Gas limit multiplied by the gas price. So gas limit, we can say that Gas limit is something how much amount a user is willing to pay for performing the transaction. See, minimum 21,000 you need to take. You can take more than that. As of now, minimum you need to take what? 21,000. So let me imagine here how the formula is working. Now in this case, you see, the formula is saying that transaction cost is calculated based on gas limit multiplied by the gas price. What is the value of gas limit? What is the minimum value of the gas limit? Can you see here 21,000? Can you see here 21,000? And in this case, you see, we are multiplying it with what? We are multiplying it with the gas price. So automatically Remix use this formula to calculate the amount. See, now in this case, see, we are into the test network. Let's say we talk about the main network. In the main network, listen this very carefully. In main network, if I say, when in the case of this, I talk about, if I want to do my transaction early, I want to got approval of my transaction early. Can I make this 21,000 to 50,000? Can I make this amount 21,000 to 50,000? What do you think? Should I do this or not? Should I do this or not? See, if I do not have any funds issue, I can do that. I can do that easily. I can do that. And why I'm saying that I'm increasing it? Do I have any benefit into the having some quick response? What kind of benefit I have? Round figure, yes. What else? What else? What kind of benefit I am having? How it is becoming fast? How it is becoming fast? Can I say that if my transaction is having higher transaction fee, miner will be picking it soon? Yes, Saksham is right. Can I say that? Can I say that if my transaction is having more transaction fee, so obviously the miner will be interested to pick my transaction fast. So this is one of the case here. Okay. So that is up to me. But if in case I'm okay with that, that is okay. It takes time. So I'll go with the 21,000. Similarly, in this case, you see the gas price is something which is coming onto the standard. So every time what we will see here. So how does this price is calculated? How does this prices or transaction fee is calculated? As of now, Remix is doing for me. Next time, we can say that next time this account like MetaMask or something, so they will be doing the same process for us. Gas limit, yes, Vinny, gas limit is decided by us in transaction. Minimum we need to keep it 21,000 as of now. But if you want to increase it or if you want to keep it same, that is allowed. And the gas prices that is just like petrol prices or diesel prices. So that way this is also being changed. Okay, now one more question. Instead of gas price, why we are not taking ether? Instead of gas price, why we are not taking ethers? Can't we directly have some price into the ethers? Yes, tell me. Why we are not taking it to ethers? Why we are taking into the gas price? See, I asked you, the Ethereum prices are always fluctuating. The Ethereum prices are always fluctuating. Can I fix something? Can I fix the price of ether? No, we cannot do it. So rather than having this, we have what? We have gas price. So that gas price is fixed by the community. Let's say right now this is 50 Gwei, and later on they're making it 51, just like a petrol prices or something. Ruchi, we can go to the Ethereum's main website where we will be seeing the gas prices and everything. Everything is provided. And into this case, yes, this is a good point, Vinay. So when we are doing the connectivity with the MetaMask or where we are moving to the main network, that time MetaMask will be displaying me everything. Yes, Vinay. So before, before deploying it, we have a option, just like a warning. This much you need to pay. You want to make some changes, you can do that. This is the actual price. This is the average price. Everything we will be getting. But through what? Through the wallet. What is the one wallet that we are talking about? This is MetaMask. Correct? And I'll show you how this connectivity happens. We'll see this in real life. As of now, do you got the idea how the transaction fee is calculated? See, one case we need to see here. Transaction fee is calculated based on gas limit multiplied by the gas price. Gas prices we can see from the Ethereum community. Gas limit minimum we need to keep it 21,000. As of now, we are working on to the test network. So Remix is automatically calculating everything. But when we shift to test network from main network, that time we will be seeing all the possibilities, what changes you want to do, you want to continue or not, maybe you want to wait for some time for getting the lower price. So all these things are allowed. Okay. Do you all have clarity up till now? See, main network we'll discuss. Main network I'll show you with the example and everything. Do we all have clarity about this? I need more confirmation on this. Okay, perfect, perfect. So now Jagdish, in the gas prices, see, what we talked about here, we do have a formula here, but when you see this gas price, this is given to us by the community. This is given to us by the community, like just petrol prices. It's just nothing but smaller part of ether. Correct, correct, Jagdish, correct. So this will be, now you see in this case, if you see this example, maybe in the case you see gas prices given into what? 50 GUI. This is it. Maybe when you check it now, this slide I'm not talking about. Maybe if you're checking it now, this will be something 70 GUI. So accordingly, you can make your transaction. And why we are not fixing the ethers here? Because ether price always gets changed. How do we invoke caller method in a contract? Ashwin will be having the functions and everything as part of the contract into the programming. And there when we execute it means, see, I'll show you the screen. See, in this case, when I was deploying it, I will be able to see something. I can say that, see, when I run a program here, I deploy it. Let's say my deployment is done. So in this case, you see, you do have all the execution here, but this is your local machine. In case you are going to the main machine or main network, that time you will be having some front end or something where you will see the output. Because this is backend. Let me come to this backend in this concept also. Who decides the gas limit as 21,000? So Suresh, this is decided by the Ethereum community. Maybe later on they can come to 25,000, something like that. Does ether price affect the gas price? Anshuman, as of now, no. GUI will also get changed per ether changes. Is that right consideration? Uh, no. They are fixing it, these prices. They are fixing these prices. So in case this ether is being changed, that will not change. And these gas prices are not frequently changed. Since GUI and we are linked to ether, when you say ether price is volatile, will not be the case even for, no, Shravan. No, we don't do this. That is why we are including gas price. In case we were changing these money also, then why we are taking it? Why we are taking gas price? Rather than putting the gas price, let's fix that. Ultimately and automatically it is changing, but it's not like that if ether price is increasing, I'm increasing gas price also. No, we do not go by this. But if you see by default, it is changing. Where do ER find though? Manisha, these are available onto the Ethereum portals as well. Plus our portals like MetaMask, or I can say the other wallets, they also show it when we go with the smart contract. Okay, but one thing that I should speak about, I don't know, you all are aware onto this part or not. Just a second. Okay, do you understand what is front end and what is back end? Front end, back end, and full stack. 3 terms. Full stack. Front end, back end, and full stack. Okay. See, now we need to talk about. Now, in this case, you see here. In this case, you see here. Let's say I am opening a website. This is Amazon. Okay. This is Amazon I'm opening. So this is the front face that you are seeing here. But how does this data is coming to me? The data means what? How this it is showing my orders or everything is there. So there is what we call front end, which is, I can say, designing of I can say front face. So you might have heard about some programming languages like HTML, CSS, front-end designing, or PHP, Python. So in this case, these people are working on designing what? The websites or the software, which is visible to user. Who is user? I'm the user. You are the user. So that time, this is visible to these people. User interface. Anshuman, correct. Now, what is backend? How this data is coming onto that front end. Backend means it could be, let's say, it could be MySQL, it could be, I'll say, any RDBMS software. So, or another way I can say that something that is storing the data. Let's say I do have my orders are listed into a, I can say a CSV file or a form of table. So I can say that tabular data. So this is known as backend. Okay. Now front end and back end, we see if I'm showing you something like this is visible to me. But what is working onto the back end to provide me data, that is backend. So into the software development, we normally divide 2 category, and now I'll say 3 category, full stack also. Let's say I am working on designing the front end. So I am front end developer. If you are working on to the back end, that is a back end developer. When I say full stack, so full stack is what? Those who are working on all these 2 together. Now, our case, we are at the blockchain. What do you think? This is front end or back end? Blockchain. This is front end or back end? Back end. Correct. Very good. So now you see, user will be able to directly see your program. Should I give the program to him? No, I need a front end. What I need a front end. So what we will be doing, so it's like now you see, you might have heard about, I think we have already talked about. So one of the state in India, they have already implemented blockchain for the case of, I say that for the case of land registry, that plot and everything, registries they have already done onto the blockchain. Okay. So blockchain means something on computer. Now I compare 2 things. So I take, I'm aware about one of the government, let's say Haryana, and but I don't name anything. So let's say this is state 1, this is state 2. Okay. This state 1 is using centralized database. Centralized database, we understand the client and server architecture. Centralized database. State 2, this is decentralized database. Okay, because they implemented blockchain. Now in their case, let's say I am a user. So they have given me a website, and on the website, this is mentioned that I can register for land registry. I can come up with the land registry over there. Now in the case of land registry, you see what we are talking about. So I have a website. Okay, so on this website, I need to go, I need to register and everything. So this website is might be have done into PHP, or I'll take Python here. Okay, now in this case of Python, we see here, this is my what? Front end. Now in this case, you see the backend will be what? This is website made with the Python. The backend will be maybe Oracle, tabular form or something. So this is now you see Now user is not aware about Python. User is not aware about Oracle also. For them, it is a normal interface. Okay. Now let me come to the decentralized one. So website will be there again. Okay. Website will be again there. Python could be the part of that. But when I speak about the backend data, when I speak about the Oracle or something, no, this is now has been changed to maybe Ethereum or maybe something else. So this is the difference here. But you see, in this case, user is getting affected by something. Do I know the difference? Do I know the difference? I don't know. I am not aware about this. You said that it is working on blockchain. I believe that. So the government has already said that, okay, we are onto the blockchain. So as of now with the blockchain, we say that, okay, trust is there, transparency is there. So that is why we are trusting it more over there. But as of now in the front end, there will be no changes. Okay. Now, another question. So why we started with this theory? So when I say the smart contract, when I say the smart contract, we were talking about what? Gas price. Now, in the case of the gas price, you see, we have seen a formula. Transaction cost transaction cost equals to gas limit multiplied by the gas price. Gas price, the community is fixing. Gas limit, they have given us option. You can keep minimum of 21,000. If you want to increase it, you can keep it. This is entirely up to you, because ultimately, if I'm increasing this, my total amount will be also increasing here. So now, in this case of the gas price, what I was talking about here, so normally it is given into the GUI. Okay. Now, in the case of GUI, if you see, this is fixing it for certain time period. Let's say 50 or 70, they are fixing, say 70 GUI. So now let's say Ether's prices are changing. Ether's prices are changing. I am not changing this digits. It is same only. But if you see the conversion, that is also being affected. If you see the conversion, that is also affected, because this ethers is what? The GUI is what? Smaller unit of ether only. So in case the price is increasing, so can I say that now you see ether, there is an increase in a price. There is an increase in a price. So can I say that I need to pay more money? Can I say that I need to pay more money? If it is decreasing, then ultimately it is less only. And also you see, sometimes what happens, ether prices are fluctuating with the, what we can say that, if there is a more demand, this price will increase. If there is a less demand, this will decrease. So sometimes user, correct Suresh, sometimes user, they wait to get it normal, and then they pay the amount, or then they deploy the contract. When we will do with the MetaMask, we'll come to this as well. Okay. Anshuman, the user has complete control and ownership over his data in decentralized database as compared to the centralized. Correct. Correct, Anshuman. Is there any state government in India using Ethereum contract? Are they buying Ethereum, paying in the USD? Rajesh, we can pay into the Indian currency as well. So there is no problem onto that. And as of now, the most of the government projects, they are working onto the private blockchains rather than paying it to Ethereum or something. They are working onto the private blockchain, because they have not done something like a cryptocurrency or like that. They have done some government work, like I'll say, water bill department, land registry, or CBSC documents. So these kind of things require the private blockchain, private, or I'll say permission blockchain. So they are not paying it, but in case they have any project, they can easily pay into the Indian currency. On blockchain means no fee required. Only infrastructure fees, Suresh. Only infrastructure fees. So let's say I'll have a blockchain on 100 system. So for that I need to pay, but for mining I'm not paying. I do not need to pay anything that time, but I require the infrastructure. On the other side, you see, do I need very big machine to run the smart contract? Do I need very big machine? No, nothing is required. Even it is a cloud based, we can easily run. How the government is using private blockchain. Ruchi, they private blockchain, we this is like one of the cases, Hyperledger Fabric. So Fabric is used into the multiple projects into the government as well. And in this case, you see, so the example you can understand that CBSE documentation. So whosoever is now, I do not have one server data. See, if I say decentralized, I can say peer-to-peer network. So into the peer-to-peer network, we need to create peer also. So let's say I'm creating a blockchain with 2000 nodes. It means 2000 peers. So these 2000 peers are responsible to maintain the data. One case you see, one server versus 2000 peers, where you will get more security or transparency. One server versus 2000 peers, where you will get the decentralization, where you get the trust. Tell me, which one? Which one? Where, in the second case or the first case? Ruchi, see, if you're saying one server, it means your concept for centralized is not clear. One server is what? It can be attacked by anyone. It can be hacked by anyone. So that time you do not have fault tolerance. But when I say the same data is divided into 2000 peers. So this time attacker versus 2000 peers, not attacker versus one server. See, I say here, same case. Let's say cyber attack is happening. Attacker is need to target what? Only one server. Here what we need to target? 2000 machines. So which is more difficult? Which is more difficult? Obviously the 2000 peer. So that is why you see how the blockchain is coming into the picture. Okay. How as backend Ethereum is used? Isn't it a digital currency related thing? Shruti, see, we have talked about what? Ethereum is not only cryptocurrency. Ethereum is not only cryptocurrency. This is what? This is having crypto plus smart contract. Second case is smart contract. So when I say smart contract, what kind of smart contract you will create? You can create anything. You can create anything smart contract. So we'll see, we'll have the projects like I'm having a insurance project. I'm having I can say courier project. I'm having a something, let's say job portal. So these all things we can build up into the case of Ethereum. You want to continue with the Ethereum or not, this is your personal thing, but Ethereum allows you. So basically private blockchain never use Ethereum. Correct, Mohan? There they do not need the cryptocurrency. There they do not need cryptocurrency. It's just like that we are creating a private communication channel. So now let's say, have you heard this term internet and intranet? Internet and intranet. So one case I'll say here, or more example I'll give. Even you leave this internet or something. Have you heard of intercom? Intercom. So that is normally into the offices, wired kind of a connection. In wired kind of a connection within office. Within office. So in this case, you see here, do in let's say my organization, they have intercom. Do they need to pay to the government? Do they need to pay to the government? No, they will not be paying. They'll just have their own setup. But it's not like that it is free. They need to, create cables, connection, this telephone sets and everything. Can I say that this is one-time investment? Can I say that one-time investment? Yeah, installation charges. Yeah. So in this case, you see the same thing I'm comparing. One, I have taken a BSNL connection. Second case, what I have taken a intercom. So this is the same thing you see. BSNL is example that you are paying to Ethereum blockchain. So you're, let's say I consider that some plan kind of thing. They provided everything with the billing and everything. So that case I consider. Second case of intercom, I'll say this is my private blockchain where I created everything. So I'm not paying into any cryptocurrency. Plus, if I mention that it is having 2000 peers, so that time, who peers is what? Can I say that these are machines, laptops? Can I say that this is machines or laptops? So who will be running onto the laptops? Who will be working onto the laptops? Human ultimately. human. So if I am having these 2000 peers and I am, let's say, land registry or any government department, so I will be having employees here. So when I say employees, so you see miners are, miners kind of term exist here into the private blockchain also, but they don't get mining fee. What they get? They get a salary. What they get here? They get a salary. Correct? I hope now you understand these things. You'll be getting more clarity now. See, we do have a different chapter where, we'll only speak about enterprise blockchain. And also, you see, in our second module, we are going to implement that. So we'll see that how it is being designed. Everything we'll see. Okay. So that time you'll have a more concepts clarity. How private blockchain deployment happen? Like in Ethereum, it is already a blockchain and someone can use the same infra paying in Ethereum currencies, its usage only. Is there an application for deploying private blockchain? Yes, Rajesh, so I'll not go into very detail about this. Let's talk about the steps included. So I take a very small example of Hyperledger Fabric. So this is one of the permissioned blockchain. Okay, it is permissioned blockchain. So in this case of permission blockchain, what I'll do, let's say I do have a normal machine. So this fabric is workable on Linux or Ubuntu based platform. Do you know Linux or Ubuntu based platform? Do you understand Linux and Ubuntu? So another operating system for us. So this is based on that. So I'll go with the basic requirement of a system, not very big or something. And on that machine, first I'll do fabric installation. Fabric installation, Hyperledger Fabric. This is a software. I'll be installing that. If I want to do it into 2000 machines, so I need to make sure the fabric installation should be done on all the 2000 machines. One part. Okay. Now, if this installation is done, then I will be connecting all 2000 machines together, something like a intercom. Okay. Now the communication is, Anshuman, this is one of the permission blockchain. Name is given, Hyperledger Fabric. So like we are naming Ethereum, similarly, we do have a name up as a Hyperledger Fabric that comes into the category of permission blockchain. Now, in this case, when I want to connect a 2000 machine, so we'll have some programming, or more, I'll say that scripts. So these scripts will be doing settings for every machine. Every machine means, so we'll talk about, I'll say 2000 peers. So their work will be designed, and that designing is based on what? The program. So once it is done, then I am able to create a communication among this P2P network. So this is the way how we are forming the blockchain. So what is the difference between this, public blockchain and this? See, public blockchain available publicly. I last time also I have given example. Can you see the Bitcoin latest transaction? Or can you see the Ethereum latest transaction? Can you see how we can see? We have a website and everything. We can see that. But now same thing I don't want with the, I'll say my internal network. Let's say this is a HR policy kind of thing, or we take an example of Walmart supply chain. So why I'm giving this Walmart example? Walmart, everyone have heard about. So in US, they have a very large market, obviously in India as well. Now, in this case, say Walmart, they are having their supply chain, and this supply chain, they do not want to share with the world. So they are working on Hyperledger Fabric. They're actually working onto the blockchain. They are working onto the Hyperledger Fabric. And with the help of Hyperledger Fabric, they have a P2P connection that is having what? This is having decentralization. See, the same work they could have done with client server architecture also. The same work they could have done on client server architecture only. Also, but why we are shifting on to P2P network? Why we are shifting on to the P2P network? Can I say that for having trust? Can I say that transparency? Can I say that decentralization? Can I say that? So this is the reason we are shifting here. So by end of this course, you will be able to more understand, okay, this is the condition which blockchain I should choose. So this is the case here. Now talk about something, let's say uh, this is something government's application where publicly this data information is able to share. I can share that information. uh, so is that okay to use public blockchain at that time? Is it okay to use public blockchain at that time? Some application which can be shared by all the people. Let's say I want to know that in Chandigarh High Court how many cases are pending. So is there any problem of sharing this? This is a public right, we can see that. So now this kind of a data may be being maintained over there. On the other side, uh, Aadhaar card data, everything should be public. Aadhaar card data, everything should be public. No. So in that case, maybe I can make a private thing. uh
Hello.
Hi, please
Yeah,
tell me.
ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're completely audible.
Yes, ma'am. So my doubt was regarding, I guess, smart contracts. So basically, I have a problem.
Hmm.
Suppose there is some, a new startup or new e-commerce brand, which is going to suppose I am a creator of the startup, which is completely, e-commerce brand, and
Hmm.
I want like I want the transactions to be, I don't want any cash on delivery you know thing. So
Only
I
free
just
payment.
want, yeah, only first the customers who want to purchase my product, and it can be any product, it can be any product or any service.
Hmm.
So first they have to pay.
Hmm.
But as I am a new company in the market, so
Hmm.
there is not trust.
Hmm.
I am not even listed, my company is not even listed in that trust pilot website.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
people will not be able to, if they want that what is my trust score,
Hmm.
so they will be not, you know it is not accessible, the
Hmm.
trust score also, because I am new, my
Hmm.
company is new. So
Hmm.
in that situation, will smart contracts help, if I deploy any smart contracts, so that they will, the customer will be carrying out the transactions, but it will not reach to my side, for like it will be stuck somewhere in the between. And after the product gets delivered, then after the
Yes.
money gets credited into my account. Can the
Correct.
smart contracts solve the issue, that kind of issue?
Only smart contract can solve this problem. Now coming with
Okay.
the same example, now what I'll take, so we take a generalized scenario, buyer and seller. Okay, so you might have heard of fraud cases where OLX and everything, so the people are listing refrigerators,
Yeah,
AC,
yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah.
and they
Yeah, that's the big issue in
hmm,
those, sites where you can buy, second-hand products.
hmm,
And
hmm,
basically, the OLX is a site. It doesn't sell second-hand products. It
hmm,
basically connects you to
with the
the
people.
seller. Yeah, it
Hmm, hmm,
connects you to the seller,
huh. And
and
that
that
time
seller can be legit. The
yeah,
seller can be legit, or it can be a fraudulent. Who knows?
correct. Correct. Now, in
So
this case, you
yeah,
see, so what we are saying here, so we were the same case you were talking about. So let's say they normally ask you, you pay the delivery charges and you pay the amount of refrigerator or something after getting the product. Okay. And there happens, multiple scenario where the people gets, dished by these scenario because we are not aware about the trust factor. So now we do have smart contract. All of you listen this very carefully. So what we will be able to do now, so we have a program now. This is a program, and there is no other language where a program can receive the money. See, I repeat my term. A program can receive the money. So we will learn that we will make our program to cater the money. So let's say the same case now, what will happen? Buyer is paying the money, but it is not reaching to the seller. It is to the smart contract. And once it is, we can say that, let's say I talk about if else condition. Now, if else condition is something like a condition I'm giving. So in the case of, let's say, what will happen into the case, first case, buyer will pay the amount to smart contract. Both of them are aware about that. Seller, not buyer, I'll say, in this case, I should say seller. Seller, uh, or in this case, seller. And when into the case you see, buyer is sending the money to the smart contract, but seller will be receiving the money. Seller will be getting money only after buyer is satisfied. Buyer is satisfied. In case he or she is not satisfied, or let's say we could involve IoT also. IoT, I believe everyone understand, sensors or something, GPS location, so all those things can be included. Now this is now money transfer. Buyer to smart contract is done, but from smart contract it should go to seller or it should be returned to the buyer. That depends on the condition which you are making into the smart contract. So now you see, you have a program, you have a software that can cater the money also, but this money catering is in terms of ethers. This is the case here. You cannot do a Indian currency, you cannot do a USD currency or something. You need to involve the Ethereum there. Correct, Anshuman?
So like the transaction has to be in ethers.
Yes, transaction has to be in ethers. Ultimately, you
So
can get the conversion based on to that.
okay, like buyer and seller is like, for example, buyer and seller is transacting using INR. So how the money will be catered into the
So
smart contract?
you can design the programs which will be doing the automatic
Okay, so
conversion.
it is customizable.
It is customizable. So
Okay.
maybe I'm your apps user. I'm not seeing anything on the back end. Everything is working. But on the top of that, I do have a surety. If I am not satisfied with the things, I'll get back my money.
Okay. So basically, when you do P2P transactions using decentralized exchanges, so basically this thing happens, like this smart contract thing happens, like, so that there are no P2P scams involved. So
Correct.
that is okay. But websites like where you can for purchasing second hand products, usually in OLX there are many much more scams happening. So
Hmm.
in this case, like, smart contracts can be deployed.
Easily it can be deployed. I remember I was into a startup pitch and they were making a rival of competitor of Book My Show based on the blockchain. So now you see recently multiple scams happened, black marketing of the tickets and everything. You talk about Coldplay or you talk about Diljit or any another singer. So since then they are working onto that and they got a very good initial funding as well for them.
Okay.
Okay, let me see. You mean to say that smart contract can automate the transaction? Mohan, correct. So basically, smart contract is working as an escrow agent. Yes, Saksham. Buyer pair pays in INR, seller receives Ethereum. Conversion is done on backend. Suresh, correct. What is the significance of blockchain here? In this case, it can be achieved in centralized case also. Rajesh, I don't think there is any platform where you can have the money with the contract or with the program. And if it is centralized, that person who is sitting on the data administration, he has all the rights with him. So then there is no trust or something. Normal credit card transactions are, see, how we started with the problems of the centralized here. So we are not able to trust into any person. So in this case we were talking about, Rajesh, data administrator or whosoever is having the right, they can easily alter your data. They can easily make the alteration over there. Security is not a concern. So we are considering all the aspects, not only about the payment, we're considering about the data security as well. You are considering only the overall, I can say, or that top layer of this payment system. But we are talking about the data concerns, data security, privacy, transparency, and everything all together. So I can say the difference between client server architecture and decentralization. Mm, is something like the already happening. Shruti, there are multiple cases. There are multiple cases like that is happening. Can you be anyway a consultant organization if needed? Suresh, we can discuss it later. Okay. All right. And see, one more case I'll talk about. We do have, 2-3 exercises where we'll implement this as well. Implement this as mean we'll make our smart contract payable. Payable means that can receive the money. See, by Rajesh, one more thing I'm adding up here. When I'm having this smart contract automation, or I'm making this smart contract as able to receive the money, this is not having any human control. I give you one case. There was a fundraising. Fundraising, you understand? Fundraising. So basically, I forgot the cause of this. This is the actual story. So in that case, a person designed a smart contract, and this fundraising was based on to that. And he forgot to mention a logic. What kind of a logic? See, after everything, this fund raised, the total fund raised should be transferred to his account. See, this is just like one line code. One line code means whatever the smart contract balance, that should be transferred to his main account. He forgot to put that, and he launched that smart contract into the market, main blockchain and everything. And today also this balances with the smart contract. He cannot do anything. He cannot do anything. And why he cannot do anything? Because we do not have any centralized system. uh, Now in this case, this is having pros and cons as well. Pros and cons I'm saying here. So by I made a mistake, this is a human error only, that is fine. But now because of that human error, this is we can say that all amount is still into the smart contract. No one can do anything. Even the Ethereum cannot do anything. One slot, yes, Anshuman. So once it is in the main blockchain, no changes allowed after that. So you can see it positive as well. You can see as negative as well. Both the cases are possible. So that is why it is mentioned that if you are at such platform, you need to be very wise into your taking your decision. Cryptocurrency wallet transfer to trade, it's a smart contract. Chetan, there are multiple examples like that. Smart contract, you can build any logic over there. Okay, gas prices. I think we are good to go ahead. How can we fix bugs in smart contract? Ashwin, in case let's say you find out bugs into your smart contract, after that you need to relaunch your smart contract. You need to make sure your front end is connected to correct smart contract. See, I give you example. So ultimately, user is seeing front end. Let's say this was my smart contract one. You found bugs into that. Now you cannot remove it from your market. You need to make a new smart contract. And also you cannot remove the older one as well. So you are making smart contract too. But for the new customers, you are making sure that this is only connected to the front end. Okay. But that doesn't mean you can delete the previous one. I just looking at the strong case use case of blockchain. Land record sure is right use case, but more use cases may clear the application. Rajesh, in this case, you see supply chain is a very good example. Healthcare supply chain is a very good example, or I say pharma supply chain into this case, COVID vaccine, or in other cases, I'll come up with that nuclear plant transparency. I remember a patent where patent you might have heard about in China that was being filed up, and that is to maintain the record of digital tombs. So you should read about this because in China this is having a different culture. So this was a patent digital tomb. So basically, in our culture, if you are Hindu or something, we do have, let's say, uh, after death, the bodies are burnt or something, or in the different communities, we have different rituals. So Chinese people, they have a different ritual. So you should read about that. So I found out one, patent that was based on blockchain for digital tomb. You search this, you'll find that. The Google patents you can find out. So there are multiple uses like this. Multiple usage like this. Nuclear plant examples I have seen. Even have you heard about that? In fact, in India, it happened only. There was a case of where there was a gang which was they were working onto the data of organ donation. So actually, let's say I registered for the organ donation, and they picked the people based on that data, and they actually killed those people, and they showed their death as a accident, and then they sold the parts of the body. Now in this case, you see, this data is very crucial if you think of that side of the data. So there I have seen one proof of concept with the government only, where they are planning to shift this data onto the organ donation data onto the blockchain, just to make sure that everything is correct. So there are multiple cases like this. Can forking be done to the alternate? No, Saksham. There is nothing like that. Forking term is only for the blockchain, but into the case of smart contract, if it is done, there is no comeback unless I'll come up with the new program or something. And that is why testing is here very important. See, in other softwares, we do what? We do alpha testing, we do beta testing, even we still launch it to the market. If we have some bugs, we can easily correct it, and that's all okay. Patches will be able to work with, but nothing will happen with the smart contract. If it is working, that is fine. If it is not working, I need to come to the second smart contract. And also you see, that time you're paying from the fresh. Whatever money transaction fee you have paid earlier, that has nothing to do with the next one. It has to be paid into a different scenario. Correct. Are we good to go? So this I'll advise everyone. You should go to the Google patents. So in fact, you write the term blockchain, just read the titles only. You'll be able to see. I can show you this one example. Maybe most of us are very new to this. Google patents. Patents.google.com, in case you directly want to go to the website. So I just write here blockchain. I'm not writing anything else. Blockchain. See, you'll see multiple things here. This is something event tracking. This is naming and blockchain recording of IoT. So IoT related. And you see, this is with the Intel Corporation. Okay, 24 only they have find out. And then you see something system and methods of blockchain transaction recordation. Healthcare is very common. Commodity assets, and this is for securing the transaction. And similarly, you can see fitness gradient blockchain consensus, multi blockchain digital transaction, and many others you'll able to find. Okay, so you should go to this and you'll find multiple cases there. Okay, and similarly in the research papers also you can find out, but when I say real life you will find up here only. So maybe I can give you this link. You can, when you have a good time, go through this. Okay, if money is stuck in one contract, can we not write another smart contract to transfer the money? No, Ashwin, that is with that smart contract only. If you do not have any logic, you can't get back anything. After launching a smart contract, let's say I want to upgrade the smart contract with some new feature. No, Anshuman, this is not possible. No possible. So if you want to have some addition and it is very, very much required, better you come up with the new smart contract. In the older, I can't do anything. Right? All of us, we are good to go with the other things now. Can we move further? Perfect, perfect. So now let me come to another concept that is known as DApp. So normally in the JDs, into, let's say if you're searching a job onto the LinkedIn or something, you'll find this term here. So DApp stands for what? Decentralized application. DApp stands for what? Decentralized application. So this is basically when I say that when I have a full-fledged application based on blockchain, including front end and everything, I'll call it DApp. What I'll be calling up here. So in this case, you see, let's say I have a mobile app. Mobile app means which is able to install in my phone. That could be Android or that could be with the iPhone or something. Now, in this case, you see, this app is based on blockchain. So now I'll be calling it DApp. So not only mobile application, let's say I do have a software, I do have a website. This is based on blockchain, or in fact, rather than blockchain, I should call it Ethereum. Sometimes you might be, let's say in a JD, it is written as DApp developer. I should write it like this, DApp developer. So DApp developer means they want somebody as a full stack developer. Who is full stack developer? Who is full stack developer? Who is able to work on front end and back end both? Who is able to work on front end and back end both? So normally, normally what we see, so in the case, as a fresher, you might easily can target Solidity engineer, blockchain developer, that things you can do. But in the future, if you want to have a good price or package, you can try for the front end and back end both. So that we'll talk about this in detail as well. Okay, this tab we have understood. Now, okay, now let me talk about two types of account. So when we say Ethereum, see, overall in Ethereum, we have two things. Either I be on cryptocurrency or I be on a program. Two choices, it's up to me how I am creating here. Now in this case, you see, when I say account, accounts are further divided into two categories. What are these two categories? Number one, externally owned account. Number two, contract account. So it's very simple. If I am dealing with the cryptocurrency, that time this is externally owned account. I have not created anything. This is being assigned to me by a wallet. Second case, contract account. So I created that contract. I created that smart contract. So this is related to smart contract. So I'll show you when we will be making a program, we'll be showing you how you are creating it, how it is doing it. But as of now, you see when you are okay, how I can buy Ether, because we have already talked about Bitcoin. How I can buy Ether? How I can buy Ether? What will be the process for the same? Through exchanges. So what I need to do? I need to register on any platform, and I need to make my account, some KYC or something, and then I can pay in Indian currency. If I am residing in let's say US or something, I'll pay through that one case. But when I'm making a program, so see, when I'm doing this registration, they are providing my account. They are making my account. I am not creating anything. So that is why the name is given as externally owned account. Second category, contract account, because I am the creator of smart contract. So that time I will be getting my contract address. Correct. So I'll show you this, second part into when we are making it connectivity and everything. So all those things will be very, very clear to you. You will be getting more clarity with the practicals. Okay, now this you answer me. How does the mining happen in Ethereum? Because we already covered this. How does the mining happen with the Ethereum? Which consensus algorithm is used? Which consensus algorithm is used? Proof of stake. uh by Indian transfer to cryptocurrency between to transfer to wallet. Correct. Ma'am, in Ethereum, there is no Ethereum reward. How the new Ether generated? Ashwin, time to time, they are doing the minting. So they are not paying to the miners. Time to time in their total supply, they add it to somebody. So it's not like providing anything. So they are just putting up there. Putting up there means same case of example, RBI. So when they are, printing new notes, they're not giving it to somebody. They just get involved into the market that time by the government. Same way here. And Shubhan, as of now, they have not fixed it. So we can say that almost, unlimited supply. Almost unlimited. Why I'm saying almost? We never know, one day they come up with the cap onto that. But as of now, they have not decided any limit. Okay. Now this mining. Okay, just let me give you a revision of the mining, because we are the screen is showing infinity. Okay. As of now, they have not listed anything, so that is why they're showing it. So what happens? See, yes, this is important. In the Bitcoin, when we were saying unconfirmed transaction, in the Bitcoin, we were saying unconfirmed transaction. So that was carrying what? That was carrying something, buy, sell, I send to somebody, you send to somebody, these kind of a transaction. But in this case of Ethereum, I do have crypto transaction also, cryptocurrency, Ethereum transaction plus smart contract. Now let me show you, because now you're more having more clarity about the smart contract. Last time I showed you in very early. I click on this show more. Can you see the gas price here? See the gas price. Can you see? What is the gas price? 3.9. Transaction fee you can see here. So 21. This in case that person has not increased anything. Okay. What I wanted to show you. I will go to logs. These are the state blocks. Let me go with the block here. There will go. See, this was transaction. Let me go with the latest block. Okay. Yes. Can you see this one? 169 transaction and 0 contract internal transaction. Can you see this? Can you see this? So do you think any smart contract involved with this block? Yes. Can you see that? Any smart contract? No, it's 0 only. Let me find out a block which is having smart contract also, because I wanted to show you the code as well, because this code is also publicly available. Okay, now you tell me. I'll not tell. How many smart contracts included here? How many smart contracts included here? 35. Correct. 35. Now you all can see. How many crypto transactions? How many crypto transactions? 130. So 130 plus 35. This is the count. Let's go on to this. So I clicked on this. So you can see all that smart contract. Let's say, and I am clicking on this one. I am clicking on this one. So I go with the internal transaction. I go with the logs and state also we can see, and the address producer. Just a second. Let's see something interesting one. Okay, this is information. Hello world function. So I need to close one more bracket. Okay. Now you see in this case line number 2 and line number 5. Line number 2 and line number 5. What is the difference between these two? Line number 2 and line number 5. So as such you can see 2 times you can see contract. Okay. Now one thing you always remember, in one program means this program is this name I have given second.sol. This is my file name. In this I can have multiple contracts together. Multiple contracts together. Okay. So how many contracts you can see here as of now in this program? In this particular program, how many contracts you can see? 2. One is hello world. Second is new hello world. This name I have kept. Maybe you can take anything else as well. So names we are allowed to go. All right. Second thing, if we see here, as of now, I have removed that SPDX things as well. So we'll talk about this line, the line you were asking me last time also. This line we'll talk about later on. As of now, we are not included it. Now, in this case, let's come to the first line. Why I have added what I have added, we'll discuss this. So in this case, you see the line is pragma. It's a keyword. Now, those who are very new to the programming, I'll explain them what is keyword also. Just a second. Okay. See, so we have a line here. This I'll copy this from here. Pragma solidity, not this one. Okay. Pragma solidity. Yeah. You see this line is pragma solidity and some cap, and then I have 0.8.0. So this I am having it here. So we are trying to understand this line number 1 here. Every time this will be your line number 1 unless you are taking that SPDX thing. What is that? That also we need to see. Now in this case, you see, we are saying that there are some keywords. Now what is keyword? Keyword is the word that is being reserved by language. Language is what? Solidity. Solidity language we are using. So when I say this is being reserved, so we cannot use these words for our own purpose. We are not allowed to use it for on purpose. Okay. So now in this case, pragma is a keyword. Solidity is a keyword. And when I'm seeing a number, this number is all about version. Version of what? Compiler version. So now I'll show you something. We go to the remix. I go to the compilation section. Now let me click on drop down list. Can you see multiple versions here? Can you see multiple versions here? Right now, which one is selected? 0.826, 85, 84, and similarly the list goes on. And you see even you have 0.1.1 as well. 0.1.1 as well. So what is the benefit of having all these compiler version? Let's say, I say that there was a concept of XYZ. So this concept could be anything. So this XYZ concept was available in 0.7 version. But I am currently working on 0.826 version. So in case I need to use this concept, maybe I'll shift downward. I'll be shifting my program to a down compiler, or into the normal situation, I'll work on to the latest compiler. Okay. But you see, you have not put up any number here. There is no number. Nothing is given here. So what we are doing with this cap, you see your keyboard. So you have a key on top of that, you find out this cap thing. Now in that case of cap, you see what we are providing. We are asking Remix to use a stable version of particular platform. Okay, now you see one more thing. All of you, what you need to do, I'm making some changes into the code, and what you are supposed to do, you need to change what is reflecting down the screen. So some pop-up will occur there. I'm making it 0.70. Okay. Can you see something? Can you see something? Let me do it one more time. So I make it 6 now. Can you see something? Updating compiler, bottom. Yes, yes. So let me come back to the 8 here. So automatically the compiler is being updated here. So this is what it is, updating the compiler version. So now you see this time it has picked up 8.28. Okay. If I go with 7, now here you see 7.6 you are getting. All of you see this 7.6. Is it visible to all of you? 7.6. Let me try with the 6. So this is coming 6.12. 6.12. So, but normally what we will work with, 8 only because this is the latest one. Why would we go with the older one? Why will create some problems with us? So we will be normally working with this time. This you have to manually type it or come by default when you open file. Rajesh, when you write it, that time it comes. See, initially it was blank only. So I started writing. So when we normally write, we give the 8 version because that picks up the latest stable version. But in case forcefully I want to keep it down, then I am allowed to do so. So it is up to me. So this line will be not coming. Remix will be blank initially. This file will be blank. I need to start from the scratch. Okay. Now this is mandatory. Yes, this is a mandatory first line. So that you always need to put, otherwise your program will not be able to execute. So this is the first line that we are putting up here. Pragma solidity 0.80. So can I say that this line is reserved for having the compiler version? Can I say that this line is reserved for having the compiler version? So yes, this is the pragma solidity where you need to put the compiler version. Let me come to the now second line of the code. Now in the second line of the code, what we are talking about, just a second. Okay. In the second line of code, what we are seeing, contract is again a keyword. It means it is reserved by the programming language. What name I have given here? I need to provide a contract name. Now you see what I do. I put a space here. So do you think it is correct? Do you think it is correct? Error can you see in the second line? What could be the cause of error? What could be the cause of error? What I did? Space. So spaces are not allowed into the contract name. Spaces are not allowed into the contract name. Let me try underscore. Okay. Now you see there is no error. So it is okay to work with that. It is okay to work with that. So we need to follow a naming convention of the contract that we are allowed to do so. Similarly, I try number also. You see 1 to 3 allowed or not? Numerics are allowed or not? In the contract name, numerics are allowed or not allowed? How we are came to know? We just checked it that. So it is a very normal practice rather than cramming something. Try and learn. Now in this case, you see, let me try one more thing. Can I start it with underscore? No, not underscore. Can we start it with the underscore? So you see no error. Can I start with plus sign? So then that you see this is an error. So you can see that here underscore is allowed. 1 to 3 here. Now in this case again you see it is illegal. Can you see here? Illegal. So I'm not allowed to take it. So you can start your contract name with the string. You can use in between or end the numerics, but you cannot start it with that. So you can try it and then accordingly you need to see what kind of name you are keeping up for your contract. This is one case. Okay. This, I hope we got this clarity. Contract name, we got this clarity. And also you see in this case, those who are very new to the programming, the parentheses are very important. What is parenthesis? You see this I am starting, where I am ending, I am ending up here. So whatever I started, I need to end it properly. Can you see this? This ended here, this ended here, this ended here. So in case, let's say I'm removing this, so it will be showing me error again. So whatever you are starting, just like think of a maths, you have a bracket. If you have initialized a bracket, you need to close that as well. So same with the programming also, we need to make sure that we are closing the brackets. Also, one more thing you see, can you see semicolon here? Can you see semicolon here? This semicolon. So this is like a full stop in English. So we used to put up full stop to show that this line is ended. Now in this case, you see every line, observe this, every line is having a semicolon or parenthesis. See the entire program. Can you find something without this? Two things basically. One, either it should be having the parenthesis starting or closing, or it is having semicolon. throughout 9 lines, can you see something other than that? Tell me. Observe all the lines. Can you see something like that without parenthesis or without semicolon? Without parenthesis or without semicolon? No, no. We do not have anything, either this or either that. So we'll also understand when to use which one. See, this is not having any continuation, semicolon. Hello world is a continuation. This contract is a continuation. So that is why you have parenthesis. Contract name, again, you have a continuation. Function, I'll tell you what is that. So that is also having continuation. So when you have continuation, use parenthesis. When you have a single statement, use a semicolon. Okay. Now this program, as of now, you see, there is one more term. What is one more term? See, might be I'm explaining very basic concepts also, but that is required. Why it is required? We have different people from different background. So it is better to go through everything from scratch. And those who are already aware, they can just brush up your skills. So now you see, we have a term, variable and data type. This is actually common for every language. Variable and the data type. Yes, Jagannath, I'm covering with the basics only. Till now, everything is clear. Do you have any question? Till now, whatever we discussed. As of now, in the programming, you see, we discussed only the pragma line. Any question as of now? I hope whatever we have done, that is good to go. Perfect, perfect. Now, let me come up with that. Remix is a platform, Jagdish. Solidity is a language. This website which we have opened, this is known as Remix. Remix, where we are running the program. Okay, like might you have heard about Anaconda. So Python we run in Anaconda, or Visual Studio. So we can run different languages into the Visual Studio. Okay, now in this case, I say here variable. So variable is what? Variable is name given to, listen this carefully, to a storage location where value can be stored. So this is a technical definition. Now in this case, I'll say here, you have in computer C drive, D drive, E drive. So on the hard disk or SSD, something like this is written. On the hard disk or SSD, do we have something written physically? Physically, C drive, D drive is written on hard disk. Have you seen the hard disk? Hard disk or your external hard disk. So some kind of fragmentation has been done. No, it is the complete hard disk only. It is the complete hard disk, and as such, there is nothing. But logically in the system, it is being divided. Okay. Similarly, let's say what I want to do, I want to have, correct Dharmesh, this we are talking about. If you can relate the program. Yes, Suresh, I'm coming to that only. See, in this case, if you see here, if I say into this, I want to calculate sum of two numbers or addition of two numbers. I just want to do that. Now, when I say addition of two numbers, numbers could be, let's say 10 plus 10. Result is 20. Okay. This I want to do with the program. So when I say program, in that I need to store 10 also. I need to store another 10 also. I need to store 20 also. So store means memory. But I need to keep a name for a memory. I need to give a name. Now you read this, name given to a storage location where value can be stored. Okay, now you see. First number equals to 10. Second number, I have just taken name here. Second number equals to 20, let's say. I'm just changing it. I make it just to make it difference. Let 20 and 30. So now you see what I have given here. Name given to a storage location where value can be stored. In this line, this green highlighted, what is value? Green highlighted, what is value? What is value? Can I say that 10 is value? Can I say that 10 is a value? Okay, okay, right, okay. In this case, second number, what is the value? Second number, what is the value? 20, 20, okay, correct. Now this is something variable equals to value. Now you tell me, message equals to hello. Message equals to hello. Now in this term, what is value and what is variable? What is value and what is variable? This one, see this one. Let me highlight it sky blue. Message equals to hello. What is variable and what is value? Variable is message, correct. Variable is message, hello is value. Perfect, perfect. Now you got it. Now you got it. Perfect. Now, let me tell you one more thing. So we have gone through what? Variable also, and we have also gone through value. Now let me include data type. Let's talk about technical definition. Type of data that can be stored in variable. This was technical definition. Let's see with the example. So I type it here, integer. Integer is already given to us in a language. So we are not creating it. It is prefixed. We are just using it. Integer salary equals to 70,000. Okay. String message equals to hello. Now in this example, you see int, this integer is data type. You read the definition. Type of data that can be stored in a variable. Okay. String is what? It is also a data type. All right. Salary is variable. 70,000 is value. Similarly, message is variable. Hello is what is hello? Hello is variable. Hello is variable. It's a value. It's a value. Hello is what? It's a value. So I hope now you got it. Let me come back to the program to ask you. Now tell me everything from this statement. Ignore the public. Ignore the public. Read the third line and tell me the differentiation. What is variable? What is data type? What is value? Let me correct the spelling also. Okay. Let me go with the string is a data type, correct. Message is variable, correct. Value is hello word, perfect, perfect, perfect. Message is variable, hello word is a value, perfect. Now I believe you are getting. In fact, let's add one more thing here. Add one more thing here just to present here. Integer public I'm just putting. I'll tell you why I'm putting up here. Integer age equals to 101. Okay, this I'm adding up here. One more thing I had up here. And see in our program, application program as an R module, application and architecture will do one by one. Every data type will have a example. So you'll get more clarity. This time we are just getting the basic information. Okay. So similarly, I'll do here Boolean. Boolean, have you heard about Boolean? Boolean, maybe in 10th, 12th, you have gone through these terms. Boolean is having only two values. One is true, one is false. One is true, one is false. So you can see decide from there. Boolean status equals to true. Let me see. Now this is giving an error. True. Yeah, now this is correct. Okay. So how many variables I have taken in first contract? How many variables I have taken in first contract? Three variables. Correct. One is of data type string. One is of a data type integer. One is of Boolean. Okay. Boolean is only to have true and false values. Say in case I am trying to give anything, let's say I'm giving it hello. So it will give me an error. See, this is not allowed here. So only true or false is allowed. So this is again in small letters. True you see here. Okay. Now see one more differentiation here. Maybe you have noticed it. So when we are putting string, I'm having quotes here. Can you see here? Can you see here? Quotes we are having. Am I taking quotes for integer? No. For integer, we are not taking quotes. So even if you try to put, you will get an error. Yes, Rajesh, this is case sensitive language. Entirely case sensitive language. Now in this case, you see what do we have? Three variables we have taken. One is of string, one is of integer, one is of Boolean data type. If you're taking a string, you need to put up quotes. If you're taking an integer, you're allowed to write it like that. And when you're taking a Boolean, only two values are allowed. Two values are true and false. And also you need to make it sure this is in small case. See, false. Okay. If I make it F capital, you see, I'm having a error. If I make it all capital, FALC, this is also error. So what is allowed only? Small case, false, true. So these two things are allowed here. Okay. Now let me show you one thing so that we can understand the difference of public also. How many times I have used public here? Three variables I have. How many times I have used public here? Two. Yes, Anshuman, this is case sensitive. Very similar to Java. Deepak, correct. Actually, this is being inspired from there only. Now in this case, you see, I do the deployment. I go to the deployment. And now in the drop-down list, can you see some changes? In the drop-down list, can you see some changes? How many contracts you are getting here? Drop-down list. 2. How many contracts I have in my program? 2. Okay. So this is same I am getting up here. Now I'll choose which one you want to run. So I want to run the first one. I click on deploy. I expand this. And now you see how many buttons you can see here. How many buttons you can see here? Two variables button. One is age and one is message. Which one is not coming up and why? Which one is not coming up? Boolean. Boolean one is not coming up. And why it is not coming? Why it is not coming? No public. Yes. So I need to declare it public if I want to use it here. Okay. So I'll be putting public here because I want to see the data. I'll delete this one. I'll deploy again. And when I do the deployment, now you see. How many you can see? Three. All three variables. All three variables. Okay. And you see one more thing you notice here. We had first message, then we have age, then we have status. How this is showing us in an order? What kind of order we are following up here? Any guesses? What kind of order we are following up here? No, not numeric, alphabetical. Alphabetical. A, M, and S. So it has taken it. It has ordered into a alphabetical order. So we have taken it in a different order, but when this has taken into an alphabetical order. Okay. Now let me click on age. So you can see 101 message. I can see hello world, and then in status, I can see true. Can you see all these three values here? Smaller here. Let me put up it like this. This you need to see. This you need to see. So age, message, and status. Can we see all three values there? So this is our first simplest program that we have done. Now, Anshuman will talk about this. This we need to cover in detail. So actually integer is having a different categories that can have 8, that can have a 16. So basically about ranges. So might be if you have gone through any another language, let's say integer, we can further divide into 4 or 5 categories. That is having a, let's say I have only age. Age is having 99 maximum in case. So you will take a smaller unit. But if you have salary, you will take a bigger unit. So we'll talk about this in detail. What is the use of simple program? Suresh, in this case, you see you are very new to the programming language. If I directly come to you with the land registry or insurance one, you will not be able to get it. So this we are trying to understand how we can show these variables at the output, and slowly we will be increasing our complexity. Okay. Now in this case, you see, let me come back to top of the program. What is the use of Jagdish? In this case, you see, when we are talking about the boolean, so booleans are normally, if you see, this is here to the put up the status as in, let's say I want to know that whether the students have paid the fees or not. So maybe I can have a value where I am declaring true or false. True for fee payment, false for fee not payment. So this is one of the usage. Similarly, we can consider other cases as well where we'll be using Boolean variables. Let's say I want to have a comparison. So that time also I can use this particular protocol. Okay, you see this part, selected part. Any confusion at this? Yes, Mohan, the conditions we can give. Ashwin, we can compare Solidity with the Java. So most of the concepts are same, but there are new addition of the concepts into the Solidity, which is meant for to the blockchain world. Like there is a concept of payable, how we can make smart contract accepting the money, or there is a concept of, we can say, fallback function. So there are multiple cases where we have the difference, but overall if we see, it is same like Java. Okay. Now you see from line number 1 to 6. Do you have any question? Line number 1 to 6. Punish, this is automatically coming with the remix only. So there is nothing to worry about that. This is not like Python. So in that case, if we see, if we want to, I'll remove this. So there will not be any error as well. Is there a library kind of thing to learn basic syntax and keywords? One, in this case, we see we do have a library when we can say there are math libraries. So those libraries are available in case you want to go through the documentation or something. So remix documentation, sorry, Solidity documentation you can go through. Is it mandatory? Yes, Ashwin, it is mandatory. So it's not like Python runtime we can have it, but not into the Solidity. Okay. I'm asking till 1 to 6. Any question? 1 to 6. Any question? No. Can the contract be private or public? No, Ashwin. Contract can't be private or clear. Okay, now what you need to do, I am sharing this code with you all, this one, the smaller one. And what you need to do here, you run this program first. And make a program that is having variable like employee name, employee salary, employee age, employee gender, and what else? Employee marital status. Okay. So how many variables I have mentioned here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So first you do this program, then convert the same program to this. See, it will be very easy for you. Only then you will get, more clarity. Manisha, I am not having any installation of Visual Studio or any another, I'll say IDE. And we normally in the classes follow Remix only because of the reason it is having a very good user interface and it is easy to connect with the MetaMask and other wallets as well. But in case you want to try, you can do it with the Visual Studio. Okay, all of you work on this code and share the code with me for this 5 variables. Maybe you can change the contract name as well. Suresh, try it first. I'll help you out. Just try to change this one to this form. Try it, and after that, obviously, I'll be doing it. Don't worry. Just see what you're supposed to do. I have given you 3 variables. So you will be converting the same. Let's say first example, I have taken employee name. So what you will be writing? String as a data type. Public so that you can see it from outside. Variable name I have already provided. Employee name equals to name. Let's say I'm giving mine issue. And then I'll put in semicolon. Similarly, make other 4 as well. Okay, Rajesh. I'm sorry I have read your message late. In case anyone else requires, this is the link for the remix. And make sure to save your file with the extension .sol, Solidity. Whenever you're taking a file, so let's say first time you're trying, so you need to have a workspace. You should have a contract folder. There you right click and create a new file. Ashwin, it is up to you. If you want to have a contract in a different file, we can do that as well. So in case something is related contracts we put in a same file and different contract we put up in another file. So it's up to you. There is no compulsion from Remix or Solidity. We can decide how we want to move further. But you see, when you are putting it in the main network, so you will not be doing file wise, you will be doing contract wise. That is okay for me because I am managing my single file and putting all together.
And with that, we have come to the end of this course. If you have any doubts or questions, you can ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply to you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.